Although I gave up a long time ago, I still feel excited when I think about starting over again. I felt nauseous again, as if I had eaten shit. He couldn't accept it. So I could only listen to the white-haired sister's request and think about it seriously. It's different after changing the body. As soon as Sumu closed his eyes, he felt the call of the whole world. These are the so-called Tao? So they are so specific. Sumu had a strange look in his eyes. He thought it was very difficult to comprehend the Tao, but it turned out to be just like reading. They are right in front of you, just look at them one by one. So Sumu began to devote himself wholeheartedly. The white flame between his eyebrows flashed again, and in a strange space inside, the white-haired woman's expression moved slightly. Suddenly, my impression of Sumu changed a little. I thought my talent for cultivation was hopeless, but now it seems that my talent is just a little deformed. I simply cannot understand the structure of low-level cultivation techniques and the circulation of spiritual energy. But when facing the avenue of heaven and earth, it is so easy. This is the person favored by the world's will? It's really weird. The white-haired woman has an extraordinary temperament, and her long hair sways rhythmically in this strange space, as if she is suspended in a gravity-free space. Grow up quickly, the world needs you. When you get out, you will understand the significance of this immortal body I gave you. Anyway, you have so many confidants, so you can use the power of this immortal body to its fullest. It suits you so well. Nangong family. Nangong. She returned here again after 2 months, crossed the huge clan land, and came to a familiar courtyard. Sister, are you there? There was no sound in the room. The girl sighed softly and pushed the door open. There is not even a ban on the door. Even the instinctive reaction of a monk was forgotten. It can be imagined that the master's mental state has become extremely bad. I'm coming in, sister. Muttering to himself, Nangong she walked through the familiar courtyard and entered his sister's boudoir. Dark, silent, and even filled with a hint of death. For cultivators at the earthly immortal level, their emotions can already appropriately influence the natural environment. Nangong she slowly pushed open the window, and a beam of golden sunlight penetrated the darkness and reflected on the pale face of a young girl. Nangong Lu's face was pale, and he didn't even react much to this. He still hugged himself stupidly with a blank look in his eyes. Sumu, it's all my fault, Sumu. Nangong she walked forward and hugged her sister, her eyes filled with heartache. Sister, don't be sad anymore. I'm here to tell you good news. Good news. The girl looked up blankly. Chapter 131. The advantage is mine. Nangong she hugged her sister. It's hard to describe the expression on his face. Good news. Nangong Lu was still in a daze, with no sign of life in his eyes. She has been like this since she came back from the Forbidden Wasteland. Especially when she woke up from the coma and learned that she was able to survive because Sumu sacrificed himself to save her. The girl collapsed instantly. I burst into tears on the spot and then locked myself in the room. I remained like this for 2 whole months. What good news is there at a time like this? Nangong Lu smiled bitterly and didn't hold out much hope. Nangong she had already expected this, and a bright smile appeared on her face, as if she wanted to infect the other person. Sumu is not dead. Oh, Sumu ha, what did you say? Nangong Lu stood up suddenly, his aura raised dust and made the door of the room clang. Sumu is not dead. How do you know that? Where did you get this news? Where is he now? Countless questions popped out of the girl's mouth like a string of cannonballs. The expression on Nangong Lu's face was extremely complicated. Shock, joy, doubt, fear. She couldn't explain for a moment how she felt, she just wanted to know the truth of the matter from her sister. Nangong Lu grabbed his sister's shoulders and shook her hard. Keep asking for more information about this news. Nangong she felt a little dizzy and frowned in dissatisfaction. Stop, stop. I'm still a mortal, you're going to shake me to death. Oh, sorry. Nangong Lu quickly spread his hands and then asked. Then where is Sumu? Nangongshi sighed lightly and told the news he had learned in a steady and moderate voice. Sumu was indeed sucked into the abyss in the center of the forbidden area. But the night evil immortal king had just returned and told some information to the people around him. He and the Frost Star immortal king teamed up to explore the abyss. Although they did not find Sumu directly, they were sure that the other party was still alive. And it seems that he is in good condition and is not in any danger of life. Is this true? Nangong Lu was a little bit unbelievable for a moment, but then he nodded heavily. Yes. This must be true. I knew Sumu wouldn't get into trouble so easily. The girl's eyes suddenly shone with brilliance, her original decadent demeanor disappeared, and she became sunny. I knew Sumu would be fine. He's in the abyss. When will he come back? I want to go find him. No, he saved my life, I must cherish it, I want to wait for him to come back. Nangong Lu kept murmuring to himself, completely ignoring his sister beside him. Nangongshi didn't say anything, she knew that the other party's condition was normal. When I first learned that Sumu might have died, I even wanted to commit suicide on the spot. If the Night Demon King had not brought back the good news in time, she was not sure how long she could have held on. Sister, I've decided. I'm going to wait for Sumu to come back. There was a resolute look on Nangong Lu's pretty face, and the girl's whole temperament became capable and sharp again. Just at this moment, the two girls' expressions suddenly changed at the same time, as if they sensed Sumu's presence. Sumu! Where are you? What kind of aura is this? The two of them stood there in a daze for a moment. They only felt a great force descending upon their bodies, taking away some of the vague things that were in their bodies. Then he went away with Sumu's breath. The two girls were stunned, and then suddenly burst into tears. Sumu was really still alive. Very good. Although they didn't know what they had lost, they vaguely felt that it was something very important to Sumu. What just happened was very strange, and the two didn't know the reason. But they are not depressed. Instead, I became excited. Because they finally confirmed one thing, Sumu was really still alive and seemed to be undergoing some kind of transformation. Does this mean that Sumu will eventually return? The two girls regained their determination and their respective goals became clearer in their minds. Nangong Lu didn't want to sink into despair any longer. She still had a lot of things to do, and she had to wait for Sumu to come back. Since he had already confessed his feelings to Sumu, he naturally had to work hard to make the other party accept him. What can I do for Sumu? Nangong Lu was suddenly stunned. It seemed that the only thing she could do was to gather all the things left by Sumu, including his younger brothers, including his connections within the Holy Land. Nangong Lu will help him deal with it. Sumu is undergoing a transformation. When he comes back, I will hand this power back to him. Nangongshi was also very happy for a moment. She felt that what she was doing was meaningful. Since I am about to become the mistress of the Su family, I naturally have to help the head of the family deal with the relationships in the harem. It must be like this. The girl's pretty face turned slightly red, and she suddenly felt that this matter had a different meaning. It should be okay to handle the relationship well while asserting sovereignty, right? It was also during this period that Nangongshi found out how many people were around Sumu. After experiencing the initial fear, she is now full of fighting spirit. Anyway, her identity has been recognized by Sumu's father, and she is already ahead of everyone else. The advantage is mine. Chen family. Chen Shu was criticized again and again. The reason was that a woman from the tribe accused him of forcibly. It was at this time that Chen Shu finally came to his senses. He originally thought that the other person was just an ordinary maid, but he didn't expect that she was the adopted daughter of the clan leader, Chen Xianyu. Wow, how can I face people in the future? I can never get married again. You farted. Chen Shu was furious. Last night, he lost consciousness and had no idea what was going on or whether anything really happened. How can I rely on him? I don't even know who you are. I think you are approaching me on purpose. Whoa whoa. Chen Xinyu cried even harder. Family elders, you must make the decision for the younger generation. I just wanted to take care of this cousin, but I didn't expect him to take advantage of his drunkenness and do this to me. The woman was crying and complaining, but Chen Shu was shocked. He suddenly remembered something. That's right. My technique. Chen Shu hurriedly proved himself. To be honest with you elders, I have been practicing Tongzikung since I was young, and I would never do such a thing. Just look at my technique. As long as the technique is still there, everything will be. Chen Shu was suddenly stunned. Because he discovered that the once natural operation system of his martial arts was now badly damaged. He is almost useless. No, this is impossible. Chen Shu's face was pale. He had practiced for decades to reach his current level. How come it broke suddenly? The other side. Chen Xinyu smiled in her heart. Isn't this a simple thing? All it takes is one pill. Exactly. She has plenty of this kind of medicine. Chapter 132 Young Master's Position. Chen Shu was completely confused. He was sure that he had never done such a thing, and if there were any changes in his body, he would be able to sense it. But his martial arts skills were broken. Someone is plotting against me. Chen Shu suddenly woke up and felt a chill down his spine. He quickly looked up and around, and found that all the Chen family members were staring at him. The elder frowned and asked. Chen Shu, didn't you say you were wrongly accused? Do you dare to let us investigate? No, no. Chen Shu quickly refused. He has too many secrets, and with the experience of Master Tianpa, ordinary cover-ups are okay. But a detailed search was unacceptable. It's not just his peculiarly shaped soul, but also the favor of heaven hidden in his body, and his currently broken martial arts meridians. Each one will bring him a huge crisis. His martial arts came from Tianhe Palace, so who knows what the Chen family's attitude will be. What's more, he is now in a semi-useless state. What will happen if these people know that he is no longer valuable? Chen Shu didn't dare to gamble. His soul problem is even bigger. Ever since he merged with Master Tianpa, he has been in a half-black and half-white state. There are some faint cracks on it, and it's obvious that there's a big problem. If people misunderstood and thought he had deliberately taken over his original body, wouldn't that be a greater loss? It is even possible that you may be shot to death on the spot. Favored by heaven, needless to say, as long as it is exposed, Chen Fuxing will become his enemy first. No, I can't. I can't show it to you. Chen Shu shook his head repeatedly, his face extremely pale. The patriarch's face suddenly turned ugly. He also learned about Chen Shu's specialness from the clan leader. The ancestor is standing behind the other party, so we can't use force. But even so, the elder's attitude remains stern. If that's the case, then you can't prove your innocence. In other words, you did that to Chen Yu. Humph. Beast. Bah. The same thing as his father. Low curses were heard all around, and Chen Shu's face turned red. He was now speechless and was filled with anger. He suddenly looked at Chen Xinyu, who was standing beside him. It must be this woman. This woman must have deliberately harmed me. And she tried to destroy my meridians. That is the result of my decades of hard work. To interrupt someone's practice is like killing his parents. Chen Shu gnashed his teeth in hatred, and blood was almost coming out of his eyes. It's all your fault, woman. Why did you deliberately hurt me? He rushed towards the other party with a fierce aura. Chen Xinyu immediately became frightened, as if she had thought of something terrible. With tears in her eyes, the girl immediately hid behind someone. No, no, help. Hearing this, the tribesmen around were even more indignant. They stepped forward and surrounded Chen Shu. Bah! Bastard! How dare you do this to a girl? That's right, you still won't stop now. How disgusting. You look exactly like your dad. Today someone cursed his father again. Chen Shu finally couldn't stand it anymore and raised his hand to punch the other person in the face. He has not been practicing for a long time, but he is now at the peak of the Tianyuan realm. Even though his meridians were damaged, he was still better than many young people. When the opponent was hit, his teeth flew apart, blood spurted out of his face, and he looked shocked and angry. He dared to hurt someone in public. Where is the family's law enforcement team? Are they just going to ignore it? Catch this guy for me. Finally, an elder couldn't stand it anymore, and he directly raised his hand to detain Chen Shu, and then directly sentenced him to death. Chen Shu, you have disregarded human ethics and actually did such a cruel thing. Throw him directly into the ice cave and lock him up for 3 years. The family elder has already made up his mind. No matter what the ancestor thinks, he cannot be lenient towards people like Chen Shu. Punish him first and talk later. At worst, he will just stop wearing these clothes. Anyway, he is just an old man who is about to die. Who is he afraid of? Yes. The young men below responded in unison, and everyone started to take action on their own, and soon tied Chen Shu up tightly. No. Chen Shu struggled desperately, but his cultivation had long been restricted and he could not resist at all. Soon he was tied up by everyone and carried outside. Passing by the surging crowd, Chen Shu seemed to see a somewhat familiar figure in the crowd. She was a middle-aged woman, wearing plain clothes, being carefully supported by someone, hiding in the corner and watching. The woman's eyes were filled with sorrow, her face was pale, and she even looked deeply desperate. When she saw Chen Shu being tied up, she suddenly laughed softly, and then the laughter gradually became louder and turned into ecstasy. Retribution. This is retribution. That's great. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shu's heart trembled. He judged the identity of this woman from her eyebrows. Mother. Before I could think about it, the other person's figure had disappeared. Seeing that the scene gradually quieted down, Chen Shenyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. This name was actually a fake one by her. She was just an assassin of the family and had no name. Of course, the identity of adopted daughter was also a temporary arrangement made by the patriarch. There are many loopholes in it. For example, when did the patriarch have such an adopted daughter? Why has no one ever told anyone about it? But the coincidence is that. But no one pointed out these flaws. Everyone understood what was going on, and as they watched Chen Shu being punished, the atmosphere in the field even became jubilant for a moment. All that's left is the beating of drums and gongs. Ah, this is so fucking cool. I've long been fed up with this thing. It acts like it's worth 2.5 million all day long. My sister died under his orders before, even though she was about to get married. A young man suddenly started to sob quietly, causing people around him to sigh. Not far away. Chen Fuxing watched today's farce throughout but did not show up. In his own words, as Chen Shu's uncle, he had to avoid suspicion. But in reality. He. Chen Fuxing suddenly laughed. It's not easy to be the young master of a family, and it's not something a country boy like you can hold on to. This position will only belong to my son. No one can take it away. Are you the young master of the Su family? Yes. Su Mu nodded indifferently. Is this kind of thing important? Anyway, it's just an identity arranged by the plot, it's not important at all. Does your family have an ancestor? The voice of the white-haired sister sounded in his mind. Sumu didn't know why the other party suddenly cared about this and was stunned for a moment. He frowned and pondered for a moment. It seems like there is. I heard from my father. I don't know what realm he is in, but I only know that he is an immortal. One? There should be more than one. The white-haired woman seemed to know something about the inside story, and her eyes became somewhat nostalgic. If I remember correctly, you are not the first person from the Su family to come here. Su Mu? Chapter 133 Sister Shang. What do you mean by that? Su Mu was stunned for a moment. Could it be that this kind of thing also has a tradition? The white-haired woman didn't want to say more. she shook her head and asked about something else. What do you think of being a young master? What? Sumu was a little confused and thought about it for a while. It doesn't seem to be much different, except that there are more things to enjoy, and other people's attitudes toward me are also very unusual. But to be honest, I don't like this identity. Sumu sighed softly. If his identity was not the second-generation villain, but an ordinary time traveler, perhaps he would also embark on the path of hard practice. Therefore, this identity is not a convenience for him, but a pure constraint. This is why he wants to escape from this world and return to his hometown so much. I've made note of this answer. The white-haired woman nodded slightly. As she was awake for longer and longer periods of time, she seemed to become more agile and her small movements increased. Sumu summarized the other party's change as waking up. The other party is like an antique that has been sleeping for tens of thousands of years. It will take some time for him to fully wake up from his sleep. Someone has given me a different answer before. The white-haired woman seemed to have thought of something. That person wasn't the young master of the family at that time. He also came here unexpectedly. I asked him what his ideals were. He told me that he wanted to become the young master of the family and fulfill the promise he made. Sumu understood. This was most likely a story of a young man's rise to fame, which was a bit old-fashioned. So what is the purpose of the other party saying this? Etc. Sumu was suddenly stunned. Good sister, when you woke up last time, which families were there on this continent? The white-haired woman smiled but said nothing. Sumu understood, but found it a little unbelievable. Are they still the current 10 great immortal clans? Have they never changed? The other party's silence was also an answer. Sumu suddenly became curious about who the person from the past the other party was referring to. So he asked directly. This person, his eyebrows and eyes are actually very similar to yours. Too similar, even. The white-haired woman started to act as a riddle teller again, which made Sumu very annoyed. Damn! I hate the Riddler the most. Can we kill all these people? If he could win, Sumu would definitely do so. Just hang the person up and spank him, and while spanking him, ask him, will you dare to tell riddles to me again in the future? Of course, this kind of thing can only be thought about. The white-haired woman suddenly frowned, then looked at Sumu. My intuition tells me that you seem to be thinking of something very rude. Ah. Sumu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. I almost forgot that this is a fantasy world. High-level cultivators are very unreasonable, and there is also the ultimate killer weapon called the mysterious induction. Good sister, I am the most honest person, how could that be possible? Sumu quickly changed the subject. By the way, dear sister, do you remember your name now? How should I call you from now on? Call. The white-haired woman hummed softly, lowered her head in thought for a long time, then slowly uttered a word. Sean. Ah. I said Sean, you can call me this word. Many people have called me this before. The white-haired woman's memory was a little fuzzy. She only vaguely remembered that many people had knelt in front of her and called her like this. He was muttering something like Shang Tian Emperor or something like that. But it doesn't matter. Okay, Sister Shang. Sumu was quick to accept advice. As a good actor, being able to bend and stretch is part of his acting skills. Anyway, I've been a bootlicker before, so why should I be afraid of this? Sumu even had some realization in his heart. You can even be a bootlicker? What else can't you do? This is absolutely true. Sumu was even considering whether to publish a book in the future to tell the inspirational reversal story of a bootlicker. Stop talking nonsense and start practicing. You have rested long enough. Good. A serious expression immediately appeared on Sumu's face. He quickly got into position and calmed his mind. Sister Shang raised her eyebrows slightly. Although the other party doesn't look serious, his character is actually very good. It is so quick to enter into a state of meditation. Is it true that except for the hardware of the body, all other software are top-notch? Hasn't this been delayed for decades? Shang felt a little regretful in his heart. In Su Mu's courtyard. Of the 8 people originally guarding here, only half are left. Su Haining and Luo Yi left first. Afterwards, Mang Xiaoxiao became ill for some unknown reason and started mumbling something. Su Mu is not dead. I sense him. Ha ha ha. It's done. And so on, and then left. The 4 sisters Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum and Yin Nianxiu had been waiting here, and Liang Jilan suddenly reacted. Master Su Mu's room hasn't been cleaned for a long time. I should get busy now. And I have to clean up his cave in the Holy Land as well. Having said this, he quietly left. So there were only 4 people left on the field. Among all the people, the one with the most miserable expression was undoubtedly Liang Jimei. She was the one who knew the most about everything that happened in the Forbidden Wasteland, and she was also the one who saw Su Mu for the last time. Even though Su Mu knew that he was going to die, he still had a calm and warm smile on his face. As if comforting her softly. It's fine. Everything will be alright, just remember to live well. Liang Jimei thought of that scene countless times at night and would wake up instantly, with her original martial arts skills becoming disrupted. A large mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. But this was nothing compared to the pain she felt inside. Su Mu why? There was a faint glimmer in the corners of Liang Jimei's eyes. As a killer, she shouldn't have such emotions, but she just couldn't control herself. She felt as if she were about to collapse. Even with her 2 sisters around to comfort her, she couldn't forgive herself. What if she was stronger? Could he have taken Su Mu out of danger right then? Can you protect Su Mu? Su Mu wouldn't. She suddenly clenched her palms, in which was an exquisite jade token. This was handed to her by Su Mu himself. There should have been many jade plates, and also Su Mu's own storage ring. But all of these were taken back by Su Ningye. This was the only thing left for her, and it was her only thought of Su Mu. I'm going to find Yin Luan. This idea suddenly popped up in Liang Jimei's mind. Before Su Mu disappeared, the last news she received was from Yin Luan. The other party asked her to try to contact Su Mu and see if there was any possibility of easing the relationship. To be honest, the relationship between Tianhe Palace and Su Mu is like fire and water. Why would the other party issue such an order? Liang Jimei didn't understand, but she wanted to figure it out now. She wanted to know everything about Su Mu. Chapter 134, This kind of practice is so enjoyable. Yaofeng Holy Land. Yin Luan frowned. Why did Meihua suddenly ask me to meet her? Plum Blossom is Liang Jimei's codename in Tianhe Palace. As the 4 most famous killers in Tianhe Palace, Mei, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum have authority comparable to that of the elders. In other words, although Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum were nominally under Yin Luan's command, they only obeyed orders and not announcements. The reason why he was able to get the other 4 people to protect his daughter was that he paid a lot of price. Yin Luan had a headache, he had to see this person. Ever since Su Mu disappeared, many things in Tianhe Palace have gone haywire, especially the fact that it has been targeted more and more. He himself didn't even know what happened. Did he accidentally break the law? Therefore, he now really needs the strength of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. These 4 are all celestial cultivators and have the same cultivation level as himself. That night. An inconspicuous corner of town. There is a crumbling mountain temple. 2 figures suddenly appeared here. Meihua, here I come. You're finally here. Liang Jimei emerged from the darkness, wearing a strange mask on her face. Her entire body was white, but dotted with blood-red plum blossoms. Yin Luan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was very familiar with the other person's outfit. This was how he looked every time he was about to kill someone. Wait. Meihua, what are you going to do? Tell me. What? Tell me. Everything about Su Mu. Liang Jimei's face was somewhat gloomy, and she did not conceal her murderous intent at all. Yin Luan's eyes widened. What the hell? Is Meihua planning to rebel? He didn't even dare to imagine the details and could only calm the other party down for the time being. What do you want to know? I want to know your last order. Why? Why did your attitude towards Sumu suddenly change? Just because of this. Yin Luan was dumbfounded. He thought it was something important. But then he met Liang Jimei's murderous gaze and did not dare to delay and could only explain quickly. Then he began to tell everything that had happened recently in Tianhe Palace. It started with the encounter with Chen Shu, and the multiple targeting and framing actions that followed, and then the pressure that the entire Tianhe Palace faced later. And his change of mindset. Su Muming didn't seem to be doing anything, but he was able to put the entire Tianhe Palace in a difficult situation. The intelligence system he had cultivated over so many years was almost destroyed in recent times. Since you can't beat them, just join them. Especially when he knew that Chen Shu had actually assaulted his own daughter, Yin Luan became even more angry. I worked so hard for you that I almost put all my money into it, and you ended up fucking my ass from behind? Still thinking about attacking my family. Yin Luan has only one bloodline, and that is Yin Yanxiu. So, you want to rebel too? Liang Jimei looked suspicious. Yin Luan's mouth twitched when he heard this. What do you mean? You don't even want to act anymore, right? I never said that. I just tried to cooperate with the enemy and seek benefits for Tianhe Palace. Yin Luan looked serious, with the expression of unwavering loyalty written all over his face. Liang Jimei didn't care what the other party was referring to, he just wanted to know the truth behind all these changes. Especially at this sensitive time when Sumu disappeared. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong. Yin Luan's last order was very unusual. Now that Liang Jimei has confirmed the other party's thoughts, it is not difficult to judge whether they are true or false. So, you want to cooperate with the Su family? Or even work for Sumu? That's right. Since they had already started talking about it, Yin Luan didn't care anymore. Before coming here, he had already prepared for various situations. There is no need to worry about their conversation being leaked. We have to find a way out for ourselves, right? I have seen through the thoughts of the higher-ups. We are just servants. But even as a servant, you can't even have a good end. He. Yin Luan suddenly laughed at himself, not knowing why he had persisted for thousands of years. Young Palace Master Chen Shu is so disappointing. In that case, I can help you make some connections. Yin Luan was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he pondered for a moment. This seems like a good idea. He and the four people of Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum have always been in a cooperative relationship, and now it has been made public. The original concept of subordinates has been completely shattered, and it would be best if we could cooperate again. But why does the other party also want to work for Sumu? Does he really have such great charisma? How long has it been since then, and all four sisters have rebelled? A scene suddenly occurred to Yin Luan's mind. If he worked under Sumu in the future, he would meet the four sisters, Plum, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum. That scene. I'm here to rebel. What a coincidence, me too. Too grassy. But none of this matters. Are you sure he can come back? Yin Luan estimated the other party's attitude and asked this question carefully. Certainly. He will definitely come back. There seemed to be a gleam of light in Liang Jimei's delicate eyes. This light is brighter than the moonlight. Nothing can stop him. He will definitely come back. I will wait for him here. However long. Forbidden wasteland. The bottom of the abyss. Sumu felt that he was really different. He tentatively threw a set of punches, and his body was much more agile than before. This the effect I can achieve by myself. That's awesome. The only feeling in Sumu's mind was really great. No one had ever told him before that practicing cultivation was not only so simple, but also had such obvious effects. Sumu's foundation had been rebuilt by Shang some time ago, and the fairyland in his body was basically reconstructed. As for the original cultivation, it had become even more shabby. It is equivalent to direct reconstruction. But it didn't take long before he recovered to his previous level of cultivation and even made further progress. The third level of earthly immortal realm. Crossing two small classes at once. And he obtained it through his own voluntary practice. This thing is completely different from the cultivation that Dad had infused before. It is extremely solid, and even has its own experience in using it. There is nothing around me, and I don't know what effect it will have when combined with weapons. Moreover, the fairyland is still blank. The only change was the faint appearance of a few red marks on the surrounding white walls. After counting carefully, there are currently 6. Sumu didn't know what this meant, but he vaguely felt that the speed of cultivation had increased. Sister Shang, my cultivation is now stable. Shouldn't you teach me something else? Shang gradually woke up from his trance, his snow-white hair moved without wind, and his delicate lips were pursed. Yes, your talent is better than I thought. I can indeed teach you other things now. I will now teach you the most important one. Life awareness. Chapter 135. Who is the real destiny? We've wasted long enough here. As long as you learn this, you can leave here. Shang spoke in a calm tone, and his ethereal voice echoed all around. So fast. Sumu was actually a little reluctant for a moment. He couldn't help but frowning when he thought about leaving this paradise and going back to face that messy plot. It's like knowing that I'm about to get fucked. You still have to eat. Etc. Is it okay not to eat it? No, is it okay not to do this plot? Sumu lowered his head and pondered. He had wasted so much time in here, a lot of time must have passed in the outside world. It didn't affect him at all. The system never said anything about restarting or anything like that. System. Is the current plot line broken? Bite. The host is currently in a special space and cannot detect the status of the outside world. So that's how it is. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. He thought the plotline was not broken. After all this fuss, it was because he entered the dungeon that caused the main line to get stuck. Well, I will definitely have to face those piles of plots when I go back. I am really impressed. Sumu wanted to cry but had no tears. He had even prepared for the worst. After he went out, the system immediately told him that the plotline had completely collapsed. You can start the third round. Sumu will really break through. And the probability of this happening is extremely high. Forget it, that's it, it doesn't matter. Sumu has gotten used to it. Since this world is real, his mission will definitely not be easy to accomplish. Besides, he doesn't have to do the story missions now. In the past, I always thought about the story missions and going home, but that was because I couldn't practice. But recently, Sumu has thought about it carefully. It's not that he can't practice, it's just that there are too many constraints on his body and he needs a chance. For example, this opportunity now. Arriving at the bottom of the abyss in the Forbidden Wasteland, I met the beautiful and kind-hearted Sister Shang. The other party can not only solve his qualification problem, but also help him become stronger. This plugin is more reliable than the system. I don't know if I can come here again after the reopening. I can cultivate immortality. Who would want to go back to the ordinary world? Cultivating immortality is the ultimate dream of every man. Sumu was of course no exception. So he began to cherish this time especially. Make up for the cultivation knowledge that you have not learned before, and constantly improve your various methods. Shan looked at Sumu, who was working hard, with a dazed look in his eyes. The other party was indeed the person she was looking for. If a person only has destiny, that doesn't mean anything. It also depends on what kind of heart this person has towards the Tao. Without firm determination, it is impossible to reach the highest place. Sumu already has the mentality of a strong man and the talent to become a strong man. All he needs now is a little time. But what he lacks most is time. Well. Shang sighed inwardly. Once the destiny appears, the crisis will follow. I don't know what it will be this time. The other side. Sumu was completely unaware of all this, and instead concentrated on feeling the abilities he had gained. Life awareness. When he first heard the name, he thought it was some kind of martial arts, but now it seems that this is also a fragment of destiny. Shang raised his jade hand slightly, and a stream of purple light flew out from a jade pillar around him. The jade pillar suddenly became dim. Then a stream of purple light fell on Sumu's back. The young man felt something in his heart. Destiny sense the location of other destinies and know their information. Pure reconnaissance skills? No increase in combat power at all? Sumu curled his lips at this. Although intelligence is also important, as a real man, of course he wants to fight. Cool. He digested the fragments smoothly. And a kind of induction was born in the dark. Below the space where he was, there seemed to be other fragments of destiny. And there is more than one. But Shang had no intention of giving it to him at the moment, so Sumu was naturally not in a hurry. He now has 4 destinies. Limited to the 9 heavens. Marriage is like a dream. Life awareness. Besides, almost 1/7 of heaven's favor. When Sumu heard the news, he was stunned. Favored by heaven. Isn't this thing owned by the protagonist Chen Shu? How could it be on him? He was puzzled, but Shang had no intention of explaining. He just told him to do what he usually did after he got out. After you get out? Do you continue the storyline? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he began to deeply doubt the reason why this thing appeared on his body. It's because the previous plot was too distorted, causing everything to fall apart. But Sumu smiled inwardly. Now that we are here, there is no reason to go back. What's yours and mine? If it's on me, then of course it's mine. I even suspect that the things on you are mine too. Sumu vaguely still remembered when he was reading the original novel of Shenyuan Continent. The author has hinted that destiny is the most important thing in the world, and it is also the protagonist's unique cheat code. There are a total of 49 destinies in the entire world. Now, I have a little over 3 on me. Isn't that worth an entire family? Sumu's eyes widened. Of course he knew the situation of each family. Among the 10 great immortal clans, each family possesses at least 3. The Su family, the Nangong family, and the Shenyuan family are the most powerful. The number of coins they have retained is more than 3, but the exact number is unknown. Every destiny in the world is extremely precious and is basically in the hands of major forces. Sumu already had a little more than 3 in his hand. He didn't know why it happened, and it seemed like he didn't do anything. After we get out, if it doesn't reopen, how about trying to collect it? Sumu suddenly had such an idea in his mind. Even after reopening, it seems like we can still collect some? Everything is due to fate, but now it seems that there is a way to crack it. Sumu fell silent for a moment. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Yao named the place holy. Mo Shuangxing sat cross-legged alone in the cave. She turned her head and looked at the bronze mirror beside her. A graceful figure was reflected there. The figure's face changed in an instant, and then switched back. Constantly switching back and forth between Yun Yanqing and Mo Shuangxing. Well. She let out a long sigh. After all, I am also your master, but sometimes, I am also bound by this identity. Mo Shuangxing also sensed Sumu's aura not long ago. Due to her extraordinary perception, she even sensed the destiny hidden in herself. Marriage is like a dream, I don't know when it stayed on her. And was pulled out some time ago. What on earth is Sumu doing? Why does it cause the change of destiny? Chapter 136: The Indissoluble Bond Between Chen Shu and the Old Man. Mo Shuangxing is an immortal king cultivator, able to sense more things than others. She could sense that there were traces of Sumu on this fragment of destiny. Is it during the time of Long Yuan's secret realm? It turns out that the ritual was still effective, but I just didn't notice it. Etc. Mo Shuangxing's expression suddenly changed. If the ritual worked normally, didn't it mean that she was destined to be with Sumu? Hateful. Then what happened to the sudden disappearance of marriage like a dream some time ago? Is there someone trying to ruin the marriage between me and Sumu? Who is it? After being angry for a long time, Mo Xuanxing finally calmed down with great difficulty and forced himself to think about what to do next. At least Sumu is fine now, but we don't know when he will come out. But as long as the other party comes out. Mo Xuanxing pursed her lips. She decided to try a different way of getting along with Sumu in the future. He could even confess Yun Yanqing's identity when necessary. She didn't want to feel so lost anymore. Everyone was moving towards Sumu, and she didn't want to fall behind. There's nothing wrong with her, why does she always lack confidence? It's decided. Wait until Sumu comes out and tell him everything. Chen family. In the darkness, an eye suddenly opened. This is where is this? Chen Shu tried to move his body, but found a sharp pain in his body, which made him grimace in pain. Hiss. Damn it! They didn't even treat my injuries. What are you talking about, family ba? Chen Shu's face was gloomy, and he cursed and vented for a long time before he calmed down. He felt helpless and finally began to think carefully about everything that had happened during this period. Soon a frown appeared on his face. Something is wrong. Everything was wrong. He had clearly entered the Chun family and had become the young master of the Chen family, but why did the situation feel even more difficult than before? Chen Shu was a little confused. But every time he tried to think deeply, he would feel a sharp pain deep in his mind. This is the price of forcibly merging souls. Call. No. I have to find a way to improve my situation. I always feel like I've reached the end of the road, and I have a strong sense of crisis. After all, Chen Shu still has most of the favor of heaven, and the mysterious induction is very strong. Although he had no idea about the current situation, he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. Not just from around me. And it came from an unknown direction, as if a strong rival was growing rapidly while he could only stand still. Chen Shu carefully sorted out his own shortcomings. My broken soul has caused me to become mentally ill now, and even my personality seems to have changed. Now that my meridians are damaged, it will take at least a few years to recover. I can no longer practice the original technique. Besides, I'm caught up in the Chen family's turmoil now. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given up the position of young master. This is all a conspiracy. I always feel like I'm not thinking as clearly as before lately. It must be because of the remnant soul of Master Tianpa. Hateful. Chen Shu was so angry that he punched the ground. The people in Tianha Palace are also useless. Not only have they suffered losses repeatedly at the hands of Sumu, but their loyalty is also questionable. Especially that Yin Wan. And there are people from Fengyu Tower. Didn't they say they were the #1 killer organization on the continent? Why haven't we seen them attack Sumu? But it's okay. As if he had thought of something, Chen Shu suddenly smiled again. Fortunately, Sumu is dead. It would be strange if he didn't die if he went into the depths of the forbidden area alone. Do you really think he is the son of destiny? Ha ha ha. Chen Shu laughed loudly, but then his face turned ugly again. There is one more most important question. Why did my heaven's favor break? And it lost about 1/7 of its power. This is the biggest trouble. Chen Shu felt that his situation was extremely precarious, like an old, dilapidated house with leaks everywhere. But he didn't know how to fill it for a moment. Besides, Chen Shu's expression suddenly calmed down as he recalled the scene he vaguely saw before he was imprisoned here. That middle-aged woman. Those similar eyebrows. You can't be wrong. That person must be his mother. But why? Why did the look in his mother's eyes when she looked at him contain no kindness at all, but instead was filled with hatred? It was like she wished he would die quickly. Where is my father? Since my mother is in the Chen family, where is my father? What should I do to salvage this? Even with Chen Shu's mentality, he felt that he couldn't bear it anymore. Too much. Too many things have happened so far. Nothing went smoothly. Why? Why do you do this to me? Chen Shu even had tears in his eyes, crying alone in the darkness. Faintly, a sigh seemed to come from the depths of the darkness. Well. How did my descendants fall to this state? Who? Chen Shu suddenly woke up, broke free from his overwhelming sadness, and looked around vigilantly. It was still pitch dark, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. But the voice still came from all directions. I couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman, or their age, but it sounded a little hoarse. Don't worry about who I am. I'm just an old guy. I never expected that my descendants would have reached this point. Have I been asleep for too long? Chen Shu understood that the other party was an old monster. It seemed that he should be his ancestor? Your last name is Chen too. Chen Shu remained vigilant in his heart, especially towards this old monster. The lesson taught by Master Tianpa is still fresh in Chen Shu's mind, and now all he wants is to escape. No need to panic, Junior. As soon as he finished speaking, a translucent figure appeared in front of Chen Shu, filled with vitality. Another soul. Chen Shu was so frightened that his face turned pale. He screamed and turned around and ran into the depths of darkness. As a result, he ran too fast and fell flat on his face. I don't know what this space is made of. Chen Shu actually knocked out his front teeth. Blood gushed out on the spot. Ahem. The figure seemed helpless. Look carefully. I am the incarnation of my vitality. What kind of soul body is this? Chen Shu hurriedly ran a long distance, then looked back and saw that it was true. He was a little frightened. But you can't blame him for that. I was simply frightened by Master Tianpa. The figure touched his forehead helplessly and shook his head gently, his eyes as if he was looking at a good-for-nothing descendant. He raised his hand lightly and a countless amount of vital energy began to surge. Chen Shu's injuries improved immediately, and his whole body became more energetic, all his previous dejection was gone. This. Chen Shu's eyes widened with horror on his face. Because he found that the opponent's power did not restrain at all, and rushed directly towards his soul. It seems like it's about to break into pieces. I hate old men. Chen Shu shed tears of regret. Chapter 137 will return. Swoosh. The pain Chen Shu expected did not come. Instead, it feels like a spring breeze. Ha! He opened his eyes again in surprise, his eyes full of wisdom. What's this? It's just some small tricks. The old man in front of him spoke calmly, but when he looked at Chen Shu, his eyes were inevitably a little strange. Your soul is in a very strange state. I helped you remove some impurities. Remember to be on guard against others in the future. May I ask what your name is, Senior? Chen Shu finally reacted and realized that the other party probably had no ill intentions, otherwise the attack just now would have been completely unnecessary. He was already weaker than ever before, and it was easy for the other party to kill him. I am Chen Gang, your ancestor. Chen Shu pays respect to the ancestor. Chen Shu's eyes were filled with tears for a moment, as if he had been bullied outside and was going home to see his parents. Grandfather, you have to make the decision for me. My uncle and the elders in the family, they all woo-woo. Chen Shu couldn't help sobbing after all. Crying so sadly. Chen Gang's face turned dark and he waved his hands repeatedly. All right, I know everything that happened outside. I'll tell them later. Alas, you are too young to learn how to do things. Chen Gang was also somewhat helpless. His original body has been dying for a long time and cannot come out easily, so he can only communicate with people in this way. But he sensed his own bloodline, and it was the only bloodline. Nearly 10,000 years have passed, has his lineage actually fallen to this point? Almost cut off? Chen Gang's heart sank, and he was angry at the man for not fighting back, but he had to stand up. His path of cultivation has almost come to an end, and it is impossible for him to make any further progress in this lifetime. Looking back on his life, it seems that he has not achieved anything particularly remarkable. He is an immortal, but so what? Precisely because he had walked so far, he felt more and more insignificant. What was the immortal venerable to him? In this desperate situation, he unexpectedly discovered his remaining bloodline. Perhaps, this is the last thing he can change before his death. I have been in seclusion for too long. It will take some time for my true self to wake up, about half a year. During this time, you will practice with me here, and I will teach you various things. Chen Gang suddenly frowned. What's wrong with your cultivation? Your skills are weird, your meridians are full of holes, and your vitality is not solid. Ancestor. Chen Shu choked again. Is it easy for him to get to where he is today alone? He faces life and death crises every day and is plotted against wherever he goes. What did he do wrong? He was just a little bit arrogant, he had a little more crush on women, he offended people with more powerful backgrounds, and he also caused some public outrage. Apart from these, there doesn't seem to be anything else. Is it illegal to pull? Chen Shu felt that he was always wronged. I always feel like I've been beaten up a lot recently. Grandmaster, it's not easy for me to get to where I am today. I've always been bullied. Chen Shu cried in snot as he continued to describe the first half of his life. It was truly miserable in his words. Chen Gang couldn't help but be moved when he heard this. As an old man who was thousands of years old, how could he bear to hear his junior suffer such injustice, so he immediately became furious. This is really too much. Su family, Su Mu. Good. Very good. When I come out of confinement, I will go to the Su family to seek justice. And the younger generations of the Chen family don't care about blood ties at all. If they are so determined. Snort. Chen Gang snorted coldly, then looked at Chen Shu, and the expression on his face softened instantly. My time is running out, and this time I come out of seclusion is probably the last time. Well, I will pass on my legacy to you. The inheritance of the immortal lord. Chen Shu's eyes suddenly widened, and he was shaking with excitement. He quickly raised his hand to wipe the snot from his face, and then knelt on the ground. Thank you, ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. I will practice diligently and never disappoint the old man. Chen Gang nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this kid had some self-awareness. And to be honest, Chen Shu's talent is actually quite good. Without the family's resources, as a casual cultivator, he was able to cultivate to the peak of the Tianyuan realm in a very short period of time. Although this level of cultivation is somewhat superficial, it is still worthy of praise. Soul, meridians, cultivation, and techniques, these issues are not a problem for Chen Zhong. Half a year is enough time for him to recover. Okay, kid, now I'm here to teach you how to change your fate. Ancestor. Chen Shu's eyes turned red again. He quickly knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times. Just endure this last 6 months. By then he will have an immortal ancestor as his background, and all problems will be solved. Until then. Aren't those women just letting him drive them around? Doing whatever he wants? And those who have offended him must all die. In the darkness, a strange arc appeared on Chen Shu's lips. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. The disturbance caused by the disappearance of the young master of the Su family seemed to be fading away. Except for a small number of people, few people talked about anything. However, the changes in the whole world are becoming more and more obvious. First, inside the Holy Land. An organization called Sky Curtain suddenly emerged and quickly attracted a large number of people to participate. Tianmu seems to have an incredible background, and those who join it can get huge benefits. But this organization is also very strange. They regard Su Mu as the spiritual leader of the organization. Although the other party has been missing for a long time, the organization is still operating normally. Several fairies of great reputation also took part in it. For example, the cold and pure fairy Qing Jingru, the second lady of the Nangong family Nangong Lu, and a beautiful fairy of the new generation, Yin Yanqing. No one knows what the original intention of establishing this organization was. We only know that it is thriving and attracting more and more people to join. Even many deacons and elders were involved. In the end, it even attracted a deputy peak master to join. A mountain top. Yin Luan asked with a frown. What's the point of doing this? This so-called Sky Curtain organization is actually the result of the integration of multiple parties, including the remnants of Tianhe Palace, Su Mu's original subordinates, and some people from the Nangong family and the Qing family. Of course it makes sense. Liang Jimei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Although our current strength comes from various sources, as long as time passes, we will eventually have something that is unique to us. Besides, weren't you originally planning to follow Su Mu? It's not the Su family. That's true though. Yin Luan looked a little helpless. But the most critical issue now is, he will definitely come back. Liang Jimei guessed what the other party wanted to say and spoke in a firm tone. He will definitely come back, and I will wait for him. Chapter 138 Revenge. 3 months have passed since Su Mu disappeared. Su Ningye felt a little strange and lowered his eyes to look at the jade slip in his hand. Invite. What is this? During this period, he received invitations from various parties, and the number of invitations he sent was very complicated. Nangong family, Meng family, Luo family. But the recipients of these invitations were not him, but Su Mu. There is no specific time specified, just wait for the other person to come back. Why do everyone think my son will definitely come back? I don't think I've made any big announcements. Su Ningye was also a little confused, but there was no hesitation in his actions. Instead, he accepted all the invitations. Many big families have sent messages, wanting to discuss relationships with Su Mu, especially with women of marriageable age in their own families. There is nothing to hesitate about. Must take them all. Su Ningye didn't know what the other side was doing, but if Su Mu came back, he would definitely let Su Mu get married as soon as possible. For no other reason. This incident gave him a wake-up call. At least, Su Mu must leave behind a bloodline. We can no longer allow Su Mu to mess around. 3 months. You haven't come back yet. In a small courtyard of the Su family, Yin Yanqiu suddenly looked up. Recently, she has been living in the Su family, quietly waiting for Su Mu's return. She didn't believe that the other person would never come back. Although this was different from her memories of her previous life, she believed that Su Mu's ending should not be like this. So I've been waiting here. Her good sister Su Hainying's temperament has also changed drastically during this period, and she has returned to her previous decisive and ruthless self. Every day I travel between various secret realms and training grounds. It's as if he wants to numb himself with this behavior. Yin Yanqiu also wanted to paralyze herself, but she was not good at fighting, so she could only play to her strengths. That's the melody. She composed one piece of music after another, and each piece of music contained her endless longing and lingering affection. But she never sang out loud. Just record these songs and wait for the boy to return. In the blink of an eye. Half a year has passed. This day. The Chen family suddenly erupted in a strong wave, and the indescribable power spread across half of the continent. Countless divine birds and ferocious beasts fled in panic, and powerful monks also looked up and stared. Is this the aura of the immortal lord? There are still living immortals in this world. The Chen family is indeed an old-fashioned immortal family, and they really have a profound foundation. Soon after, news came from the Chen family. The ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Gang, comes out again after 3,000 years. Some monks who knew the inside story were extremely shocked. Chen Gang, how could it be him? This old man lived at the end of the last era. How could he still be alive now? How much life does he have left to support such a high-profile action? Some people's eyes flickered slightly, vaguely guessing the truth. I'm afraid Chen Gang's lifespan is coming to an end. This is the last time he will come out of seclusion. Not good. When some people thought of this crucial point, their faces suddenly changed. What would an elderly immortal monk, especially one with family concerns, do in the last moments of his life? This is not difficult to guess. Of course, it is to clear obstacles for the entire family and protect future generations. So, the Chen family, which was the first to be affected, soon underwent earth-shaking changes. The original young master Chen Ruizong and clan leader Chen Fuxing were directly deposed and then imprisoned in the family's forbidden area, not allowed to leave for 100 years. At the same time, many elders of the branches were forced to go into seclusion and promised not to come out again within 100 years. The new leader of the Chen family is named Chen Shu, a terrestrial immortal monk who is no more than 100 years old. At such a young age, his cultivation has already reached the 7th level of earthly immortal. The law that is practiced is extremely powerful, and it is the law of killing. The combat power is extremely strong. It is said that Chen Shu not only likes killing people, but also is particularly greedy for beautiful women. Many young and beautiful women in the tribe were detained by him, but he did not enjoy them himself, he just watched them. There was no news about the Chen family for half a month. Everyone felt a heavy feeling in their hearts. Finally, on this day, a flying rainbow suddenly shot out from the Chen family. The target was directly aimed at the Su family's land. The overwhelming power overwhelmed everyone, making everyone dare not raise their heads. This is the power of the immortal lord. As Fei Hong approached the Su family, several figures soon came to meet them. I wonder why you, the immortal lord, have come to visit my Su family. Su Ningye took the lead and stood in front of everyone, not hiding his 9th level immortal king cultivation at all. The surrounding void seemed unstable under this pressure, the light was distorted, and black cracks appeared from time to time. Oh! Such a solid cultivation. Chen Gang also stopped in mid-air and looked into the distance. When he saw Su Ningye, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes again. He is less than 2,000 years old, yet he has reached such a state of cultivation? He is truly a genius. If you were not born in this era, you would have become an immortal long ago. Senior, you are so kind. Su Ningye was neither humble nor arrogant, and the expression on his face did not even change much. I wonder what the senior is doing. If you have nothing else to do, you should leave early. The Su family is not in the mood to entertain guests these days. The other party came straight to the clan's territory without saying a word, and it didn't look like he had any friendly intentions at all. Really? Ha ha ha. Chen Gang laughed out loud upon hearing this. He laughed for a long time before he regained his composure and looked at the people in front of him. When I woke up from my retreat, the first thing I heard was that the Su family was bullying the children of my Chen family by taking advantage of their power. As an elder, of course I'm here to ask for an explanation. Su Ningye frowned immediately. There has always been friction between the Su family and the Chen family over the years. In other words, among the 10 great immortal clans, no two families are completely friendly. Due to their large size, some friction is commonplace. Recently, the relationship between the Su family and the Nangong family has eased a lot. Su Ningye understood the other party's thoughts in an instant. The so-called request for explanation is fake. I'm afraid the real purpose is to use the Su family to establish authority. Yes, it seems that the other party will not live long after coming out of seclusion this time. Of course, we must use our remaining energy to clear away obstacles for the family. However, the relationship between the Su family and the Chen family was not that bad, which was why they approached the Su family first. In addition to the fact that the Su family is very powerful and it is perfect for establishing authority, there is also the fact that Su Ningye's eyes flickered slightly as she looked at a young man standing beside her. I'm afraid it's because of this person. Chen Shu also laughed out loud at this moment and took a step forward. Patriarch Su, the Night Demon Immortal King? If you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Back then, you made me suffer a lot in order to help Su Mu pursue Fairy Qinghan. All the humiliation I've suffered in my life came from Su Mu. Now, it's up to you, the father, to pay back the debt. Su Ningye frowned when he heard this. Chapter 139 returns. Presumptuous. A mere earthly immortal cultivator dares to bark and whimper in front of my Su family. Before Su Ningye could say anything, someone beside him couldn't stand it anymore. The man took a step forward and raised his hand, and endless energy pressed towards Chen Shu. He is actually an immortal king cultivator. Faced with such power, Chen Shu was immediately frightened and turned pale, but he did not retreat a single step. Snort! Chen Gang snorted coldly, and the opponent's attacks were all neutralized. He was even seriously injured and spurted out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Puff! The opponent was shocked by the attack and retreated repeatedly. He looked at Chen Zhong again with a dangerous look on his face. Su Ningye's face darkened. Gang Jiao Immortal Venerable, your youngsters are in need of discipline. Su Ningye knew some information about Chen Gang. For example, his most proficient attack method was to transform himself into a dragon. The mighty energy rises to the sky, and dragons surround it. The other party was therefore also called Gang Jiao Xinzuan. He. I didn't expect that in this day and age, there are still people who remember my name. Chen Gang did not rush to refute. With him here today, it would be strange if Chen Shu got injured. You don't need to worry about my family affairs. But you dared to take the initiative. Then die. It was impossible to see what Chen Zhong did, and the person who just made the move felt a strong sense of life and death crisis. No. He wanted to struggle, but it was too late. Boom. At the critical moment, it was Su Ningye who stood in front of him and blocked the attack for him. Brother! Stand back, I'll do it. Su Ningye frowned slightly and walked forward slowly. Chen Gang's eyes flickered slightly. The immortal king cultivator could actually block the attack of the immortal lord. Such monsters were probably rare even in his era. If this person were allowed to survive today, my Chen family would be suppressed and unable to raise its head for the next era. I don't have much time left, so if I can drag as many people as possible to be buried with me, I'll do it. Chen Gang's heart suddenly filled with murderous intent. The target was directly set on Su Ningye. Very good, since you want to meddle in other people's business, I'll send you on your way. Chen Gang took action immediately, and Su Ningye hurried forward. Boom! 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 Chen Gang was surrounded by an extremely powerful aura, and a casual strike could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to dim. Su Ningye raised his hand and it became a vast expanse of darkness. Although the sun was hanging in the sky, the battlefield was dead silent, without any light at all. The Taos are colliding. The most exquisite skills, the vast amount of heaven and earth energy, everything becomes the capital for fighting. The two fought for dozens of days and nights. The fight was so fierce that the earth shook and no one else could get close to them. This battle attracted the attention of people all over the world. Everyone is waiting for the outcome of the battle. Although they had already vaguely guessed it in their hearts, they still had some expectations. If Su Ningye lost, the Su family was the first to suffer unlucky fate, followed by other families. The bottom of the abyss. Su Mu let out a long breath. Call. Finally a breakthrough. So this is what it feels like to break through. The realm of celestial beings. In his opinion, it only took a few days for him to break through to the celestial immortal level. And it also eliminated all the previous hidden dangers in the body. At this moment, Su Mu has been reborn. You have completed the tasks I gave you. It's time to leave. Shang's cold and ethereal voice rang in his mind. Even if you leave here, I will always follow you until you grow up. I'm already at the celestial realm, but I haven't grown up yet. Su Mu looked confused. Before, the celestial immortal realm was the end of his life, and it was also a realm that countless people could never reach in their lifetime. Is this still considered underage? This world is far more vast than you can imagine. Even the 10 great immortal clans are just a drop in the ocean. Shang's tone did not change, he just changed the subject. Before you leave, take the last 3 items here. Is there anything else here? Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then looked around. Endless darkness, dotted with stars, a round platform, a small 9-story altar, and 49 pillars around it. There is nothing else. What else is there? Of course. As the words fell, the white mark between Sumu's eyebrows flashed slightly. This was left on him by the other party when he first entered here. It's like a white flame. When you look closely, you'll have the illusion that it's jumping and burning. The pillars around him suddenly flashed, and then 3 purple streams of light fell into Sumu's body. I will keep these 3 destiny with you for now. Shang spoke softly, and then seemed to do something. Countless stars in the sky began to rotate, and finally gathered into a starstorm, and Sumu was at the center of the storm. Every stream of light came straight towards him. Sumu's eyes widened. He wants to escape, but can't escape. His entire body was fixed in place by Sister Shang, and all the stars fell into his body surface. It seemed to make a crisp sound. Bite. Stars fell from the sky, condensed on Sumu's body surface, and embedded into his meridian acupoints. This thing is called the 10,000 stars chart. It can change its posture at will and can be used for both offense and defense. It's also mine, so I'll lend it to you temporarily. Sumu curled his lips when he heard that. Sister Shang, you are living in my body now, and I haven't even asked you for rent yet, can't you just give it to me? Oh. Shang's demeanor and tone have become more and more lively recently, and he even starts to mock people. In her own words, the more powerful the cultivator, the longer it will take to go from long-term retreat to full awakening. She had to use a secret method to speed up, otherwise she would have been in a daze for a longer time. In fact, Sumu thinks the silly Shang was actually cuter than he is now. You can't say that. There's one last thing. The light between the eyebrows flashed again, and Sumu felt a warm and cool touch on his skin, as if the other person's jade hand had touched the center of his eyebrows. The entire space began to rotate. No. It's just that the platform under your feet is rotating. Everything began to shrink and finally fell into Sumu's hands and became a compass. Here, take the offering plate. This thing is mine too. I will return it to you later. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Sumu looked indifferent, and at this moment his whole body was floating in the void. What's yours is yours, why bother emphasizing it? Although I don't know what these are, but since a top cultivator like Sean can't forget them, they must be unimaginable good things. Actually, I don't want it that much anymore. Sumu curled his lips. That's good. Sean was very satisfied with Sumu's attitude. Okay, I'll take you out now. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu suddenly felt his whole body falling downwards uncontrollably, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Soon we arrived at the border we had crossed. Sumu's eyes flashed. Shenyuan Continent, I'm back. Chapter 140, The God-Defying Dad. With a pop sound, Sumu felt like he had penetrated a certain barrier. Then there was a change in direction. Instead of falling downward, I was flying straight up. The suction force that originally existed in the abyss was as if it were nothing. It could not drag down Sumu's figure at all. Instead, he was getting faster and faster. The light above was growing brighter. Swoosh! Sumu suddenly reacted and found that he had escaped from the abyss and was now standing in midair. The scenery suddenly became clear, but it was still the familiar dark wasteland. For a moment, Sumu actually felt a little familiar. He stood there and waited for a moment, but nothing happened. He was confused for a moment. Why didn't the system give any prompts? I finally got back. Shouldn't you give me a hint about the plot or something? System, are you dead or not? If you're not dead, come out and tell me where the plot is. Bite. Testing. Current plot, at times *%. Current plot, Immortal King vs. Immortal Lord. There is no abnormality in the world line, please continue the plot mission. Puff. Sumu almost vomited blood. The Immortal King vs. the Immortal Lord, where the hell is this plot? Where the hell are you doing for me? Is there such a plot in the original text? Could it be that the finale is coming? System, open your eyes and tell me, is this called a plot? I'm sure it's okay, dear. Spicy next door. Sumu was finally certain that this old guy, the system, had always been the most dishonest. Maybe everything you encounter is the other person's problem. System, you better explain it to me clearly. Sumu suddenly felt like he had been tricked. If the plot line has been distorted for a long time, and has been wrong since the beginning, then why have I suffered so much all this time? Pure debt? If you don't give me a good explanation today, I will turn this world upside down. I want to see how many times you can restart it. Sumu was very angry. His threats were not just words, he really had the ability to do so. After all, after going through so many plots, he still knows what secrets there are in this world. It's difficult to go through the storyline normally. Do some damage? That's easy, isn't it? Host, please be patient. The system has already explained this on the first day the host started the second week of the story. Where did you explain that? Sumu was confused. The system told the host at that time. This time, the plot has been adjusted a little bit. The host did not raise any objections at the time. Sumu. Spicy next door. You didn't say I could raise objections. Is this really an unfair clause? Was this system developed by Tencent? I won't ask anything else. Now I just want to ask if it's okay for me to go back. Sumu finally raised the question that he was most concerned about. Even though he is now able to practice cultivation, there seems to be nothing wrong with staying in this world. However, it is always good to have a way out. Bite. Based on the host's request, the system provides two suggestions. First, wait for the revised plot to end naturally, and the host will have the right to return once, estimated remaining time, 80. Second, the host can practice in this world. After reaching a certain level, he can unlock the ability to travel through the heavens and return on his own. System, what is the unit for your remaining time of 80-inch? Sumu has been frightened by the system, and now pays great attention to every detail that the other party says. 80s. One era, 1 million years. Sumu. To put it bluntly, you want me to wait until this world is destroyed? Plain Yua. Sumu was indignant and was about to close the system panel when another message popped up. If the host dies unexpectedly during the mission, the system will reopen the story missions. Sumu's fingers suddenly froze, and then he closed the panel and looked into the distance. I knew this thing was not reliable at all. But having countless chances to start over doesn't seem so bad. Forget it, don't bother with it. What are you looking at? Why don't you leave? Sean's voice rang in my mind. I don't know why, but the other person's voice is always so cold and ethereal. Even though she may act a little playful at times, her voice still calms people down. Forces people into sage mode. Sumu's eyes were deep. I miss it. Sean didn't understand, so he asked softly, Miss? What do you miss? Missing my lost youth is like running freely in the sunset. Shang? What? Are you going to leave or not? Go, go, go. Sumu's expression suddenly changed, and he even smiled a little. From now on, everything will be different. The sky is high for birds to fly, and the sea is wide for fish to leap. After figuring out the direction, Sumu was about to move forward when he suddenly felt the earth shaking. Boom! 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 The whole world was shaking. Sumu could vaguely see two figures entangled in the sky, and finally separated after touching each other. And they collided hundreds of times in an instant. Is this the plot the system is talking about? Sumu's eyes widened. He is no longer the novice in cultivation. He knows exactly what the concepts of the realms of Immortal King and Immortal Lord represent. The system said that the Immortal King fought the Immortal Lord. Is there anyone who can fight across levels like this? Could it be that? Sumu's eyes changed slightly. Is it really the end soon? Has Chen Shu broken through to the Immortal King? Has he started to challenge those veteran Immortal Lords? When Sumu thought of this, he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. He had broken through to the celestial immortal within half a month, but he didn't expect that when he just came out, others had already become immortal kings. What the hell is this? Go and take a look. Sumu flew quickly towards the battlefield. After flying for a long time, he suddenly stopped in mid-air. He looked strange and noticed two things that were not right. First, the noise of the other party's battle was too intense and he couldn't get close. Second, the person fighting against the immortal lord did not seem to be Qinshu. Instead, the immortal lord seemed to be from the Chun family. As for the immortal king, Sumu looked up again hesitantly. Suddenly, a large area of darkness appeared, covering the sky, and then it was suppressed in an instant, and soon appeared again. It continues like this, and it seems like it will never end. Sumu was very familiar with this power because the other party had used it in front of him more than once, and even used this power to help him improve his cultivation and guide him in his practice. Dad! Sumu was a little surprised. He thought that such a heaven-defying person was the protagonist, but he didn't expect it to be his own father? Why didn't he say so earlier? If he had said earlier that he could fight the immortal lord, and that he was so awesome, then he should have been more arrogant before. Young master. Mu'er. Sumu. At this moment, several figures suddenly flew over, their voices full of surprise, and then stopped beside Sumu. Chapter 141 Surprise. The battle continues far beyond the sky. Sumu was surrounded by everyone. Sumu, you're really back. The person who spoke was an elder of the Su family. Young master. Uncle Emo also appeared here soon, and immediately he burst into tears and his body trembled. They were originally just following Su Ningya's trail, worried about the safety of the clan leader. As a result, someone suddenly felt Sumu's breath. So everyone rushed over, they didn't expect it to be true. Sumu is really back. This is really great news. Young master, you've come back just in time. Our Su family is in a precarious situation right now. Well. An old man suddenly sighed. Sumu remembered the other person. He seemed to be an elder of the Su family. He had a hot temper, but he was very loyal. What happened in the family? And why would my father go against an immortal? The patriarch quickly explained what had happened. It turned out that more than half a year had passed since Sumu disappeared. A few months ago, the ancestor of the Chen family, Chen Gang, suddenly broke out of seclusion. His power as an immortal was so great that no family in the entire Gaia continent dared to test his might. The other party first approached the Su family. Unexpectedly, he picked the hardest bone. Su Ningya, the head of the Su family, actually fought against the immortal lord with the cultivation level of the peak of the immortal king, and remained undefeated for several months. Even Chen Gang was dragged far away. But even so, the Chen family and some families that took advantage of the situation began to put pressure on the Su family. But it was also during this process that the Su family gained many allies, including the Nangong family, the Qing family, the Meng family. There was even a force called Tianmu that provided strong support. What is that? Sumu was confused when he heard this. He only felt that he had disappeared for half a month, but in the outside world, it had disappeared for more than half a year. But too many changes have happened during this period of time. Is this still the Shenyuan Continent? Who is in charge of the Su family now? It's Miss Han-Ing. Uncle Emo quickly responded in a low voice. Since you disappeared, Miss Han-Ing quickly took over the family affairs and managed everything in an orderly manner. Besides that, Miss Han-Ing also went against all odds and still retained your position as the young master. The moment I sensed your presence just now, I informed Miss Han-Ing of the news. Sumu glanced at Uncle Emo and thought that the other party was still as fast as ever. But Su Haining surprised her a little. It is normal for the other party to take over the family affairs. If it weren't for Sumu, the other party would probably have been the head of the family. But why should I reserve the position of young master for myself? Sumu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He has now received accurate information from the system, and the plot has indeed been corrected. The heroines must have changed a bit as well. What about Su Haining? What has changed about her? Become fond of cooking? Come home early suddenly, or become more affectionate and righteous? Sumu's eyes suddenly froze. Yes, if it were in the past, Su Haining would definitely kick Sumu away without hesitation and would not have been so gentle. Come to think of it, Sumu still didn't know where the system had modified the plot. I'll ask later. Then how should I face Su Haining later? Sister friendly and brother respectful. Having made up his mind, Sumu smiled suddenly. Don't worry about me. I'm back now. I can let Sister Haining take care of the family affairs. As for me. Sumu was halfway through his words when he suddenly felt a powerful force coming rapidly from the sky, and his target was him. What the hell? When Sumu saw the other person clearly, his eyes widened. Speak of Chow Chow and he will appear. Su Haining didn't know how she ended up here. She only remembered that she suddenly received a message from Uncle Mo. It is said that Sumu appeared. Then she couldn't remember anything, everything she was doing was left behind, and she headed in a certain direction desperately. The cultivation of the heavenly immortal realm cultivators was fully unleashed, and an extremely long distance was reached in an instant. She saw it. I saw the face of the boy I had always dreamed of, it was Sumu. Sumu. Su Haining rushed towards the other person without saying a word. In Sumu's surprised eyes, she pulled the other person into her arms and hugged him tightly. Forehead. Although Sumu was mentally prepared, he still felt that he had gone too far. However, it was not easy for him to interrupt this atmosphere, so I gently raised my hand and patted the other person on the head. The fingers felt the other person's delicate long hair, and moved all the way down to touch the shoulders. The young man spoke softly, sounding both comforting and indifferent, having experienced many vicissitudes of life. I'm back. Nothing is more devastating than this sentence. Su Haining's tears came down in an instant. She couldn't remember the last time she cried, probably when she was still young. She has never cried since she regained consciousness. But now she could not stop her tears, they were like beads that had broken off the string and were falling madly down. Su Haining hugged the boy tightly, as if she wanted to rub him into her body, her eyes were red and her voice was choked. I miss you so much, why don't you come back? I almost thought. Su Haining's tears burst out wildly, soon soaking the boy's clothes. Sumu was stunned for a moment. He suddenly felt that he might be wrong. Su Haining's feelings for him seemed to be a little stronger than he had imagined. As soon as she saw him, she started crying like a child. Sumu was sure that he had never seen the other party in such a posture, and even few people in the world had seen it. He was silent for a while. This world is real, and it is too real, which can evoke people's deepest emotions. Don't cry, I'm fine now. Sumu patted the other person's shoulder, his nose filled with the fragrance of the girl's body, but he was not distracted. Let's go home first. Okay. Go home. In the distance, a figure suddenly appeared from the void, with an expression of disbelief on his face. That person just now was Sumu from the Su family. This person is not dead? He came back alive. You've even broken through to the celestial immortal realm. How the hell is this possible? This person was an elder from the Chen family. He was just investigating nearby, but he didn't expect to see such a scene. How old is Sumu this year? Not even 100 years old. He has reached the level of a celestial being. This is even more terrifying than his father Su Ningye. The ancestor of their Chen family has been entangled by Su Ningye. Although he has the cultivation level of an immortal king, he can stop an immortal lord. One such evildoer was enough, do we need another one now? No. This message must be spread as soon as possible. Sumu must not be allowed to live. He can only die. Chapter 142 Showdown. The Chen family quickly passed the news on. But it hasn't spread yet. It was circulated within the Chen family. Sumu is back. What, how the hell is this possible? Chen Shu stood up from the main seat, grabbed the collar of the person in front of him with both hands, and looked furious. Do you know what happens when you spread false information? Master. I really didn't lie. The person in front of him was trembling with fear, almost peeing his pants. Relying on his ancestor Chen Shu, with his support, overcame all objections and became the head of the family. Even though he was only a terrestrial immortal, no one dared to resist him. Chen Fuxing and his son, who had dared to resist Chen Shu before, have now been imprisoned in the restricted area for several months. How is this possible? Chen Shu looked disappointed. He let go of the other person and then fell down on the bench at the back. Sumu, he's still alive and he walked in front of me. The information Chen Shu obtained was relatively comprehensive, including the time and place when Sumu appeared, who was around him, his cultivation, and changes in his temperament. It even includes Su Haining, who suddenly appeared later and threw herself into Sumu's arms. How could it be? Why did everything change when he appeared? Chen Shu had a blank look on his face, and recalled many things he didn't want to recall in his heart. Ever since he came to the center of the continent and entered the Holy Land, Sumu was like a nightmare, always lingering around him, and he couldn't get rid of her no matter what he did. The other party's cultivation is higher than his family background is better than his, and the women around him are all top beauties. Everything is so perfect. Even later on, his reputation began to reverse, and everyone respected Sumu. No. I can't accept that. Chen Shu gritted his teeth. Before Sumu came back, he was actually formally pursuing Su Haining. In his opinion, the two parties are now the two most powerful families in the entire continent. Instead of fighting each other to the death, why not become relatives? Isn't that better? However, Su Haining repeatedly ignored his expressions of love and even made disgusted expressions many times, as if she had seen something disgusting. This made Chen Shu very unhappy, and he even threatened. My ancestor is an immortal. Su Ningye will eventually be defeated. When the time comes, I'll see where you can escape to. Stupid. Su Haining only had this one sentence in response, and it was written in a letter. I guess she asked someone to write it for her, otherwise there wouldn't be such vulgar words. Although it is simple and crude, its lethality is very high. Chen Shu blushed immediately. During this period, he even mobilized various forces of the Chun family to suppress the Su family. The Su family did not make any statement. Instead, all the core members of the family retreated back to the clan territory. He just turned into a turtle and didn't dare to come out at all. In Chen Shu's opinion, this is not weakness. After all, he is still afraid of the name of the immortal lord. But even at this time, Su Haining still showed up with the Su family, just for Sumu. No. We can't just let this go. Just call some help. Follow me to the Su family. Chen Shu waved his hand and was about to lead his men out. The elders around him were having a headache. Chen Shu only has the cultivation level of an earthly immortal, but he always likes to go to the front lines of the battlefield, which puts a lot of pressure on them. Damn, can't you just sit back and play quietly? You can't even lie down? But in the end, no one dared to say this. Sumu was being taken by Su Haining, and he thought that the other party would take him directly back to the Su family, but the other party suddenly turned a corner halfway. Where are we going? I'm not going anywhere. I just want to stay with you for a while. Su Haining held Sumu's hand from beginning to end, without giving much explanation, but just looking at the boy's face from time to time. Sumu has changed. His temperament is sharper than before, and there is a white flame mark between his eyebrows. The boy's originally gentle temperament became even more fierce at this moment, like a sword about to be unsheathed. You seem to have changed a lot during this period of time. Package. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth. For him, the past half-month can be described as a complete transformation. The problem of his cultivation talent has been solved, and his cultivation has also been improved to a large extent. Now I have countless good things on me. It's just fate, it's $6.50. There are also 3 magical artifacts whose functions are unknown. What? You said this is a tragedy? Died of laughter. Shang herself is still living in Su Mu's body. Even she herself belongs to Su Mu, let alone these magical weapons. Put everything in your pocket, no matter what's yours or mine. Alas, I have suffered a lot during this period. Su Mu decided to be a little more humble, so he raised his hand to touch his forehead, looking a little melancholy. Upon hearing this, Su Hanying took Su Mu and stopped at a mountain top where peach blossoms were flying. There was a pavilion here, where the two of them stood quietly. Su Hanying looked back, her eyes filled with endless affection. Uncle Emo and the others had been sent away by her long ago, and now there were only the two of them on the top of the mountain. Su Mu had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be a solo kill online? Before he could react, Su Hanying hugged him again. The girl's dress had been changed a long time ago. It was no longer the neutral clothing she wore before, but a long skirt with light gauze attached. The long skirt is pink and white, which reflects the girl's fair complexion and rosy cheeks. He grasped her slender waist and Su Mu subconsciously hugged her. You know what, it feels really good. Su Hanying did not struggle, but just stared at the boy quietly, as if she wanted to remember all the changes in Su Mu in her heart. I missed you so much. This was the second time today that she had spoken so bluntly to Su Mu. Su Mu was silent for a moment. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he could sense something was wrong at this moment. Are you? Su Hanying did not deny it, but just stared into the boy's eyes, trying to see through his thoughts. This is not appropriate. Su Mu smiled awkwardly. He also didn't know why Su Hanying had changed like this. Was she beautiful? Of course she was absolutely beautiful. But to be honest, Su Mu had never thought about that. Besides, this was a bit too sudden and he was a bit confused. Are you serious? The girl nodded slightly, her eyes more tender than the pink and white mountains. Su Mu suddenly felt the waist in his arms was a little hot. Oops. How did I hug her subconsciously? Now, how does it end? He still doesn't know what the new plot given by the system is, and what the main storyline is. When you are undecided, procrastinate. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. We both have the last name Su. We are not related by blood. My surname is not Su, but Jiang. Is this too sudden? It's never sudden, you just haven't felt it yet. Is this true? How about you kiss me? Su Mu's eyes widened. He never expected that the girl in front of him responded before he even finished speaking. Pink and soft, with a hint of sweetness. Cut. Faintly, Su Mu heard the ridicule of Sister Shine in his mind. Tisk, tsk, tisk. Chapter 143. The progress is too fast. Su Mu was confused. The current situation was completely out of his control. Su Hanying no, it should be Jiang Hanying, who had already pounced on him with all her might. Su Mu could only raise his hands to prove his innocence, but the other party forced them down on his waist again. Tisk, I thought I was going to do something after I got out, but this is what happened. Ignoring the irony in Shang's mind, Su Mu forced himself to put some distance between them. Why? Jiang Hanying wiped the corner of his mouth and asked with an unhappy look, why? Why do you do that? The other party did not answer, but there was a determination to do it all the way in his eyes. He pounced on him again, and his actions were even more outrageous than before. Oh my God! Su Mu was horrified. If he didn't resist, the rest of the content would not be broadcast. He quickly jumped back and grabbed his clothes. You're not going to give me an explanation. Su Hanying. Call. She stood on the top of the mountain, feeling the mountain breeze blowing on her face, smelling the fresh fragrance of flowers, and took several deep breaths. It seemed that she finally calmed down. No reason, huh? Jiang Hanying returned to his usual arrogant self, regretting that he had acted too slowly and had not had time to do the follow-up steps. Since everything has been made clear, it's best to make it a done deal. It's the same principle as cooking. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously kept a distance from the other person. This is too fucking horrible. For example, since you were a child, you have a neighbor's sister who is a few years older than you, and she has always taken care of you in every possible way. But most of the time you still bicker with each other, and your relationship is neither good nor bad. Until the night you become an adult, the other person suddenly pulls you into his house, closes the doors and windows, turns off the lights, and pounces on you. Get down to business without further ado. So scary. Scared.jpg. Sumu was still feeling frightened and quickly changed the subject. Aren't we going back? Why are we here? Go back? Of course, alas. Jiang Hanying sighed slightly, and her eyes looking at Sumu became very complicated. She took another step closer to him. Sumu, tell me the truth, you. Ah, the sky is so blue today. Sumu suddenly burst into laughter, then turned around and was about to leave. Jiang Hanying raised her hand to stop him. But he suddenly realized that the other party's cultivation level was not much worse than his own, and he might not be able to stop him. That's all. We live under the same roof every day, so let's see how long you can hide. A trace of determination appeared on Jiang Hanying's face as she stared at the boy's back. There are some things that you only realize how important they are once you lose them. As long as you can keep the other person, the other details can be taken care of slowly. Su Hanying is a person who often travels on the battlefield. She is not good at taking detours. The straight ball has the strongest killing power. The other side. Sumu finally managed to create some distance and quickly asked the system in his mind. Dog system. Come out now. Tell me directly which part of the world line you have corrected. And what exactly is your new mission? If Sumu doesn't figure out this problem now, he will never go back. This is too fucking scary. Who knows what kind of butterfly effect this will trigger in the future? Bite. Host can rest assured, the system is on the same page with you. The system will prioritize the host's plot experience, please go ahead and do it without being afraid. As for the world line correction part, the system has made some minor adjustments to the important characters directly related to the host to ensure the host's sense of surprise when playing the story. I'm giving you a surprise. Sumu started cursing. Can't you just tell me straight away why are you pretending to be a riddle man? All the riddle men should die. Result. As soon as I said this, the system seemed to be dead and no longer responded. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. He felt like a bitch, but the key was that he couldn't tell anyone. Why are you running? In my mind, Shang Kongling's voice sounded, and it seemed a little teasing. As time goes by, the emotions that Shang can express become richer and richer. In any case, in Sumu's mind, the other party's previous image of a cold goddess has gradually collapsed, and has gradually begun to be equated with a donkey. By the way, what's the relationship between that person just now and you? He bit you as soon as he saw you. Could it be that? He. Sumu sneered. You can guess whatever you want, but I won't tell you. Shang. She seemed to secretly clench her fists, and there was a threat in her words. You've made up your mind, you really don't plan to tell me. No, not only will I tell you, I will also find a way to compile it into a book for you to read carefully. Do you want it? Ha ha. Sumu smiled with a fake smile. Shang, oh? Is this possible? Please do this. Sumu. Sumu finally met up with Jiang Hanying. Although Sumu felt that the atmosphere between the two was a bit weird, the other party remained expressionless. He just looked Sumu up and down from time to time. It's like looking at prey. Sumu shuddered slightly and only focused on flying towards his family without paying any attention. At some point, in the pure white fairyland inside his body, the originally thin golden threads had increased from 6 to 7. The atmosphere in the space also changed slightly. However, this change was still very obvious, and even Sumu himself did not notice it. Not long after the two of them left, a group of men in black found them, searching with a strangely shaped compass in their hands. Then suddenly someone frowned and spoke in a hoarse voice. They were just here. Although I don't know why I didn't take the interdomain teleportation route and chose to dawdle on the road, this is undoubtedly an opportunity. Su Hanying's presence is still here, so we can catch her all at once. Chase. A figure flashed by quickly and chased in a certain direction. Yao named the place Holy Peak. There was suddenly a stirring of energy on the top of the mountain, and a vague figure walked out from the void. I can't be wrong. You're back. You're finally back. There was an excitement that was hard to conceal in the low murmur, but then he frowned. Why did the breath disappear? Where are you? No time for further hesitation. Emo Schweinching's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she chased in the direction she last sensed. The ability improvement brought by the cultivation of the immortal king realm is far beyond imagination. Even the movement across domains only takes a moment. Someone is helping Su Mu cover up his whereabouts? Who is it? Etc. It seems like there is more than one group of people. Chapter 144 Danger? Shang was still scolding Su Mu in his mind. Look at you. You forgot about your training as soon as you came out. How can you be obsessed with beauty? Practice hard, young man. The world is waiting for you. Su Mu's mouth twitched. Alright, don't worry. The king of hell doesn't need hungry ghosts. So, is there really something wrong with this world? Is there? Su Mu was confused for a moment. After all, this is a world of fiction. Although it seems real now, it follows the routine of those cool novels. If this world does not destroy thousands of times, it would be unfair to the protagonist who has achieved his goal. Will it really be destroyed? However, the remaining time limit given by the system is only 80 epochs, a full 80 million years. What is going on? Su Mu was suddenly stunned. Time. It seems that everything has to do with time. Moreover, in every secret realm he entered, the basic flow of time was more or less different from that of the outside world, which always felt very weird. But it doesn't matter for now. Where are you planning to go? Su Mu looked at Zhang Hanying beside him with a puzzled look on his face. It seems that our Su family is not in this direction. Something has happened in the family recently. Zhang Hanying pursed her lips lightly, trying her best to get rid of all distracting thoughts in her mind. The family has now activated a protective formation. We can't go back from the normal direction. We have to go through the node. Su Mu understood. Although he doesn't participate much in family affairs, he still knows some basic things. For example, the family's protective formation. It is said that he has the ability to penetrate the heavens and the earth, and can distort space and time to cover the entire family. Anyone who wants to approach directly will pass through it, as if the two are not in the same dimension. All connections will be severed. At times like this, only through special node positions can one appear directly within the family. With such powerful power, the price is of course also very high, so it will not be activated until the moment of life and death. Has the situation gotten this bad? Su Mu frowned. Well, he is an immortal lord after all. We really don't have any means to counter him now. That's not right. Su Mu suddenly felt confused. If I remember correctly, our family also. I know what you want to say. Zhang Hanying suddenly turned around and looked over. There are indeed immortal ancestors in the family, and there is more than one, but they have not awakened yet. Moreover, an immortal master cannot wake up whenever he wants, unless he is faced with a life or death crisis, or he has already set a time for waking up before he goes into seclusion. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, like the Chen family's ancestor, Gang Jiaoxianzun, whose lifespan is about to end and he is about to die. Su Mu was suddenly stunned. What was the name of this immortal you just mentioned? What the hell is that? Strong energy surges into the sky, and dragons surround it. This immortal master's strongest method is related to dragons, so he is called this. What's wrong? Zhang Hanying keenly noticed the abnormality in Su Mu's expression, as if the other party had heard something very strange. So that's it, haha. Sumu's mouth twitched. He thought it was, and almost thought that the way of heaven in this world was so open that even this kind of thing had a corresponding avenue, and even one could cultivate to the realm of immortal. So it is this thing. Because the location of the node is dynamic, I am still searching, just now as well. Do you understand? Su Hanying suddenly reminded him softly, and Sumu easily understood what she meant. Although it was a bit abrupt and he was confused, he still agreed temporarily. Not long after the two left, the group of men in black came here again. It's right here. They were just here, they can't be wrong. I don't know what method they used to cover their tracks. They almost made the heavenly compass ineffective. They are indeed a clan of immortals. They really have a profound foundation. The leading man in black breathed a sigh of relief. I almost thought I lost him. Hurry up. We'll be there soon. Ahead. Sumu and Su Hanying stopped at the same time, then looked at each other, their eyes full of seriousness. Someone is following us. You felt it too. Su Hanying was a little surprised. Sumu was obviously several levels lower than her, but he actually sensed it at the same time as her. It seems that after this period of time, Sumu is really different from before. Speaking of which, Su Hanying still hasn't figured out how the other party broke through. I was so focused on the surprise of the other person's return that I forgot to ask him how he survived at the bottom of the abyss. It must have been very difficult. Otherwise, how could the once careless Sumu become as reliable as he is now? He must have encountered an unimaginable life and death crisis. Thinking of this, Su Hanying looked at the other person with eyes full of pity and sympathy, as if she was looking at a stray puppy. Sumu ignored the other party's strange look and was about to take out his weapon when he suddenly realized that he had nothing on him. Hey! Su Hanying suddenly handed over something familiar. That golden halberd. You actually have this thing. I was the one who gave it to you, and my father gave it to me, so it can be considered as returning it to its original owner. Su Hanying remained calm and just stared at the direction they came from. She could already feel that the other party's breath was getting closer and closer. Also, not very friendly. Sumu no longer hesitated, but directly grasped the halberd in his hand, and his righteous energy instantly adapted to his cultivation level of the celestial immortal realm. He is now at the first level of the heavenly immortal realm, which is just the right position for a holy weapon. The aura on his body suddenly released outward, sweeping up the vital energy between heaven and earth, causing the space to vibrate. What principles have you practiced? Let me see if I can cooperate. Su Hanying asked softly while preparing for battle. No. Sumu didn't even turn his head. Su Hanying, How could there be none? There is none in the earthly immortal realm, because you have just achieved a breakthrough and your understanding is superficial. But now you are a celestial being, how could you not have it? Then how did you break through? But there is no time to worry about these things now, because the other party is already here. 7 figures in black robes appeared one after another, intentionally covering their faces, and all had the same hoarse voice. Why don't you run away? The eldest lady and young master of the Su family, Yes, it really is directed at me. Sumu's mouth twitched. Logically speaking, I have been missing for so long, shouldn't I be considered dead? Why am I being chased and killed again after I was resurrected? No martial ethics at all. Noisy. After all, Su Hanying was a veteran in the battlefield. He didn't want to waste time talking to others and just started to take action directly. He took off the long sword from his waist, turned it into a flying rainbow, and shot out. Chapter 145. Who are you? Sumu thought he could still help. Unexpectedly, the battle situation was far beyond his imagination. It was almost a one-sided massacre. Su Hanying's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the celestial immortal realm, and the 7 men in black were also at the celestial immortal realm. The person with the highest level of cultivation has even reached the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm. But he was still chased and killed by Su Hanying. Sumu finally understood. Except for himself, everyone in the family is a genius, right? Su Hanying dared to leave the other elders in the family and take Sumu with him everywhere in such a dangerous situation. Of course I have the confidence. We didn't know who was behind this, and we didn't ask for details. We just sent people over directly, and the information was transmitted quite quickly. Sumu didn't get to move much during the whole process. He just held the halberd and defeated others a few times in the back to attract hatred, and then left the rest to Su Hanying. Soon, 4 out of 7 people died. The remaining 3 were also seriously injured and fell to the ground, looking extremely miserable. Tell me, who sent you here? Su Hanying swung the sword in his hand, lifted up the opponent's black robe, and then pointed directly at his throat. Under the black robe was an old face, completely unrecognizable. Ha, I'll never tell you even if I die. Before the old man finished speaking, Su Hanying stepped on him directly with her combat boots on her feet, stepping on the opponent's most vulnerable part. The old man in black robe's face turned red like liver, his body hunched over like a shrimp, and he raised his hands to cover his vulnerable parts. Su Hanying increased her strength once again, with a blank expression on her face. Explain. The screams became even more shrill, and Sumu's face showed a look of pain, and he subconsciously felt the same way. Why does this scene look so familiar? Have you seen it somewhere before? Su Hanying tortured the other person for a long time, but he never spoke a word and just kept screaming. Su Hanying couldn't help but feel a little admiration in her heart. You are a loyal fellow. Even so, you still refuse to reveal the name of the person behind this? Then I will give you a quick death. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and beheaded the man with a sword. End the other person's pain. Finally, he looked at the other person again. Will you tell me? Tell me. I'll tell you. The other party nodded like a chick pecking at rice, without any hesitation, and directly sold out the employer behind him. It turned out that they were sent by the Chen family, and their purpose was not to rob or kill them, but just to delay them temporarily. They are just ordinary casual cultivators who do some shameful jobs to earn some extra money. After saying this, the man seemed to hesitate, and then spoke again in a low voice. Actually, I know the guy you just asked about. He wanted to say it when you stepped on him for the first time. You just didn't give him the chance. Su Hanying. Sumu. It doesn't matter. I think so too. Sumu quickly agreed and nodded repeatedly. Just as the two were considering what to do with the remaining 2 prisoners, someone else suddenly arrived. Sumu? It's you. It was a gentle voice, and the surprise in the words could not be concealed. Immediately afterwards, a delicate body threw itself into Sumu's arms before the young man had time to react. He saw clearly who it was. Then, a familiar fragrance came from the tip of my nose, soft and elegant. The last time he smelled this was in the Holy Land. Master. Emo Xuanxing suddenly raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and opened her mouth to speak, but suddenly realized the current situation. She cleared her cough, took a step back, and pretended that nothing had happened. Sumu, I have sensed your presence a long time ago, so I came to see you specially. Are you okay? Are you in any danger? Sumu really wanted to respond to the other party, but for a moment he felt something was wrong. It doesn't look right no matter how you look at it. The other party just threw himself into his arms. What on earth was this? Sumu suddenly remembered that the slight changes the system mentioned were basically changes to all the characters related to him. This is called a little bit. He was completely stunned. Suddenly I felt that it might have been a mistake for me to climb out of the abyss. In this situation, it would be better to just reopen it. Ahem. Emo Xuanxing coughed again, and seemed to realize that his actions just now were not right. Why did you forget to switch identities? Emo Xuanxing was secretly annoyed. It's all the fault of that group of people just now. I thought they were here to harm Sumu, and as a result, I was too anxious for a moment and forgot about this matter. Master, why are you here? I came to look for you on purpose. You've been missing for half a year. I'm your master after all. Isn't it normal for me to be worried? That seems to be true. Sumu nodded secretly. But for some reason, the moment the other person threw himself into his arms, he always felt a familiar feeling. That feeling was something I had only experienced with another person, and it should not have happened to my master in any way. And after what Su Hanying had just done, Sumu had begun to doubt his master's motives. Could it be that she is also? And in Sumu's mind, Shang raised his eyebrows slightly at this moment. She noticed that a golden thread in Sumu's fairyland began to flicker, as if cheering. And at the moment when the two embraced each other, the golden light suddenly became brighter. I knew it was right to give you the immortal body. I just came out and two of them have already come to my door. Come to think of it, this man is Sumu's master. You bastard, you don't even let master go. Suddenly, Shang's thoughts paused for a moment. In a sense, she is actually Sumu's master. No way. Could it be that Sumu is a traitor to his master? Fear. On the field. Su Hanying's eyes also became strange. The other party just appeared suddenly, and then without saying a word, rushed directly into Sumu's arms. As they are both women, she can understand each other's thoughts very well. But when? The atmosphere was a little stagnant for a moment. But several figures soon appeared on the horizon, breaking the deadlock at the scene. Ha ha ha. Sumu. It's you. An extremely arrogant voice gradually approached. Chen Shu came here with several family elders, looking back and forth between Sumu and Su Hanying. Then he saw Mo Xuanxing on the other side. His eyes flickered several times, and a burning sensation rose in his heart, followed by an intense feeling of shame and anger. He had been pursuing Su Hanying for so long, and it was obviously a win-win situation for both parties, but in the end, the other party ignored him. As soon as Sumu returned, he came to greet him directly. Isn't the difference in treatment too big? Sumu. I didn't expect you to come back alive. But it just so happens that today, let me give you a ride, ha 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 ha. Sumu looked a little confused. Who are you? Chapter 146 Fierce Battle. Chen Shu? Veins popped out on his forehead. You don't remember who I am. Sumu stared at the other person's face for a long time and finally caught a sense of familiarity. Chen Shu. How did you become like this? Sumu raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. According to outside time, we haven't seen each other for only half a year. How come he has changed so much? His appearance was much more haggard than before, and his once high-spirited temperament was gone. He was wearing extremely gorgeous clothes. Looks a bit like a nouveau riche. Most importantly, the eye-catching qualities and inexplicable liking for the other person seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. Can't feel anything anymore. If Sumu had to put it bluntly, it would be that the feeling of standing out from the crowd was gone, and if one didn't look carefully, one might even mistake the other person for a passerby. It's like what? The modeling of the Dupo Ninfan. That's right. What's going on with this guy? It's only been over half a year, and such a big change has happened. Sumu lowered his head and thought for a moment. He disappeared inexplicably for more than half a year, and the plot that was supposed to belong to him all fell apart. It seems that the protagonist Chen Shu has also been affected. Sumu's perspective on everything has changed a little now. Chen Shu is the protagonist, but this world is not static. What's more, the system has been revised. Does anyone know if these revisions include any part related to Chen Shu? If so, then all the effort I put into revising the plot before was just a waste of time. Too grassy. Sumu's mouth twitched and he asked directly. Oh, it's you. What do you want to do today? Oh. What kind of attitude is this? Veins popped out on Chen Shu's forehead. Sumu is most powerful and most hated enemy. He was right in front of him. But for some unknown reason I felt very angry. Who are you? Oh. With just 3 words, Chen Shu felt the rage rising up inside him, unable to suppress it. The corners of his mouth curled up in a strange arc. Sumu, I don't care if there's really something wrong with you, or if you don't recognize me or are just pretending to be stupid. Anyway, don't even think about leaving peacefully today. While Chen Shu was speaking, the people behind him had already surrounded Sumu and the other two. Among the crowd, Mo Xuanxing felt a strong threat, so he released all his aura. The power of the immortal king is overwhelming. But soon 3 more auras rose from nothingness, facing her from a distance, offsetting all the pressure. The other side has 3 immortal kings. So many people were sent. Mo Xuanxing frowned slightly, but she was not worried that she couldn't win. The key is that the other side has more people, and if a fight breaks out, she is worried that she won't be able to take care of Sumu. Chen Shu, do you want to go to war with my Su family? Su Haining looked somewhat dangerous. Although the relationship between the two tribes is not very good now, it has not reached the point of complete breakdown. Many of the attacks were hidden, and the Su family only made the most conservative response, which was to withdraw the clan members and activate the family formation. But the situation is different now. As the current leader of the Chen family, Chen Shu took the initiative to lead people to intercept the young master of the Su family. It is impossible for him to have any second intention. He. Chen Shu suddenly sneered. So what? My clan's Gang Jiao Immortal Venerable has already gained the upper hand. Even if I really want to do something, can you still resist? My Chen family was once the most powerful immortal clan. How could we be inferior to you? When Su Haining heard this, her face suddenly looked strange. Is there something wrong with Chen Shu's brain? Does he really think that the Chen family can destroy the Su family? It's not that the Su family doesn't have an immortal lord, it's just that they haven't come out yet when the moment of life and death comes. The structure of the 10 great immortal clans plus the 3 holy places has been maintained for who knows how many years. Why does Chen Shu think that he, a mere earthly immortal, can break such rules? Could it be that the Chen family has some incredible trump card? Out of caution, Su Haining has begun to consider the worst-case scenario. But the most important thing now is to protect Sumu. Although Sumu had been missing for more than half a year, the identity of the other party's heir had already been determined and recorded in the family tree. Su Haining is only temporarily maintaining the family on behalf of the other party and does not have real power. As long as Su Ningye doesn't come back, Sumu is the real master of the Su family. Young master. After hearing what Chen Shu said, the Chen family members around him all had different expressions for a moment, but none of them showed it. Even if something really happened, we'll have to discuss it after this. Go! Catch them! Chen Shu waved his hand with a smug look on his face. Mo Xuanxing narrowed his eyes slightly, and took the lead to greet the 3 immortal king monks. For a moment, his vitality surged like a tide, and there was no trial at all. He went straight to work with all his strength. Just raising his hand and striking casually can cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. The 4 of them also tacitly moved the battlefield to high altitude to prevent accidental injuries to friendly forces. And the rest? There are 11 people on the field. Chen Shu, and 8 people from the Chen family, Su Haining, and Su Mu. Except Chen Shu, who is an earthly immortal, the remaining 10 people are all celestial immortals. Hide behind me. Su Haining gave a warning, and then subconsciously protected Su Mu behind her, just like she had always done. Su Mu was stunned for a moment. That's not right. I am a celestial being now, why should I hide behind? Go. Come on. At this moment, Shine's voice suddenly sounded in my mind, and there was even a hint of anticipation. Listen to my instructions carefully. It will help you make up for the actual combat experience. Listen to me later, it's no problem for me to beat 10 people alone. Shang's words were rapid and precise. On the left, behind the right, and in front, 3 people attacked, using the opponent's force to counterattack. Sumu's temperament suddenly changed, as if he had returned to the days of practicing hard at the bottom of the abyss. He dodged a punch from the left, then grabbed the opponent's wrist with his luck and pushed forward with his back. Bang! The air exploded instantly, and the fists and feet of the two opponents collided with each other, causing both of them to tremble. Finally, Sumu quickly lowered his head, dodged the punch from behind, and began to mobilize the energy in the air. The 7 golden threads in the fairyland began to vibrate, dyeing its vitality golden, and then blessing the body. The 3 opponents moved quickly and pounced on them again, and there were more people involved, this time 5. Don't panic, small problem. Shine's voice remained calm. Sumu felt his blood boiling for a moment, and he subconsciously activated Limit of the 9 Heavens. His cultivation, which was originally at the first level of the celestial immortal realm, suddenly rose several small realms and finally stabilized at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm. What kind of secret method is this? It can improve my cultivation so much during war. The 5 members of the Chen family looked at each other with serious expressions. No time to waste, quick victory. Chapter 147, Kill the protagonist directly? Squeeze, squeeze. The air crackled as massive amounts of vital energy collided wildly between heaven and earth, sometimes transforming into various forms. Music, flames, sword gleams, fist marks. They flashed in the air one by one, but disappeared quickly. Chen Shu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the battle would become so intense right from the start, and there was no possibility for him to participate at all. Sumu, this guy, actually has such strength. How is this possible? Isn't he a waste? Chen Shu clenched his teeth, and a sense of inferiority arose in his heart, which he was unwilling to admit. He has always thought that Sumu was just relying on his family background and was a useless person who had no ambition to make progress. But in the blink of an eye, the other party reached a height that he had never reached before. Why? It is obvious that I am the one who practices hard. Why? Chen Shu only felt that the way of heaven was unfair, and completely forgot that he was once a favorite of heaven and that he had always had many opportunities. The battle intensified. At first, Su Hanying still had time to observe Sumu, but later on she was exhausted from dealing with him. The 5 people he faced were the ones with the highest cultivation. The average cultivation level of these 5 people had reached the 7th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Even within the family, he is the backbone. The fact that Chen Shu actually brought out 10 celestial beings at once was enough to show that the other party really wanted to kill Sumu. Su Hanying secretly used some means to send a distress signal. She was not worried about herself, she was only worried about Sumu. I don't know when the family members will arrive. High in the sky. Mo Xuanxing had a cold expression on his face, his arms were outstretched, and countless bright spots of light flew out from his robe, shining like stars. The more you fight, the more densely packed stars you will appear. The 3 immortal kings of the other side could still move freely and use all their skills in the beginning, but it became increasingly difficult for them to move forward as time went on. The vitality between heaven and earth was gradually becoming scarce, and his own principles were also being suppressed. It was clearly 3 against 1, but he didn't gain any advantage. How can she be so strong? Isn't she only at the 3rd level of Immortal King? The most capable of the 3 of us has already reached the 5th level of Immortal King. How could we be at a disadvantage? It's because of these stars. The eldest brother among the 3 reminded in a deep voice. Mo Xuanxing can become the peak master of a holy land with only the 3rd level cultivation. He must have some extraordinary qualities. Especially this star controlling technique. No one will be able to catch up with her level in tens of thousands of years. Besides, this type of fighting method is good at group attacks. We have to find a way. The 3 of them looked at each other. They had been working together for thousands of years and could know each other's intentions with just a glance. You 2 hold on, I'll use that move. One of them suddenly flew backwards, then sat cross-legged in the air, constantly making hand gestures and taking out various talismans from his body. A strange fluctuation began to brew. Not good. Mo Xuanxing frowned immediately. If it was a head-on battle, she could certainly fight 1 against 3, but now the opponent was just dragging her along, obviously planning some means to end the battle directly. This is what annoys her the most. It is also the most difficult to deal with at the moment. We can't let him succeed. Interrupt him. Schweinching immediately made up his mind, waving his hands faster, and brighter starlight surged out of his body. The two people in front of him suddenly felt a lot of pressure, beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and they looked back frequently, anxiously urging. Are you ready? Hold on a little longer. It won't happen that fast. Sumu's body kept moving around to make it easier to deal with the 5 people in front of him. It was a little difficult at first, but as time went by, Sumu suddenly felt somewhat comfortable with it. It doesn't seem like there's that much pressure. 1 against 5 is just like this. Sumu looked strange. Except for the initial confusion and 2 punches on the kidney, I was able to handle it calmly afterwards. The man who stole his 2 punches at the beginning has now been beaten black and blue, with several teeth broken. However, Sumu still focused his main energy on this person. Dodge the attacks of the other 4 if you can, and forget it if you can't, you must beat this guy hard anyway. The other party had been beaten into a pig's head and was about to cry. He really wanted to say that it was not necessary. I only hit you twice at the beginning, but before I could even use much strength, you basically neutralized them all yourself. As a result, now they catch me and beat me to death. This is too bullying. Woo woo woo. Sumu had no idea what the other party was thinking, he just felt that the more he fought, the more fun it was. Carefree. It's really refreshing. Ha ha ha. I have suppressed myself for so many years just for a plot mission. Sumu is not mentally ill and he doesn't like being stepped on by others. Even before he traveled through time, he was a successful man who had worked hard with his own hands, let alone traveling through time to this world of cultivating immortals. In the past, there were no conditions and it was not allowed. It's different now. Beat anyone to death if you catch them. Sumu glanced around and saw Chen Shu outside the battlefield. The opponent stood in the air blankly, feeling full of flaws. Can I? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and the thought from long ago came to his mind again. By the way, what would happen if we killed him? The plot is broken? But it has already broken. At worst, I can let the heavenly Tao kill me, and then the system will open a 3rd round for me. It doesn't seem so bad. Sumu's eyes became more dangerous. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was room for maneuver in this matter. He can accept the worst outcome, so why not do it? Thinking of this, Sumu suddenly turned around and broke free from the encirclement of 5 people. The 5 people on the opposite side immediately breathed a sigh of relief, finally they didn't have to get beaten. But then, they saw Sumu rushing towards Chen Shu. So fast that they had no time to intercept him. Not good. Protect the master of the family. Oh no. Chen Shu's face was filled with horror. From the first moment he and Sumu looked at each other, a chill ran up from the soles of his feet to his head. Sumu wants to kill me. The other party did not conceal his thoughts at all. Chen Shu trembled. He wanted to run, but how could he do it in time? We are not immortal, and the gap between us becomes greater as we advance in our practice. Chen Shu had no way to escape. In just a moment, Sumu had already approached him from behind, and his palm was about to crush his neck. Chen Shu sensed a strong sense of life and death crisis. He desperately mobilized the energy in his body and tried to hide to the side. The purple lines on the back were shining wildly, but it seemed like something was always missing, and in the end, nothing happened. Got you. Sumu suddenly smiled, and his fingertips had already touched the other person's collar. Just one more moment. He will be able to hold the opponent in his hands, and life or death will depend on a single thought. But Sumu's face suddenly changed, and an unparalleled sense of threat came from high above. I was originally thinking of using it against Schweinching, damn it. Then I'll use it on you. Die. Chapter 148. Who is the real traitor? Are you going to die? Sumu seemed to be in a trance for a moment. Although he didn't know what means the other party used, the unparalleled life and death threat was not an illusion. He is about to die. But Sumu's eyes suddenly became more determined and ruthless. Since he is going to die anyway, he might as well give it a try today and see what changes will happen if he kills the protagonist. Sumu's mentality changed in just a moment. In Chen Shu's opinion, Sumu seemed to be crazy. Even though he was about to face a powerful attack from behind, he didn't care. You have to drag him into the water. Such a huge grudge. Chen Shu fell into despair. Damn it! My life is over. The current situation can no longer be changed. Sumu will kill Chen Shu first, and then he himself will suffer a powerful attack from the immortal king cultivator and will definitely die. Suddenly, the white flame between Sumu's eyebrows jumped wildly. This flame seemed to have a strange life, spreading instantly from the center of the boy's eyebrows until it enveloped the entire boy. It's really troublesome. I have to help you. There was some resentment in Shine's voice. But the moment she opened her mouth, everything fell silent except Sumu's consciousness. It's like the pause button has been pressed. White flames instantly covered Sumu's entire body, and under the boy's surprised gaze, they condensed into a set of pure white armor. Even the golden halberd in his hand was now stained with pale flames. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? Sumu's consciousness was able to think freely, but he was unable to speak. He could clearly see the fear and despair on Chen Shu's face. I can also feel the strange power in my body. Don't worry about it, just make it useful. I thought you didn't need my help, but you failed this test. I'll give you a cross when you go back. Okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Sumu chuckled. Snort. Shine Jiao snorted, and then the space around her became alive again, and the sense of threat behind Sumu came again. But he is not afraid now. There is nothing to be afraid of. At worst, we can just reopen. Now I am even less afraid. Although I don't know what this white armor is, I have a feeling in my heart. This set of armor is enough to withstand attacks from behind. Sumu is fine. Something is going to happen to Chen Shu soon. Seeing that Sumu was determined to exchange his life for his own, Chen Shu turned pale with horror. He had means to save his life, so he might not die this time, but Sumu was like a madman, attracting the attack from behind. This is clearly a posture of mutual destruction. Grass. Sumu. Ah. I hate you. If you want to die, don't take me with you. Everything happened in an instant. Sumu's palm instantly grabbed Chen Shu's neck, the sound of bone breaking echoed in his ears, and finally the attack from behind hit his body. The whole person seemed to be hit by a train and flew out. No! In midair, the immortal king who launched this attack screamed. He originally thought that this attack would only hit Sumu, but he didn't expect that it would kill their patriarch Chen Shu. What if Chen Shu died? I will be so happy when I go back. No, I will be so sad. You must not die, patriarch. The man let out a mournful howl, then immediately prepared another powerful attack, striking downwards madly. Master, please don't die. Boom. 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 The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, the sound was deafening. Imo Xuanqing's face was pale at this moment. Even she herself was not 100% sure she could withstand that attack just now, let alone Sumu? Sumu. She was like a madman. She took the two men's moves head-on, bounced them away in an instant, and then rushed straight down. No! Don't let anything happen to you. Su Haining also reacted at this moment, but she couldn't get away. The 5 people in front of her tightly entangled her. It was as if he didn't care at all about Chen Shu's life or death. Sumu. When Su Haining thought of the terrible result, the murderous intent in her heart became more and more boiling, and her eyes turned blood red. No one present here can escape today, everyone must die here. Sumu. If anything happens to Sumu, I will make the Chen family pay the heaviest price. The smoke and dust dissipated. Imo Xuanqing's body suddenly froze in mid-air, his expression full of surprise. How come? The billowing smoke dissipated, white flames rose, and the temperature of the air rose sharply. A handsome face slowly appeared. Ha, I was so close to death. Almost. Sumu brushed the dust off his armor, looking a little frightened, and then shook the half-dead Chen Shu in his hand. Chen Shu's neck was broken, his limbs were blown into pieces, his face was pale, and he let out meaningless groans. Not dead. This thought appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Some people were surprised that Sumu did not die, and was able to withstand the full force of the immortal king cultivator with his cultivation level as a celestial immortal. And what exactly is the white armor on the other party? There is always a palpitating feeling. As for some people, they feel it is a pity. This guy Chen Shu, who relied on the prestige of the immortal ancestor to bully others in the family, had long caused dissatisfaction among many people. I wanted to take this opportunity to kill the other party, but I didn't expect. Cut. Suddenly someone made a soft sound, the voice full of regret. Why didn't he die? The immortal king who took action in mid-air had a drastic change of expression. He wasn't even killed? It would be fine if Sumu didn't die, but why is Chen Shu still hanging on? Damn, no. We must not let the other person live today. After returning, Chen Shu will definitely find a way to hold himself accountable, and he will do it once and for all. He and the other two looked at each other. The three of them already had an unimaginable tacit understanding and understood each other's thoughts instantly. Chen Shu must be killed today. Otherwise, they will be the ones who are in trouble when they return. So the three of them suddenly looked extremely angry. Sumu! Let go of the patriarch. Come at me if you dare. Don't do anything bad to our master. How dare you? Do you know what will happen if you offend my Chen family? The three of them shouted and rushed towards Sumu, and they rubbed out powerful magical powers one after another in their hands. Just throw it over. What the hell? Sumu's eyes widened instantly. Why did he feel that the other party's attacks were aimed at the Chen book in his hand? What the hell? Stop. Emo Xuanxing's eyes were red with anger. She thought these people wanted to kill Sumu, so she immediately used her strongest method. Endless starlight suddenly spurted out from his lower abdomen, covering all directions and intercepting the opponent's attack. Emo Xuanxing's figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot, and then appeared in front of Sumu in an instant. If you want to harm Sumu, you can only step over my dead body today. Chapter 149. Are they all actors? The situation on the field changes rapidly. High in the sky, the three immortal kings of the Chen family all frowned. Trouble. It's too tricky. No one knew what means Emo Xuanxing used, but he managed to temporarily stop the joint attack of three people. Even vaguely gained the upper hand. It is estimated that there is no way to break through the defense in the short term. This thought appeared in the minds of the three people at the same time. They looked at each other and exchanged ideas. What now, bro? I don't think Chen Shu is dead yet. He is still hanging on to his last breath. In fact, we don't have to kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, the other two looked over at the same time. What do you mean by that? Haven't you heard about the relationship between Sumu and Chen Shu? These two have a huge conflict. The person who spoke laughed strangely. Hey. He's already half dead, so why not just give him to the other party? If anyone in the family asks, just say that the other party stole him. This is none of our business. We tried our best to save the master. The three of them looked at each other and caught a glimpse of surprise in each other's eyes. Yes. Almost forgot about this. It's decided. Then. The three men stopped their attack and suddenly cleared their throats, their voices filled with resentment. Damn Sumu! How dare you capture our patriarch? Master, wait. We will definitely come back to rescue you. You must hold on. As the words fell, several people turned around and left without hesitation, even faster than when they came. The 10 celestial cultivators below also stopped at this time, looking a little confused. What's going on? Why did they all leave suddenly? They just finished fighting and suddenly found themselves being sold out. Not good. Run quickly. The 10 people responded immediately, each choosing a direction and flying out quickly. Emo Schweinching was breathing heavily, and his body immediately went limp, with no intention of catching up. Sudden outbursts are powerful, but they can also be costly. Sumu hurriedly supported the other person from behind, and Emo Schweinching's soft body fell directly into his arms, her face slightly pale. "Sumu, are you okay?" Even though she was in this state, she was still concerned about Sumu's safety and even raised her hand to touch Sumu's cheek. Sumu was silent for a moment. Unconsciously, the white armor on his body quickly faded away, revealing his true appearance. Emo Schweinching is his master, and the interactions between the two are very limited, and it has been like this since he started the second round of the story. Sumu originally thought that this state would continue until the plot mission was completed. But now it seems that the other party seems to be sincere to me. I don't know if it's the friendship between master and disciple, or something else. If Sumu remembered correctly, the last person who risked his life for him was a family member. "Master, thank you." Sumu was serious for once. Even he couldn't think of any dirty words at this moment. "I'm glad you're okay. Let's leave quickly. We can't stay here for long." The words were not finished. Emo Schweinching's body went limp and he fainted on the spot. Sumu was startled and thought the other party was dead, until Shang in his mind reminded him. "That's enough. It's just overexertion. It will take some time to recover. Why do you keep hugging me? What do you want to do? Look at the other person next to him, that look tsk. Shang's tone sounded somewhat gloating. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked up at Su Haining. I saw the other party slowly restrain his breath, and at the same time, he slowly approached with an expressionless face, without saying much. He just snatched the person from Sumu's arms rudely, and then picked up Emo Schweinching horizontally. "Follow me," the girl whispered. Sumu's mouth twitched, and he followed without saying a word. Of course, he did not forget to pick up the unconscious Chen Shu. "Oh my, this atmosphere, no way, no way." Shang's voice kept echoing in my mind, and his words hinted at a desire to watch a show. Sumu felt helpless. Some people are still alive, but they have already begun to be missed. I really miss the cool and aloof Shang from before. So, when the other person just woke up, he had that cool attitude. Was it just because he hadn't woken up yet? Was he in a bad mood after waking up? Sumu suddenly felt that it would be better if the other party did not wake up. Not as cute as before. There were no further accidents during the subsequent journey. Not long after the group walked out, they ran into the Su family who were coming towards them. The leader of the team this time was an elder from the Su family. Su Haining had sent a message to her family long before, but perhaps it was some strange law that support always came late. Sumu was too tired to complain. "Young master." As soon as they saw Sumu, the group knelt on one knee in the air with an extremely respectful attitude. Uncle Emo and others have already brought back the news of Sumu's return, and the family is filled with jubilation. At this critical moment, there is finally a nominal head of the family who can take charge of the situation. "Young master, there is no time to lose. We already know what the Chun family did just now. It seems that they want to provoke a full-scale war between the two families. We should not stay in the outside world for too long. Return to your tribe as soon as possible." "Good." Sumu nodded expressionlessly. In fact, he is still a little uncomfortable with this change of identity, as he used to be the playboy in the family. Everyone placed their hopes on Su Haining, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Sumu was more of helplessness. Treat him like a child. Anyway, the family capital is so strong, if some descendants like to play, let them play, we can afford it. But suddenly, that huge family had to rely on itself. Sumu was silent for a while. He was a little confused, but more determined. "Let's move quickly." The group soon came to a void, and the compass in their hands turned again and again, pointing in a direction. Everyone rushed in quickly. The space was shaking like water waves, and all the figures disappeared. After a while, the birds in the sky passed by here, but there was nothing unusual. Is this the node? Sumu's eyes flashed for a moment, and when he appeared again, he found himself in the clan hall. Countless tribesmen were standing around, seemingly looking forward to his return. Young master. A white-haired old man was the first to kneel on one knee and bow his head to express his respect. Young master. Countless figures followed closely behind, kneeling down in dense crowds. Their emotions now shared the same feeling. Sumu felt a little stuffy in his chest. At this time, he truly realized what blood ties, clan, and expectations meant. Sumu. Sumu suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Su Hanying's hand, tightly holding the girl's tender palm. Su Hanying blushed. What's wrong? Sumu. Help me. Chapter 150. We thought of the same thing. Help me. Sumu spoke softly, and because they were so close, his warm breath touched the girl's earlobe. A layer of fine bumps appeared on Su Hanying's fair skin, and then quickly disappeared. She seemed to be thinking of something strange, and her earlobes turned red. Here. Wait a minute, help me with family affairs. There are many things I don't understand. Oh, so that's it. Sumu finally realized at this moment that the two sides seemed to be talking about different things. What do you think it is? Su Hanying. She was silent for a moment. Her mind couldn't help but recall the previous scene, and she clearly felt that there was a gap between herself and Sumu. This barrier may evolve into external resistance in the future, but we have the opportunity now. Why not solve it all at once? Thinking of this, the girl suddenly took a step forward and spoke softly. From now on, I will restore my original name Jiang Hanying. I will also hand over the Su family's affairs to Sumu. After these words were spoken, there was silence for a moment. They thought that Su Hanying changed her name back to her original name in order to show her determination. Someone seemed to want to step forward and dissuade her from doing so, saying that the Su family would always be her home. But in the end, no one spoke. Everyone can understand the family's current predicament. They need a voice that has final say, and that person can only be Sumu. Yes, Miss Jiang. Uncle Emo was the first to react, then bowed his head. The others followed suit. Sumu officially took over the power of the family. As for the first thing, he quickly found someone to send the unconscious Emo Xuanxing to a hospital for recuperation, fearing that she would die. When the storm is about to come. The role that an immortal king can play is beyond imagination. And Chen Shu. Anyway, lock it up first. Of course, the most important thing is the battle in the distant sky. If Su Ningye loses, then all the struggles will be meaningless. Sumu took the lead in comforting the tribesmen, then took Jiang Hanying's hand and returned to his own courtyard. Jiang Hanying's face flushed, but she never struggled. She couldn't figure out what Sumu was thinking. Sumu saw a lot of life here, but there was no one at the moment, which made him feel a little confused. Do people come here often? Yes, and they are all women. Jiang Hanying's tone was a little strange, and he seemed a little unhappy. Sumu's mouth twitched. This really has nothing to do with him. He himself doesn't know what happened and is still in a daze. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that he had been holding Jiang Hanying's hand. He quickly tried to let go. But the other party held it with his backhand, and the atmosphere in the air became charming. Sumu said inwardly, "Not good. This person wants to destroy his religious faith." It was basically clear what the other party wanted to do, and Sumu knew it before he returned to his family. But now that I'm in an environment where I won't be disturbed, I feel like something bad is going to happen. Sumu wanted to escape. But I can't escape. The other party pounced on him without saying a word. It still has a sweet taste, and then gradually spreads. It didn't seem like much time had passed before a group of people arrived, bringing various things with them. Bang bang. He knocked on the door of the courtyard and asked with his head tilted. "Young master? Are you there?" "Ahem." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out, and then he opened the door of the courtyard, looking a little strange. Now that you are here, let's decorate this place. Yes, sir. The group hurriedly walked inside, and it was at this time that they discovered that Zhang Haining was also in the yard. Her face was slightly red, and she was leisurely fiddling with the hair beside her ears. Suddenly he felt the atmosphere was a bit strange, but he didn't think much about it and quickly tidied up the living room and the courtyard. From now on, this will be the place where Sumu handles family affairs. Several family elders also arrived soon. He first reported the recent situation to Sumu, with Zhang Haining assisted from the side, and Sumu listened attentively. How much yuanxia is consumed in such and such place? What happened between the tribesmen? Assessing the situation on the distant battlefield. Planned response measures. All kinds of things were piled up at once, making Sumu feel overwhelmed. If you don't have some training foundation, you really won't be able to get the hang of this thing for a while. Instead, Zhang Haining frowned slightly. He listened with a serious look on his face, nodding or shaking his head from time to time, asking questions or making corrections. Sumu understood. After all the fuss, although he nominally took over the power, he was actually still a mascot. When it comes to actually dealing with things, we still have to rely on Zhang Haining. Sumu's role is to sit in the position of the young master and gather the thoughts of the clan members. As expected of the strong female protagonist in the original novel. No, if she were placed in a parallel world, she would at least be a super CEO. Sumu's thoughts wandered unconsciously, and he started chatting with Shang in his mind. Sister Shang, when we left for the last time, what did you bring out of the secret realm? Why should I tell you? Shang was like a vigilant cat. He immediately pricked up his ears and took a defensive posture. I'm telling you, these things are all mine, don't even think about it. Who are we following? Sumu chuckled. Now is a critical moment for the family. If the other party has something good, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow it for use, right? The two of them struggled in their minds for a long time. Finally, it seemed that Shang was really getting impatient. If something happens in the future, I won't watch you die, don't worry. As for your family, I'll do my best. But don't count on me, I need to sleep. After saying these two sentences, no matter how Sumu harassed the other party, Shang said nothing. It was like she had actually fallen asleep in his mind. Okay. Sumu curled his lips. He was very satisfied with the current result. He is indeed able to practice now, and his talent has been improved to the strongest level, but he has no time. The enemy will not give him the opportunity to grow slowly. Chen family. The three immortal king monks returned in a panic with 10 celestial immortals, and the other elders cast puzzled looks at them. Where is the head of the family? These people are asking about Chen Shu. Lost? What? What is that? You lost the master of the family. All of a sudden, these white-haired old men stood up from their seats, their bodies trembling. There is such a good thing in the world. Wrong. How could you lose the head of the Chen family? How can you say this to others? There was resentment in the elder's tone, but in the end he seemed helpless. Alas, you have committed such a serious mistake, how should I punish you? Forget it, I will punish you to stay in seclusion for 5,000 years, and come out after 5,000 years. The three immortal kings looked at each other, as if they had not expected this result. They also conducted many drills on the way back to prepare for various situations. The result now seems. It seems that there are more than 3 people who are unhappy with Chen Shu. Chapter 151. I actually lied to you. The Chen family acted quickly. The news of the disappearance of the head of the family soon spread. What? Lost it? Am I still asleep? Or are you kidding me? Everyone's first reaction to the news was disbelief. How the hell is this possible? The Chen family, one of the 10 great immortal clans and a top force that has ruled the Shenyuan Continent for countless years, actually lost its own patriarch? With a plot like this, if you take it to a tea house for storytelling, you'll be criticized. But reality is so magical. For a time, the Shenyuan Continent was in turmoil, and many people sent out their own forces to find out the truth. He is already the head of a fairy clan, although the current situation is special and the other party's rise to power is not legitimate. But he is the head of the family after all. It's impossible for him to disappear for no reason. Either it is internal family factors or other hostile forces. Could it be the Su family? That's impossible. Didn't the Su family retreat a long time ago? They are obviously immortals, yet they are so cautious. Nonsense. Some rolled their eyes in disdain. What they are facing is an immortal master, a living immortal master. How many years has it been since such a person appeared in the entire Shenyuan Continent? If it were me, I would be even more cowardly than them and just run away. Cut. Who do you think you are? How can you run away from the immortal lord? Gang Jiao Immortal Venerable. Suddenly someone looked disappointed. An old monster from the end of the last era, with a powerful dragon-like aura. Do you think the Night Demon Immortal King can withstand it? I think it's uncertain. Some people clicked their tongues and shook their heads. After all, the gap between the Immortal King and the Immortal Lord is still too big. If the Night Demon Immortal King can escape unscathed, he will be worthy of his title as the #1 person in the world. Pity. Everyone was talking about it. The Chen family deliberately controlled the spread of the news. The news of Su Mu's reappearance was not spread. Instead, the details were deliberately concealed. After all, losing the head of the family is not a very glorious thing, and it is an internal conflict within the family, so naturally one has to keep it as low-key as possible. But this cannot prevent the investigation by those who are interested. How could that be? Yin Luan looked strange. When he saw this news, he thought the spy was just playing a joke on him. They are immortals after all, how could something like this happen? Or has it been so long since these immortal races have become so corrupted? Explore again. After issuing the order casually, Yin Luan hid his figure and turned back to a small courtyard. Here, he saw a pair of eyes that were somewhat similar to his own. Father. Yin Yanqiu looked pale and smiled slightly. Since learning that Su Mu was missing, Yin Yanqiu suddenly came to her senses. She began to commemorate him in every way she could think of. At the same time, I also gave a summary of my life. She returned with the memories of her previous life, but never recognized her father. Until now, she finally let go of those rules and regulations. Daughter. When Yin Luan saw his daughter's expression, he felt his heart break, but he could do nothing about it. Not long after the father and daughter met, Yin Yanqiu confessed his feelings for Su Mu to her. Yin Yanqiu fell in love with Su Mu. I fell in love with it a long time ago. Now Su Mu's life or death is uncertain. Although there is news that he is still alive, this is just a hope as small as a firefly. Yin Yanqiu had long lost hope in life. She has regarded the present time as the last years of her life. In these final times, she looks back on everything between her and Su Mu. Then meet the father who gave birth to me. Fulfill those unfulfilled wishes. At that time, she could wait for the final ultimatum and the news about whether Su Mu was dead or alive with peace of mind. If the other person could survive, Yin Yanqiu would no longer want to endure it and she would definitely return to him. If the other person dies, she would also follow Su Mu without hesitation. Looking at his daughter's lifeless eyes, Yin Luan suddenly remembered the news he had heard and hurriedly told her, hoping to arouse some interest. Yes, daughter. I got some very strange news today, you will never guess it. It's the Chen family, the one where Chen Shu is from. It's said that they did something some time ago and actually lost their head. But it's so funny, haha. Yin Luan tried his best to make his daughter smile. I thought this time would be the same as before and return empty-handed. But unexpectedly, Yin Yanqiu took the initiative to speak. Father, did you just say that Chen Shu from the Chen family suddenly disappeared? Yeah, what's wrong? Yin Luan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his daughter to be interested in this part. That's right. Su Mu and Chen Shu have had a long-standing conflict. Now that he has suddenly disappeared, their daughter must have thought that Su Mu was still alive. Yin Luan was very hesitant. He knew that if he lied to the other party now and said that Sumu was back, Yin Nianxia would definitely have hope of survival. But if the other party finds out the truth, there will definitely be more serious consequences than now. But Yin Luan suddenly gritted his teeth and forced a smile, as if he had mentioned it unintentionally. Come to think of it, aren't Qinshu and Sumu on bad terms? Could it be Sumu who did it? Yin Nianxia's body stiffened slightly, then she raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light. Just think about it. Yin Luan has given up everything now. As long as his daughter can live, he doesn't care about anything else. Sumu and Qinshu have always had a bad relationship. If I were Sumu and had escaped from the secret realm, I would definitely seek revenge on him. After all, I'm in such a miserable state. As my enemy, how can you be better off? This reason is actually very far-fetched, and Yin Luan himself feels that there is something wrong with it. So in order to increase credibility, he started making up stories again. I heard that it was a group of robbers who kidnapped Qinshu and then disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. It's very likely Sumu. Tie him up and torture him severely. What do you think? The father's voice was getting farther and farther away from her ears, and the girl's mind was like the ocean in a storm, with waves rising and falling. There are obviously many problems with what the other party said. But that doesn't matter. All this is possible. If it's true, doesn't that mean Sumu is back? Is he back? He kidnapped Qinshu directly? Then he must be at the Su family now. I want to find him. Yin Nianxia immediately stood up and wanted to leave, but suddenly his body swayed and his face turned even paler. She hadn't moved for too long, and even her body's instinctive breathing of vital energy had been shut down, and she was already extremely weak. Don't worry, dear daughter. Take care of yourself first, and then we can investigate. Yin Luan quickly stopped the other person. Chapter 152, Confused in Sleep? Yin Luan is actually very panicked now. He was afraid that Yin Nianxia would act frantically and find out the truth. After all, he had just made it up. He himself doesn't know the truth, he'll be doomed if it's exposed. We must not let her find out the truth. Even if there is something fishy about Qinshu's case, I must package it like this. Yin Luan made up his mind. He quickly settled Yin Nianxia down and discussed with her that they would go investigate together after she recovered. After stabilizing the other person, as soon as he left the courtyard, Yin Luan's face became visibly panicked. Act quickly. No matter what the truth is. We must direct the fire to the Su family. If it doesn't work, try to involve more forces to make the investigation more difficult. Anyway, it's just to muddy the waters and delay time. Muttering to himself, Yin Luan's figure quickly disappeared from the spot. Su family. Moon stars are rare. Sumu looked up at the sky. The starry sky of the Shenyuan Continent was different from the scenery at the bottom of the abyss. Even more vast. Sometimes he wondered what the scenery was like outside this planet. But according to his father Su Ningye, celestial cultivators can only fly to distant places in the sky at most and cannot completely enter the void and chaos. Even Su Ningye didn't know what was in that endless darkness. But he seemed to have seen a record in some ancient monument that there was civilization outside the void. Boom! The curtain of the starry sky seemed to be shaken by someone. Sumu's eyes suddenly hardened, and then he looked in a certain direction. That was the scene of the fight between Su Ningye and Gang Jiao Xinzuan. It was said that the two had been fighting for dozens of days and nights, but the winner was still unknown. Sumu suddenly looked strange. Anyone who can come up with this title of immortal lord must be a genius. Why think so much about him? Business is more important. He shook his head forcefully to clear his mind of all distracting thoughts, then walked into the dark cave in front of him. There was no light in the cave, but Sumu could still see everything. The long and narrow cave is filled with powerful restrictions and various traps and mechanisms. A long time ago, ancient ferocious beasts were imprisoned here. But now, Da Day. As he walked to the bottom of the tree, a bloody figure appeared in front of him. It seems like a good idea to imprison the protagonist of destiny. Sumu smiled slightly. In his opinion, the so-called ancient ferocious beasts are all weak in front of something like the destined protagonist. Chen Shu's consciousness was blurry and he could only force himself to stay awake and look at the figure in front of him. He never expected that he would fall into such a state without any warning. Will Sumu kill himself? If I caught Sumu, I would make him live a life worse than death and cut him into pieces. Oh. It looks like he's going to die. Chen Shu lowered his head, the shadow of death looming over him, making him feel a chill. He doesn't want to die. I don't want to die no matter what. He still has so many ambitions and aspirations, and in such a vast world of cultivation, his name Chen Shu has not yet been engraved. How can he die? I must not die. Chen Shu's eyes gradually became firm. Then. Snap. A loud slap sounded in the cave. Chen Shu's eyes instantly blurred, he was stunned by the slap, staring blankly at the person in front of him. Sumu shook his hands and ignored the other person's gaze. Instead, he carefully sensed the outside world to see if there was any thunder or something. It seems not. The protagonist of destiny has been beaten, why doesn't the world will show any reaction? Sumu was silent. He has no habit of abusing people. Although Chen Shu is a scumbag, he has no desire to be a judge. It's just an experiment. I want to see where the tolerance of heaven lies. It doesn't seem as scary as I imagined. The protagonist? It seems to be just like that. Sumu. Chen Shu's voice suddenly sounded, his tone unpredictable. Are you going to kill me? Not at the moment. Sumu was surprised that the other party could still speak. His cervical vertebrae were broken, his limbs were shattered, and he almost turned into a stick, but he was still alive and kicking. As expected of a cultivator, he is so strong. As for not killing the other party for the time being, this is also the truth, because he still has many experiments to do. But when Chen Shu heard this, he suddenly shook. His whole body was hung on iron chains, and the chains rattled when he shook them. Sumu must want to torture me, it must be like this. Don't want. Ah. Sumu was stunned. Please, let me go. Silent tears suddenly flowed down Chen Shu's face, and he looked quite miserable. Sumu paused slightly, then walked up and patted the other person's face with an inexplicable smile. How can you beg for mercy? This is a bit inappropriate, don't worry, we have plenty of time, let's play slowly. Sumu waved his hand casually, and then an old man appeared from the shadows. Master Xingfa, I'm leaving this man in your hands. Get everything out of his mouth. Everything. As you command, young master. The old man bowed and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. Seeing Sumu turning around and about to leave, Chen Shu immediately panicked. Don't! Sumu! Don't go! Don't leave me here. What do you want? I'll give you everything. No. Ah. The other party's words turned into a shrill scream at the end, and the voice became hoarse, and the voice of the punishment elder could be faintly heard. Don't worry, the young master said he won't let you die, so you won't die. I specially took out the holy medicine from the family treasury. As long as you get everything out, you'll naturally feel more relaxed. Chen Shu was stunned. What? What exactly did you say? Just ask. The elder of the Xingfa family looked slightly dazed. He actually dared to resist? He is such a tough guy. Good. He just likes to deal with this kind of enemy. You're so brave? The skills I've honed over thousands of years are finally useful. Let me try them out on you. Chen Shu? Isn't this fucking wrong? You ask. Ah. The screams became more and more miserable. Sumu shrugged and turned away. Why, I felt a very familiar aura from the person just now. In Sumu's mind, Shan was lost in thought at this moment. The feeling of being chosen that he had sensed at the beginning was now felt again on the human stick. Although this feeling is gradually weakening, it does exist. What on earth is going on? Did I really fall asleep? Shang fell into self-doubt for a while and remained silent for a long time. Chapter 153 Family Secrets. Strolling in the moonlight. Sumu looked up at the sky from time to time. The entire starry sky is like a curtain, and from time to time someone will grab the corner and shake it violently. It's hard to imagine that this is the sound of two people fighting. He already knew in advance that the higher the level of the cultivator, the louder the battle would be and the longer it would last. So, high-level monks generally don't take action easily, but once they do, it is difficult to end it in a short period of time. This is power. With the power of a flesh body, I can shake the sky. Sumu's desire for strength reached its peak at once. He is now more and more certain that even if he is the destined protagonist, it seems, is just like that? If it were according to the original storyline, Sumu's actions against the protagonist would include, but not limited to, crushing the opponent's neck bones, cutting off the opponent's limbs, sealing the opponent's cultivation, imprisonment, and slapping. If you pick any one of them, it would be absolutely impossible for it to happen. The world will not allow this to happen. At least, that's what Sumu thought before. But now it seems that, I don't know if it's because of the plot adjustment, the protagonist doesn't seem to be as powerful as imagined. It even looks a bit dishy. The protagonist is like this, not to mention the heroine. Sumu was already certain that the strange behavior displayed by some of the heroines was probably not what he imagined. It was not to attract Shinshu's attention, but purely for himself. It's all my fault, damn it. Sumu was indignant, and then suddenly remembered something. He sank his consciousness into his mind. Sister Shang, what was the ability of the armor that was covered in white flames last time? Sumu was now extremely eager for strength. Although his family can provide a lot of support, compared with Shang, it is nothing. Shang said unhappily, "What? Are you trying to do something bad again?" TSK, mainly because the armor last time was so handsome, and Sumu muttered a lot of flattery. Shang sounded very satisfied when he heard this, and there was a hint of elation in his voice. Of course, that's a magical power I created myself. Magic power. Sumu expressed his doubts at the right time. He has basically figured out Shang's personality now. If he has to say it, she is a bit like a child and needs to be coaxed. It's quite simple to grasp. Shang pondered for a moment, then began to explain science to Sumu. After entering the earthly immortal realm, all the original techniques are no longer useful. The purpose of the existence of the technique is to absorb vital energy, but as long as you enter the realm of earthly immortals, even the weakest one can mobilize the endless vital energy between heaven and earth. But because everyone's qualifications and strengths are different, the power that each person can truly exert is different. It's like the vital energy between heaven and earth is a reservoir, and the size of the outlet depends on the cultivator himself. Shang's voice kept ringing in his mind, and Sumu listened very carefully. The half-month he had spent at the bottom of the abyss allowed him to cram in some basic knowledge, and he unknowingly reached the level of earthly immortal. To be honest, he himself didn't know when he was promoted to a celestial being. Shang is like his teacher who can teach him in various aspects. If he wants to improve his strength, he is the best choice. If you really want to understand supernatural powers, they are equivalent to the skills used in the mortal period. We can temporarily expand the water outlet of the reservoir, and then use it to perform some extremely energy-consuming moves. However, unlike the mortal period, it is not so easy to expand this water outlet. You need to understand the Tao. At the very least, you need to comprehend one great Tao. So what's my situation? As Sumu listened, he became more confused. Logically speaking, he himself didn't know what great truth he understood, so how could he possibly break through to the celestial realm? The point is, this has already happened. Shang hesitated to speak. Didn't the fate-bound immortal body she gave him contain a great way? After all this fuss, Sumu still hadn't discovered this? She suddenly had a bad taste in her mouth. Sumu possesses an extremely immortal body, and has already walked a long way on the road of fate, but he did not realize it at all. Which emphasizes the coincidence of causes and conditions, can be expanded upon in the future and should be considered a branch of the avenue of cause and effect, with endless potential. Unfortunately, although Sumu was extremely talented, his basic knowledge was so poor that he couldn't notice it at all. Why not? She might as well not remind Sumu. Who knows, maybe this is Sumu's own way of practice. Anyway, he has no shortage of beauties around him, so even if he doesn't take action himself, others will help him push forward. It's decided, let's do it. Shang suppressed the smile in his heart and cleared his throat. Ahem, your situation is rather special, so you may need to explore more on your own. If you have nothing else to do, communicate more with your beauties. Sumu? Why does this sound like jealousy? Is it an illusion? In order to prevent Sumu from discovering his thoughts, Shang quickly changed the subject. Although I don't know what your own avenue is, you can undoubtedly learn this magical power. I'll just teach you. You can have this. This is what Sumu wanted in the beginning. Now he needs a way to improve his strength. A large amount of information suddenly emerged in my mind, introducing all the details that need to be paid attention to in this magical power. Then came all kinds of insights. Sumu found a place nearby, sat down cross-legged, and digested it patiently. The young man was standing on a huge rock with no obstructions on all sides and facing the moonlight, which looked like a Taoist temple. Soon, the space on his side began to distort, and a faint wave gradually began to ripple. Young master. Not far away, a member of the Su family witnessed this scene and looked shocked. As expected of you, young master. Can you enter the state of enlightenment anytime and anywhere? Didn't someone say that the young master was a waste before? How come? You don't understand. Someone suddenly sighed. The past was the past, and the present is the present. The Su family is now at a critical moment of life and death. It is normal for the young master to behave differently than usual. Rather, this is the young master's normal state. The person who was speaking was an old man. He had seen Sumu when he was a child and knew how ambitious the other person had been during a period of time, showing extraordinary talent. However, fate cannot be violated. It can even be said that the other party became a playboy in order to protect the entire family. It's just that this secret is kept in the hearts of many elders and is unknown to outsiders. This is also why, no matter what Sumu does, the Su family will always tolerate him. Because he had already paid for the family in advance. Under the moonlight, the strange fluctuations became more and more intense, soon attracting more people's attention. Chapter 154 Sumu's Fiancé. Sumu felt that he had entered a mysterious state. He now knows the name of this magical power, which is White Sky Flame Puppet. It was at this time that he realized that the Bai Shao Flame Puppet not only had the form of a flame armor, but the user could even mold the white flame into any shape as long as he wished. After all, this is a magical power I created. You can only use it now. You still have to develop your own in the future. Shang kept nagging at Sumu's mind. Is it not possible to develop it? Sumu was puzzled. It's not completely impossible. Although there is no such hard and fast condition, when you reach the later stage of cultivation, it basically depends on your understanding of the Tao. When the time comes, you can create your own magical power based on your own understanding, and then you can exert the strongest combat power. Sumu took note of this and continued to comprehend the content of the magical power. He then realized that this magical power was not only a skill in using the vital energy of heaven and earth, but more of a comprehension of the Tao. He felt the way of flame, the way of transformation, and all sorts of miscellaneous things in it. Countless hodgepodges eventually built up an exquisite system, which was manifested by these white flames. Are there grades of magical powers? Some. Shang thought about it for a moment. The current classification I know starts from the earthly immortal realm, which is called the first grade. The higher you go, the higher the grade. This Bai Shao Flame Puppet is considered a fourth grade magical power. Sumu was suddenly stunned. After the earthly immortal realm was the heavenly immortal realm, then the immortal lord and the immortal emperor. This means that this Bai Shao flame puppet actually has the magical power of the immortal emperor level? This made him even more curious. What is the origin of Shang? He can easily take out something of the immortal emperor level. And the bottom of the abyss from before. What level of magical powers have you seen at most? 6th rank. Shang answered without hesitation, but after he finished speaking, he looked a little dazed. These are not things you should understand now. Just practice hard first. I will tell you when the time comes. Sumu didn't listen carefully to the following words. He was still thinking about the word 6th grade. What kind of realm is that? So there is a realm after the immortal emperor? He thought that was the end. The Tao laws around his body were constantly vibrating, and Sumu seemed to experience something different in this perception. Even Tao, such an illusory thing, will be related to each other, so what about other things? In the eyes of the onlookers, Sumu was covered in moonlight and sitting on a piece of bluestone. The aura emanating from his body continued to surge, even causing the onlookers to become dazed. This is enlightenment, and it can actually influence the people around you. Some elders in the tribe looked shocked. Often only those with extraordinary talent can fall into this state when practicing, and even affect those around them. Young master, he is truly a genius. Many people had this feeling in their hearts, and for a moment they felt a little relieved. Although the external situation is so bad, the Su family is not without hope. Chen family. In a dark space, several figures can be vaguely seen. Are you sure you want to take action against the Su family? The person who spoke was still a little hesitant. This kind of direct conflict has not broken out between the 10 great immortal clans for many years. Once you start this, there will be no room for regret. We have no room for regrets. Another person took over the conversation, his face a little gloomy. It's all the fault of that idiot Qin Shu. He insisted on taking us to intercept the young master of the Su family. Now, not only has he gotten himself involved, but it also ended up being completely useless. Now that the young master of the Su family has been provoked by us, the others will definitely not give up. It's better to strike first and gain the upper hand. So what are you going to do? The Su family's protective formation is no joke. Can any one of you break in? Everyone fell silent for a moment. I have an idea. Suddenly someone spoke softly. I wonder if you still remember that our family took back a fragment of destiny from Uncle Chen before, named Deduction of Heaven's Secret. I have already found someone to use this destiny. Although it cost some money, I still encountered a very important scene. As he spoke, the man raised his hand and a picture suddenly appeared in the air. In the picture, the sky collapsed and a figure fell straight down, while another tiny figure hung high in the sky, looking overwhelming. What is this, the ancestor one? Everyone's face was filled with shock. The two figures in the picture were extremely familiar. The one falling downwards was Su Ningye, the patriarch of the Su family, while the one still in the air was Gang Jiao, immortal venerable of their Chen family. Although most people expected the ancestor to win, they were unable to participate in the battle after all, so they were not sure. When doing many things, it is inevitable to feel restricted. But now, this last doubt has been dispelled. I believe you all understand that in the battle above Yuan Tian, the ancestor is destined to win, but we don't know when. So we don't need to hold back when dealing with the Su family. What we have to worry about now is the involvement of other families. I propose that we form an alliance with other forces and jointly deal with the Su family. Do you want to destroy them? Suddenly someone wondered. It's probably uncertain. The other party shook his head in response. We don't have the absolute power to crush them. There may be some old antiques in the Su family's land, but they just haven't come out yet. We just need to take a bite of the meat, for example, let the other party hand over a few destiny fragments. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of everyone present lit up. The fragment of destiny is the true core of an immortal clan. Each fragment of destiny represents unparalleled power. As long as it can be obtained, it will bring countless benefits to the family in the tens of thousands of years to come. This is what they are fighting for. In that case, it's decided. Contact other families first to see if anyone can join us. Good. The Chen family's actions were very blatant, without even the slightest intention of concealing them, and of course they were noticed by other people with ulterior motives. How dare the Chen family? Are they really going to take action against the Su family? Nangong Shanha looked puzzled. Their engagement with the Su family has been finalized. Now that the Nangong family and the Su family are one, it is naturally impossible for them to sit back and do nothing. It seems that I have to ask the Su family's attitude first. How about it, niece, come together. On the other side, Nangong Shi looked over slowly and put down the jade slip in his hand. Of course I will. Before Su Mu comes back, I will protect everything about him. After all, I am his fiancé. Chapter 155, All Showed. Su Mu has completely mastered the Bai Shao flame puppet. As soon as he stood up and wanted to try it out, he found that there were many tribesmen watching him around. I'll go. Su Mu was startled. He was completely immersed in enlightenment and for a moment forgot to observe his surroundings. Why are there so many people? Young master. Suddenly an old man came up. Su Mu remembered him. He was a patriarch of the Su family. His name was Sun Ye, and he was also an immortal king cultivator. Young master, if you want to improve your strength, there are many suitable things in the family treasury. You can go and take a look. Here is the key to the treasure house. The other party held out his hands and handed over a ball of light. Su Mu hesitated for a moment, then took it. The light faded away, revealing an exquisite bracelet. It is golden all over and you can't tell what material it is made of, but it feels very warm. Good. Su Mu did not refuse, he urgently needed strength now. Of course it would be best if we could take something from the family treasury. Young master. Suddenly another person came up. The woman you brought back has woken up. She's waiting for you now. Su Mu was stunned for a moment, then he realized that the other party was talking about Mo Xuanqing. Why is this statement so weird? Su Mu looked puzzled, but didn't think too much about it. He followed the other party and flew quickly towards a small courtyard. When they walked out of the yard, the person who led the way left with his hands clasped, knowing how to act properly. Su Mu fell into the yard and pushed open the door. In an instant, a soft body fell into his arms, still with that familiar touch and the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose. Su Mu was completely numb. Coming again? Su Mu. Mo Xuanqing didn't know what was going on. At the moment, he was pale and just lay on Su Mu, looking a little weak. I'm glad you're okay, Su Mu, I'm glad you're okay. Mo Xuanqing kept repeating this sentence and then stuck close to Su Mu. Su Mu didn't know how to push the other person away directly, so he put his hands behind the other person and patted him gently and rhythmically. I'm fine, I'm always. A lot of time has passed. Mo Xuanqing showed no intention of leaving. Su Mu was secretly thinking in his heart, what was going on? In his impression, Mo Xuanqing is the peak master of Yaofeng Holy Land and a great cultivator of the third level of Immortal King. He should not have such a weak attitude. But now, how do you explain this? Could it be that he just used too much force in the fight and his head was damaged? Su Mu tried to lower his head to observe the other person's eyes, but the other person's expression was very clear, and he even looked at Su Mu fearlessly. Master, you. What's wrong? Mo Xuanqing's heart tightened. She knew that her behavior was inappropriate, but that didn't matter anymore. What she is most worried about now is that Su Mu will leave her again. The sneak attack by the three immortal kings of the Chen family really frightened her. She could accept her own death, but she could not accept Su Mu suffering such a fate, especially in front of her. She had already made up her mind, she wanted to have a showdown with Su Mu. Su Mu, I have something to tell you. Master, I actually have something I want to tell you. They both spoke at the same time, then paused for a moment. You go first. Mo Xuanqing took a deep breath and decided to think about it for a while longer. It was definitely not because she was afraid. Sumu actually thought it through. Since the plot is already a mess, he might as well just play it straight. He needs to figure out what kind of changes have taken place in the heroines. Then, Sumu was ready to explain in detail everything that happened after he entered the Holy Land, of course, except for the system and task parts. Master, actually, I didn't enter the Holy Land to become your disciple in the first place. Becoming your disciple was just an accident. Sumu talked freely. He said frankly that it was because of Qing Jingru that he deliberately went against Qin Shu, and that was why he became her disciple by accident. I don't really want to enter the Holy Land, or really want to become a disciple. In the concept of Shenyuan Continent, a disciple like him with impure thoughts would definitely be hated by every master. No one would want their disciple to be such a person. But Sumu still said it. This was both a test and a change he made on his own initiative. He won't have as much time to stay in the Holy Land in the future. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Mo Xuanqing fell silent. So, the other party's behavior is still due to the relationship between master and disciple? Now that he knows that my intentions are not pure, he is in self-doubt. Sumu was actually relieved, at least the worst outcome had not yet occurred. But suddenly, snap! Mo Xuanqing grabbed Sumu's hand and raised her head instantly. Sumu lowered his head and looked at each other, then also stood there in a daze. Wrong. The look in the other person's eyes is obviously wrong. Normally, upon hearing this kind of news, one would be filled with anger, shame, and annoyance. But Sumu seemed to see joy in the other person's eyes. What is going on? Before he could think too much, Mo Xuanqing spoke first. I already knew what you were thinking, but I don't care. Sumu was stunned. Ah? You already knew what that meant? But the other party seemed to have something to say. Sumu. Mo Xuanqing finally made up her mind. Sumu had already confessed to her, so of course she had to respond with sincerity. I am an immortal king cultivator after all. I already know what you are thinking. I understand everything. But I don't care, I just want you to stay with me. Sumu? Before he could open his mouth, Mo Xuanqing's figure suddenly changed and holy light flashed on his body. The light disappeared, and the person who remained was another person that Sumu was extremely familiar with. Sumu's eyes widened. What the hell? Yu Nianqing. That's right, Sumu, this is me too. With a flash of light, Mo Xuanqing changed back again. She hugged Sumu directly, and their bodies were tightly pressed together. I've always wanted to do this, all this time. You know what? I've actually been paying attention to you. I've always been. Sumu was stunned. He thought the cards he had revealed were outrageous enough. Unexpectedly, the other party played a bigger trick on him. Mo Xuanqing is Yu Nianqing? So she has been by my side all this time, helping me? She even showed love for me? What the hell? Sumu suddenly remembered that he had analyzed the name Yu Nianqing before, and the person who mentioned this name was a love-brained person. Now it seems that maybe it is true, but the person the other party likes is most likely Sumu himself. When is this? From the first time I saw you in this life. Mo Xuanqing was telling the truth. After her rebirth, the first time she saw Sumu, she was sure that she had fallen in love with this boy. Slightly raise your head and look into the boy's eyes? Then, Mo Xuanqing stood on tiptoe slightly in the young man's arms. Sumu's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 156 ruined. I feel numb. Completely numb. Sumu was completely confused by this sudden change. How could that be? Mo Xuanqing knew that he had been plotting something bad for a long time, but he still cooperated, and it has always been like this. Doesn't that mean? The first day I entered the Holy Land, the other party was playing me. Sumu felt a strange feeling in his heart, and then he began to digest the fact that Yu Nianqing was Mo Xuanqing. He was really shocked. He even wondered whether Yunyanqing might be the heroine who had never been mentioned in the original novel, or an NPC with a special status. If that doesn't work, maybe it's a new character created by the change in the world line. But he never thought that Yunyanqing would be Mo Xuanqing. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the other person has always been by your side? From the moment he entered the Holy Land, to his first conflict with Qin Shu, to his imprisonment in the law enforcement hall, to the Dragon Yuan secret realm. Is each other there every time? Even after Su Mu decided to give up, he still had a picnic with the other party under the moonlight? That's right. The food at that time was made by Mo Xuanqing himself. Su Mu looked at the person in front of him with complicated eyes. The other person was clinging to him tightly, and he couldn't speak now. The warm and soft scent between lips and teeth is extremely rich. This was a scenario he had never imagined. Mo Xuanqing is an immortal king cultivator. For her level of cultivation, several thousand years old is only the beginning. What's more, the other person's appearance makes it impossible to tell his age. No matter how you look at it, she looks like a 28-year-old girl. Apart from the palace dress that gave off a slightly majestic aura, it was hard to imagine that the other party was a powerful monk. A long time passed and the other party showed no sign of giving in. Su Mu could only push the other person away forcibly, and the two of them looked at each other while panting. He hesitated for a long while before speaking slowly. Why? These three simple words contained too many doubts for the young man. No reason. Mo Xuanqing has completely laid her cards on the table at this moment, and she has given it all up completely. Su Mu, I love you very much. I have been paying attention to you even before you entered the Holy Land. Just kept waiting. But it just so happens that it is God's will. And your father also found me and sent you to me. Naturally, I will not let go of this opportunity. I also took into account the difficulty of getting along with you because of my identity, so I deliberately created a clone. I didn't mean to deceive you. Su Mu. Mo Xuanqing spoke sincerely, her face slightly red as she spoke, and she always looked directly into the boy's eyes, as if she wanted to express all the feelings in her heart. She's been suppressed for too long. Su Mu, I have experienced thousands of years and have come a long way on the path of Taoism, so I know clearly what I want. I have told you my feelings. What do you want to do now? How? Hearing this question, Su Mu's scalp went numb. Is Mo Xuanqing good? Very good. Appearance, figure, background, cultivation, everything is good. It's not that he is opposed to it, it's just that this is too sudden. After playing the villain for too long, anyone would be shocked when the heroine suddenly confesses her love to him. What's more, for an old actor like Su Mu, he has been through hard times for too long, and the withdrawal reaction is even more serious. Wait, let me stroke it. Su Mu quickly raised his hand to stop the other person, wanting to have a good talk with him. But how could Mo Xuanqing do as he wished? She is the immortal king, and Su Mu is just a celestial fairy. At this moment, she has exposed all her softness, of course not for fun. She has experienced the pain of losing Su Mu twice in a short period of time. She never wanted to bear the cost of the other person leaving again. She wants the other person to be dependent on her forever. So, Mo Xuanqing simply raised his hand and grabbed the young man, who was trapped in the spot with only his eyeballs able to move. What the hell? What does she want to do? Su Mu felt a sudden panic in his heart. All the servants around him had been sent away, and only he and Mo Xuanqing were left in the courtyard. There are restrictions outside the courtyard. Even if a fight breaks out inside, as long as the noise is not too loud, it is estimated that people outside will not be able to sense it. What the hell? Su Mu's eyes widened because he already knew what the other party was going to do. Mo Xuanqing's face turned slightly red, she bit her lips slightly, and then moved closer to Su Mu. The soft jade hand caressed the boy's cheek, and there was endless tenderness in the eyes. Su Mu, I won't let you leave me again, and I don't want to lose you again. Master, calm down. We are master and disciple after all. Su Mu tried hard to speak, but he couldn't control himself at all and could only watch the other person. I don't know if it's because the sunlight outside the window was too eye-catching, but the house suddenly became filled with white scenery, the veil fluttered, and the clothes trembled. The other party got closer and closer. Sumu felt a chill, and then this way, that way, that way. Dual cultivation has always been a form of spiritual practice, especially when there is a huge gap in the cultivation levels of both parties. Often people with low cultivation will get a lot of benefits. This is what Sumu is like now. In the fairyland within the body, a golden thread rapidly expanded and then emitted a brilliant golden light. The light shot up into the sky, then transformed into a pure golden 7-story pagoda, landing in a corner of the fairyland. Boom! The space was shaking, and the frequency was getting faster and faster. Finally landed safely. In an instant, many insights suddenly arose in Sumu's heart. At this moment, he finally understood what his destined immortal body was. The Yuanding immortal body was specially created for him by Shang. It was transformed from the strongest divine body in ancient times, and some adaptive adjustments were made. Simply put, what Sumu can control now is marriage. Only include things that are relevant to you. In short, he can actively use the destiny fragment marriage as like a dream to make any female cultivator with a lower cultivation level than him fall in love with him. Then give everything you have without any complaints. Sumu didn't quite understand why the other party gave him this thing. He is now fully focused on cultivating his spiritual path, so why would he bother with these things? But as she explored further, she discovered more. That is, the fate-destined immortal body is not just controlled by the will of its master, it naturally has the quality of attracting others. In other words, Sumu is now a walking super hormone. It is normal to fall in love with him unknowingly while getting along with him. Sumu was completely numb. He couldn't figure out what the current situation was. Did Mo Xuanqing plan this for a long time? Or was it because of his own physical condition? In that case, there are still 6 golden threads in my body. Who are these people? Sumu was a little panicked for a moment. Mo Xuanqing is an immortal king cultivator, and his combat power is far stronger than his in every aspect. He can't stand it anymore. But now I suddenly heard this bad news. Does this mean there will be more people in the future? Sumu felt hopeless. Ruined. Chapter 157. Be good and call me master. Sumu can finally move freely. He slowly climbed up from the bed and looked at the graceful body beside him. The other person's body is so perfect, his face is delicate, his black hair is like a waterfall, his mountains are majestic, and his proportions are well proportioned. The eyes of the nearly perfect face were closed, a few strands of hair were on the forehead, and there was a slight blush of fatigue. That's all. Sumu accepted the current situation calmly. Since he couldn't change it, he could only enjoy it. Am I a punch master? Don't mention it, it has a unique flavor. He suddenly roared in his mind. Why didn't you help me then? Just watched her do this to me. Don't you look happy? Shang's voice sounded in his mind, and for some reason, the tone seemed a little strange. You kept saying no, but you didn't resist. Doesn't that mean I don't want to resist? I can't beat him. A few black lines crossed Sumu's face. He suddenly discovered that his cultivation had actually improved a lot. The fairyland has become more stable. The path of my own cultivation has now become clear. That is marriage, which is limited to one's own marriage. Even more, a lot of insights arose in my heart, covering all aspects. Good news, our strength has improved. Bad news, the way the boost works is a little weird. If this continues, then for me, the fastest way to improve my cultivation is. Sumu's face darkened. He didn't want to be a ruthless pile-driving machine. Having finally managed to break free from the fate of being the villain in the script, he doesn't want to fall into another cycle. He wanted to practice with his own strength and wanted to see the vast world of practice. Don't feed me soft rice. Sumu gritted his teeth. Isn't it said that free food is unpalatable? Why is there still someone forcing it into his mouth? I can't stand it. The young man was indignant, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something soft behind him. Emo Xuanqing had woken up at some point, and at this moment she was lying softly on Sumu's back, gently stroking the boy's chest. The peaks are tight and the touch is clear. Sumu, why don't you become my Taoist partner? I will protect you in the future. Sumu could tell that the other party was obviously serious, but he hesitated for a moment. Isn't this a bit hasty? How did it suddenly develop into this? Ahem, there's no rush for now. The Su family's crisis has not been resolved yet. It's a bit too early to consider these things now. That's true. Emo Xuanqing's expression darkened. Her cultivation was higher, so she could stand higher and see more scenery than ordinary people. She knew that the Su family's current situation was precarious. Don't worry, I'll help you. Emo Xuanqing smiled slightly, then leaned back gently, pulled the boy's body back, and made him lie in his arms. Sumu's pupils suddenly dilated. This perspective. Not only me, I will also communicate with the family behind me and will definitely help you get through this difficult time. Emo Xuanqing is able to serve as the peak master in the Holy Land, so he is naturally not alone. The Holy Land was originally jointly organized by the 10 great ancestors. There are 3 holy places in total. There is the Yaofeng Holy Land, the Miaoyin Holy Land, and the Tinglong Holy Land. The power of the 10 major immortal clans is intertwined in the Holy Land. Their purpose is to use the Holy Land as a platform to absorb wild talents from the entire continent and use them to strengthen their family power. If you don't join this system, you will never be able to get ahead in your life. The family behind Emo Xuanqing is the Emo family, one of the 10 great immortal clans, and its strength is considered mid-level, neither good nor bad. Yeah, okay. Sumu was absent-minded and hesitated for a moment. He finally ignored the towering mountains in front of him and nodded slightly. The Su family is something he cannot give up, so he must also seek external support. From this perspective, I suffered a bit of a loss, but it seems to be worth it? Suddenly a powerful ally appeared. After I recuperate for a few more days, I will return to the family. With my ability, I can still persuade them to join this turmoil. Thank you. Emo Xuanqing was stunned for a moment, then a charming smile appeared on her face, and she dragged Sumu back to the bed. Oh my god, what are you doing? Be good, Moor, call me master. Sumu? The Shenyuan Continent is in turmoil. There hasn't been such a tense situation in many years. The Chen family and the Su family, as the center of the turmoil, involved more powerful forces. The Emo family, the Nangong family, the Luo family, the Qian family, the Wang family. There are also second-rate forces. Tianha Palace, Fingyu Tower, Meng family, Qing family. It almost stirred up the situation in the entire continent, and no one had expected why it would suddenly turn out like this. Qing family. As an emerging force, and an emerging force that grew up with the support of the Su family, it is reasonable for them to participate. The person in charge of the Qing family now is no longer the former head of the family, but the top genius in the family, Qing Jingru. As the renowned fairy Qinghan, more than half a year ago, she finally got rid of Sumu's entanglement. To outsiders, this should be something worth celebrating. But Qing Jingru was not happy at all, and her expression towards outsiders even became colder. Even the tribe members felt this change. Especially after Sumu disappeared, some people heard that there was a sound of something breaking in Qing Jingru's courtyard, which lasted for a long time. But since then, everything seemed to have quieted down. But today, the other party stepped out of the yard again. His cultivation had actually advanced to the 6th level of Celestial Immortal. Jingru, you've made so many breakthroughs. Qing Jingru's mother was a beautiful woman. Although her cultivation was not high, she still had some vision. She looked surprised at this moment. Qing Jingru's delicate face had no expression at all, and there was a hint of death in her eyes. She hummed lightly. Jingru, what's the aura on you? Looking at her mother's extremely worried eyes, Qing Jingru wanted to smile, but she couldn't force herself to smile. Ever since she knew that Sumu's life or death was uncertain, her faith in Taoism was almost broken. After going through several mental battles between life and death, she was finally reborn. Her way is to protect the people she wants to protect. The opportunity for her to become an immortal was also because of Sumu. As a result, she now found that she could not protect anything, so the original Ice Avenue underwent a change. At this moment, it is closer to the ruthless path. The way of ruthlessness is also known as the way of heaven. Although there is no obvious distinction between the various avenues in terms of strength, some avenues are always special. For example, the laws of nature, cause and effect, time. For those who practice the way of heaven, their own emotions will gradually fade until they disappear completely, and divinity will replace humanity. Heaven is ruthless, this is the ultimate truth of the world. The cost of doing so is very high, and it basically means sacrificing everything for the individual, but the effect is also very obvious. That is, people who are suitable for this path will possess extremely powerful strength. The Chen family. Xing Jingrou's purpose of coming out of seclusion this time was very simple, which was to cause trouble for the Chen family. The clear sense of heaven told her that the Su family, the family of the boy she loved, needed help now. So she came out of the dead end. I am coming. The girl's figure suddenly disappeared, as if she had never existed. Chapter 158. It's not too late to mend the fold. Lingxiao Wangxie. The top floor here is a place Sumu has never been to. It is said that this place does not welcome people below the celestial realm and is only prepared for the most distinguished guests. But at this moment, this place is crowded with people. The elders of the three major immortal clans gathered here to discuss the alliance. The Chen family, the Qian family, the Wang family. All three are immortal races that have existed since time immemorial, and they are gathered here at this moment with only one purpose. That is to gain more benefits from this war against the Su family. The Wang family member spoke first, with some doubts. Are you sure that you have predicted the outcome of this battle? Will Lord Gang Jiao Xianzuan win? It's natural. The patriarch of the Chen family is named Chen Dan, a 6th-level immortal king cultivator. I'm sure you all know the ability to deduce the secrets of the universe. Although the price is painful, it is indeed acceptable to us immortals. The scenario we deduced will definitely come true. This is the experience accumulated over countless years, and it has never gone wrong. I'm sure you've all seen the scene just now. Su Ningye is likely to die in this battle. At that time, the Su family will be at its weakest. The remaining two families looked at each other, with excitement flashing in their eyes. It is a consensus among all parties that we should kill you while you are ill. You want to talk about friendship? That's not as important as interests. The Su family is the most powerful family among the 10 ancestors, and Su Ningye is known as the #1 person under the immortal lord and the best in the world. If there is any shortcoming in the other person's life, it is that he was born to a tiger father and a dog son. Such a person will eventually fall. The enemy is an immortal lord after all. Then how far should we go? If we go too far and wake up the old men in the other party's family, we'll be doomed. The people in the Qian family looked worried. You can rest assured. Chen Dan smiled slightly, appearing very confident. We have found the reason. The previous head of our Chen family, Chen Shu, was kidnapped by the Su family. When the time comes, we will use this reason to get the other party to exchange some interests. Although the process will certainly be bumpy, the outcome will always be similar. As for what to change, I believe you have already reached a consensus. As soon as these words came out, the three of them looked at each other and laughed. That's right. Their goals are unified. That is the fragment of destiny limited to the 9 heavens. Although the fragments of destiny in the world all have their own powerful functions, there are always some fragments that are particularly powerful. For example, the long-lost favored by heaven and the Su families limited to the 9 heavens. The effect of Xianjue Zhouxiao is powerful and single, that is, there is hope of breaking through the limits in everything. In other words, as long as we have this fragment, there will be no more constraints between heaven and earth. Su Ningye was able to quickly grow into the best person in the world, probably thanks to this fragment of destiny. However, since Sumu was born, it seems that he has rarely used it. Although no one knows what it is, this fragment is undoubtedly still in the Su family. As long as we have this fragment, our ancestor may be able to try to break through the limit of lifespan and advance to a higher realm. As long as we get it, and then use it as the center of the formation to create a large formation, why can't we break through the shackles of the family's development? Everyone had different thoughts, and some had even begun to imagine the scene after victory. The smiles on their faces immediately became more ardent. Ha ha! Chen Dan laughed. I know that you are all thinking about the ownership of the fragments in the future, but after the victory, we can discuss it slowly. If it really doesn't work out, we can just borrow tens of thousands of years for each family. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Not bad, not bad. There will be plenty of time later. Now let's discuss the course of action. Very good, very good. The three old foxes each had their own thoughts, and one conspiracy after another kept popping out of their mouths, and then they were perfected into a big plan. Su family. It was already the next morning when Su Mu came out of the courtyard. Mo Xuanxing had left at some point and left a letter before leaving. Finally, he revealed where he was going, that he was going back to his family to ask for help. Su Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was not good for a cultivator to have too strong a physique. Anyway, he couldn't bear it anymore, so it was a good time to take a rest. Unexpectedly. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, he ran into Zhang Haining. The first time the two looked at each other, Zhang Haining frowned. A woman's keen intuition reminded her that Su Mu was a little different today. Did something happen to you? Why do I feel like you've matured overnight? Zhang Haining looked puzzled. I always feel that the other person has changed from a boy to a man. Is it an illusion? Haha, really? Su Mu laughed. He couldn't say that he was. This is too abstract. Not to mention. Su Mu suddenly remembered that the other party really liked to let her call her master during practice. This kind of thing must never be said. Su Mu made up his mind and straightened his face. Zhang Haining had already walked to his side at this moment, her nose twitched slightly, and her brows furrowed even deeper. Why do you smell so good? And it doesn't sound like your own. How come? Su Mu simply shook his head to indicate that it was impossible. You must have smelled it wrong, or the servants at home changed the incense. Oh, by the way, I have something else to do. Let's go to the family treasury now. Su Mu ran away immediately. Looking at the other persons departing back, Zhang Haining was silent for a long time, then suddenly turned around and walked directly into Su Mu's courtyard. He untied the restriction casually and stepped into the bedroom in 2 or 3 steps. The bed was messy, the unfamiliar scent was more pronounced, and most importantly the glaring red in the field of vision. Zhang Haining's body suddenly froze in place. She handled many affairs within the family, so of course she knew who had come to see Su Mu yesterday. How come? How come you got there first? Why are you first? Zhang Haining felt a strong sense of sadness in her heart. She clenched her teeth and even showed signs of crying. Snort. You must have used some tricks. I don't believe it. Zhang Haining suddenly made up her mind, and cleaned the house with a wave of her hand. I was here first, if you can do it, then of course I can do it too. She now deeply regrets her original reserve. I also regretted why I didn't take action directly at the beginning. Now, someone has got there first. But it's not too late. There's still time for everything. Zhang Haining advised herself in her heart, her eyes becoming more determined. Su Mu flew across a large area of land and soon came to a peculiar valley. Shenyuan Valley is also the Su family's treasure house. I wonder what good stuff is inside. Su Mu was a little curious, so he held out the treasure house key he had obtained a few days ago and moved forward. A strong light flashed, and the boy's figure disappeared. Chapter 159 Su Family Treasure House. There was blue and purple smoke all around, dotted with countless purple and red stars, just like a vast nebula. In this nebula, treasure boxes of various shapes would suddenly float by from time to time. This is the Su Family Treasure House. A flash of light passed by. Sumu's figure suddenly appeared here. As soon as I arrived here, a sense suddenly arose in my heart, and I pointed to a distant corner of the treasure house. Is this a fragment of destiny? Why are there these things everywhere? Sumu looked puzzled. Aren't there only 49 of them in the entire continent? Why does he feel like he always comes across this thing around him? Is it really that precious? Although he knew that there were fragments of destiny here, Sumu had no intention of taking them away. He then began to search for treasures that could be used at his own level. Precious medicines, magic tools, magic weapons, and even all kinds of rare treasures. Too many. There are simply too many. Sumu was dazzled by what he saw and didn't know what to choose for a moment. Is this too much trouble? Although there are many treasures, Sumu cannot use every one of them. Moreover, these are the property of the entire family and cannot be used indiscriminately. If you don't know which ones to use, I can help you pick them. Shang's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and then a white flame flashed between the boy's eyebrows, and the flame poured in front of his eyes like a stream of water. A slender figure was quickly outlined. He had white hair and white eyes, but his expression was much more lively. Shang turned around slightly and adjusted himself to his new body. Is it possible? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. To be honest, he didn't know what Shang's current condition was. Ghost, soul, spirit. Or was there some special secret method used? But the other party is willing to help him now, which is naturally a good thing. No matter what Sumu said, he had only been practicing seriously for less than a month. No matter how talented you are, it's all in vain if you don't have knowledge. It is at times like this that Shang can demonstrate his role as a teacher. Then I'll trouble you, Sister Shang. Sumu chuckled. Shang pouted his lips, then closed his eyes, and opened them again after a moment. She raised her jade hand and pointed in 3 directions. Soon 3 treasure boxes flew over, lined up in front of Sumu, and opened directly. In this first box is a piece of fossil. Shang seemed to be familiar with everything. He just took a glance and started talking. Put this thing together with your golden halberd. It will only take a few hours for your weapon to reach a higher level. Things like holy vessels are great, but they must evolve with their masters, and this process is too long. With this creation stone, you can skip this process. Nice one. Hearing this, Sumu's eyes immediately lit up. Zhang Haining had already returned the golden halberd to him, and it was now in his storage ring. So he took out the creation stone directly and put it into the storage space, next to the halberd. If you need to go back, you can do it now. The most important thing is to build up combat effectiveness as soon as possible. With a slight nod, Shang then looked at the second item. Your current cultivation level is improving very quickly. It only took you half a month to make up for your previously shaky foundation and even break through to the celestial immortal realm. But there are hidden dangers in doing so, so you need this thing. In the treasure box, there are 2 balls of black and white gas entwined with each other. They seem to be incompatible, but they are evolving into each other, and seem to be endless. Is this the 2 energies of heaven and earth? Sumu rarely got to know such a precious material, and a look of confusion immediately appeared on his face. He had seen this kind of thing before during the secret trial in the Holy Land. But isn't this thing prepared for mortals who haven't ascended to immortality? I'm already at the celestial immortal level, do I still need this? Upon hearing this, Shang rolled his beautiful eyes and said unhappily, it's because your foundation was too rotten before. I just forced you to make up for it last time, but there are still hidden dangers. Your cultivation was able to break through to the celestial immortal level. Your talent is one reason, but another reason is that your father gave you too much cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, he makes you suppress me like crazy every time you are about to break through at each stage. I can't suppress it anymore, let's break through again. Sumu was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party had guessed it right. The contrast is not surprising. Your father is really good to you. The amount of cultivation he infused into you allowed you to break through to the celestial immortal level despite the loss over the years. In my opinion, he might be trying to use other methods to help you break through the limitations of your talent. Dad. Hearing this, Sumu looked a little dazed and murmured softly. I didn't expect that you were not only tricking me, but you also did so much for me without realizing it. Well, Sean continued to explain. I have basically helped you eliminate the troubles caused by the previous infusion of cultivation. This ball of heaven and earth energy is slightly different and contains some chaotic aura. If we absorb it now, it should be able to resolve the final hidden danger. Good. Sumu grabbed the black and white gas without hesitation and began to refine it. A mysterious aura flowed into his body through his hands, and in his pure white fairyland, the space expanded again with a rumbling sound. There is currently only one golden pagoda in the fairyland, and as this breath poured in, the top of the golden pagoda actually bloomed with colorful light. There are also 6 faint golden threads in the fairyland, and with the infusion of this breath, the golden threads have expanded. If it was only as big as a hair before, now it is as thick as an earthworm. After refining for a long time, Sumu slowly exhaled the turbid air and opened his eyes again. An unprecedented sense of relief came over me. He had never realized that his body could be so light, as if it had just come out of the factory. Don't mention it, as expected of an old cultivator, your vision is different. If Sumu were asked to choose by himself, he actually wouldn't know what to choose and could only pick from a bunch of options at random. Not sure how much effect it will have. But now it's different. With the guidance of old Popsicle, everything seems different. Thinking of this, Sumu's eyes began to flicker with a strange look when he looked at Shang. As if she was a little uncomfortable with the other person's gaze, Shang's body stiffened slightly and her beautiful eyes froze. What are you doing? I'm not one of those confidants of yours who will always spoil you. If you keep looking around, I'll beat you up. Sweat instantly broke out on Sumu's forehead, and his whole body looked like a sweating soybean. No, buddy, you have misunderstood me a little bit. No, I just admire your vision, nothing else. Humph. Good to know. Now let's look at the last 1 inch. Chapter 160, The Legal Wife. The last item looks a little more normal. It's just an ordinary pill. A strange look suddenly appeared on Shang's delicate face, but it quickly disappeared, as if nothing had happened. This last thing is also something I found specifically for you. It's perfect for you. As for the efficacy, it helps to improve one's cultivation and makes it easier for one to attain enlightenment. However, the conditions for taking it are quite strict. Sumu didn't understand. The conditions for taking it are quite strict. What do you mean? Don't ask now. Keep it with you at all times. When the critical moment comes, I will tell you naturally. Okay. Sumu had long since gotten used to Shang's habit of playing cryptic games, and the other party wouldn't harm him anyway. If someone wanted to harm me, they would have done it long ago, there was no need to wait until now. Mainly because I can't beat. After putting away the pill, Shang disappeared from the spot again, and his last voice echoed in Sumu's mind. Okay, these are all the things that are useful to you now. It would be a waste if you took more. Come back next time when you have a breakthrough. Good. Sumu took out the key to the treasure house again and urged it silently in his heart. Still the familiar light flashes. The scene before them became clear again, and they had arrived outside the treasure house. The jade token on the waist suddenly vibrated wildly. Oh no, young master. Madam is here to see you. Ah. To be honest, Sumu was completely confused when he saw this message. Madam? Does the Su family have such a madam? He has never seen his own mother since he was a child. Could she be someone's aunt? Just as he was thinking, he found 2 rainbow lights, one in front and one behind, shooting towards him without stopping at all. What the hell enemy attack they broke in so quickly? Sumu immediately prepared for a fight, but as the opponent approached, he realized that this was not the case. Sumu. Nangong, she rushed over in a hurry, and the moment she saw the young man, she could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. The girl rushed forward directly. Sumu was knocked back and staggered, and he was able to catch the other person. Nangongshi? Why are you here? I'm here to see you. Nangongshi tightly grasped the collar of Sumu, and her pink and white fingers lost some color because she was holding too tightly. When did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I've been waiting for you. Why are you? Nangongshi's anxious voice came to an abrupt end, and then she wrapped her arms around Sumu, leaning against his chest, unable to hold back her tears any longer. I thought you would never come back. Hearing the soft cry of the girl in his arms, even Sumu was stunned for a moment. Finished. There have been too many sensational moments recently, and my ability to tell dirty words has dropped sharply. I must practice more in the future. Sumu patted the girl's back gently, hugged her and whispered softly. I'm back, aren't I? Don't worry. They say good people don't live long, but evildoers last for thousands of years. I am the biggest evildoer. No. You're not. Nangongshi suddenly raised her head in Sumu's arms, her gem-like eyes filled with determination. You have never been a nuisance. You are the kindest person in the world. Sumu was stunned for a moment. He has a clear understanding of his own identity, a second-generation dandy, a cannon fodder villain, and he has always played these roles before. Unexpectedly, Nangongshi, one of the heroines, could say such unorthodox words. Sumu also reacted now. The madam mentioned in the first message I received was probably Nangongshi. After all, before she disappeared, she had just received news from others that her father had agreed to the Nangong family's marriage proposal. No way. Sumu looked strange. I've been missing for so long, I should be considered dead. Why is the engagement still there? Have you ever shown any intention of canceling it? It took Sumu a long time before the person in his arms calmed down. It was also at this time that he noticed that there was someone standing beside him. Also an old acquaintance. Nangong Shanha, Nangongshi's uncle. The other person was smiling like an auntie at the moment, with an expression of enjoying watching Melon on his face. In fact, Nangong Shanha was also very surprised. It had only been more than half a year since they last met, but Sumu's temperament was completely different from before. No longer lazy and careless, but become sharp and steady. His cultivation has also become much more solid, and he has even been promoted to a higher level. It seems that Sumu has suffered a lot in the past 6 months. What's more, there is a family crisis now, and it all falls on him alone. As this thought arose in his mind, Nangong Shanha's eyes gradually revealed some appreciation. I knew it. I said it at the time. You must be a rare talent. And now, after just over half a year, such a big change has actually occurred. Senior, you are so kind. Sumu bowed humbly, feeling a little embarrassed. That wasn't the real him before, it was just for the sake of the plot. This feeling is like, after starting work, someone dug up my QQ space from junior high school and I want to find a place to hide in it. Sumu quickly changed the subject. Ahem, I don't know why you guys are here all of a sudden. Is there something wrong? Actually, there is something. Let's go somewhere else and talk about it in detail. Nangong Shanha's expression suddenly turned serious. Sumu's heart skipped a beat and he nodded sullenly. The three of them walked towards the clan's meeting hall. Along the way, Nangongshi stayed close to Sumu, looking like a little bird. Until you enter the lobby. Nangongshi suddenly made eye contact with Zhang Haining in the hall. When their eyes met, a strange atmosphere seemed to spread. Sumu felt a chill on his back for no reason and quickly broke the deadlock. This is Zhang Haining, my. Sumu didn't know how to introduce the other party for a moment, so Zhang Haining took over the topic herself. Zhang Haining, from the Su family. The two people from the Nangong family looked a little confused, but when they thought that this was the other party's family affair, they didn't ask any more questions. But Nangongshi's expression was flickering. If she remembered correctly, this person should be Sumu's sister, Su Haining. Why did she change her name now? I changed my last name. Something is wrong. The woman's keen intuition reminded her that the man in front of her was definitely her opponent. Even though Nangongshi now has the legal status of a fiancé, it doesn't mean that she can let her guard down. On the contrary, this actually urged her to work harder and make the matter a done deal. Several people sat down in the hall. Nangong Shanha frowned and spoke first. This time, I think we're really going to be in trouble. Chapter 161, Who will be the queen? So, now we are facing more than one enemy. Zhang Hanying spoke slowly and looked at Nangong Shanha opposite her. Sumu could only listen to the details of such family matters, and he currently had no idea what was specifically involved. It can only be handed over to Zhang Hanying. Although it seemed a bit strange that a man with the surname Zhang came to handle the affairs of the Su family, no one said much about it. After all, Sumu is the head of the Su family. If he doesn't say anything, others will have no right to speak. That's right. Nangong Shanha nodded, his face looking a little ugly. According to the information I received, it seems that the Chen family, the Wang family, and the Chen family have united and are waiting for the battle in the sky to decide the outcome. If the Night Demon King is defeated by then. He didn't say anything else, but everyone could imagine the scene. Once Su Ningye is defeated, the entire Su family will suffer a heavy blow. Maybe they won't perish, but their lives will definitely not be easy, especially for Su Mu. As the center of the storm, the Chen family will definitely not let him go. Before coming here, Nangong Shanha was actually a little confused as to why the Chen family's behavior was so abnormal. But as soon as I saw Su Mu, I understood everything. Because of Chen Shu, the relationship between Su Mu and the Chen family is in dire straits. The conflict between them had long been made public. Of course, there is also a hidden reason, and that is limit of the 9 heavens. As a family that has had exchanges with the Su family, the Nangong family knows some inside information, especially Su Mu's situation. There is an 80% chance that the fragment of limited 9 skies is on Su Mu. The Night Demon Immortal King is too bold. He has always placed the Su family's treasure on Su Mu, and then watched him run away on the road. Whenever he thought of this, Nangong Shanha felt cold sweat on his forehead. Is this the spirit of the best man in the world? So what do you think? Zhang Hanying frowned slightly. The other party came up to her at such a sensitive moment, so it was impossible for him to do it without any purpose. In other words, just to deliver the message. I think we should strike first. Nangong Shanha's eyes flashed. This is also the decision made after our family discussed it. The 3 families have united together, and their size has expanded to an unimaginable level. If they fight alone, no one can be their opponent. Therefore, we should unite with some families or forces and launch a counterattack against the other party in advance. This way, even if the situation on the battlefield in the distant sky is not satisfactory, we have already recovered some of the losses in advance. It is impossible for the immortals to completely destroy each other. Moreover, the cultivation level of Gangjia Immortal Venerable is not the most outstanding among the group of ancestors. What we need to deal with is just the issue of giving up interests. No. Sumu suddenly interrupted the 2 of them. Another question, what will happen to Dad if he loses the battle? Silence. Everyone present fell silent. It seems that from the very beginning, everyone has been deliberately avoiding this issue from being brought to the table. Although Su Ningye is extremely talented, he is only an immortal king after all, not a true immortal lord. Even though there is only a threshold difference, this threshold has stopped countless geniuses throughout the ages. Until they turned into a handful of earth, they were never able to get a glimpse of the scenery beyond the threshold. Sumu also became quiet for a moment. Sometimes silence is also an answer, and he has understood it. You're going to die, aren't you? Sumu. Zhang Hanying suddenly squeezed his hand with a firm look. Not necessarily. In a fight between high-level cultivators, even if they have a suppressive power, they may not necessarily be able to kill the other party. And I have already considered this situation and made preparations. I can take you to see it later. She then brought the topic back to the topic. The Chen family suddenly united 2 families. This behavior is weird, unless they have some secret information. Zhang Hanying paused when she said this. If he remembered correctly, Su Mu had captured Chen Shu some time ago. Could he get some information from Chen Shu? Moreover, Chen Shu also has fragments of destiny, but his recent performance has been unsatisfactory. This is obviously abnormal. Could it be that he gave his own fragment of destiny to the family? This situation didn't seem to happen in my previous life, but now a lot has changed. I can no longer rely on my previous experience. If this really happens, it means that the Chun family now has control over Chen Shu's abilities. Deduction of Heaven's Secret. Su Mu and Jiang Haining suddenly spoke at the same time, then they were both stunned and looked at each other. That look seemed to say, "How do you know?" Su Mu knew all this because of his understanding of the plot. It's not that he was incapable of thinking, he just couldn't get the information. But now that I understand the key point, it all makes sense to me. What about Jiang Haining? Chen Shuk has never revealed his destiny fragments, so how would Han Haining know? Su Mu was keenly aware of the abnormality here, but did not say it out loud now. The four discussed many things in the room. The specific action plan has been roughly determined, which is to unite more forces and take action in advance. Then, Nangong Shanha suddenly brought up a very sensitive topic. Speaking of which, our Nangong family and the Su family have already had an engagement, and now that Su Mu has returned safely, why not hold the wedding sometime? No. Okay. Two voices sounded at the same time. Jiang Haining and Nangongshi looked at each other again, and the previous solemn atmosphere became more obvious. Su Mu still has no wife, not even a concubine. The only one I had a relationship with was Mo Xuanxing. Thinking of this, Jiang Haining's face became even uglier. She was clearly the one who took Su Mu back first, but in the end, someone else got there first. How can I bear this? Since it is impossible to be the first in reality, we must always strive for it in name. If I agree to the marriage between the two families now, doesn't it mean that Nangongshi will become the legal wife? Nangongshi thought the exact opposite of what she thought. We have finally gained the first mover advantage, so naturally we must seize this opportunity and quickly make the most of it. She would not allow Su Mu to leave her, especially since the other party had just escaped death and they were reunited after a long separation. This time, not only the name must be settled, but also the other party must at least leave some blood to complete the task of continuing the family line. But it's her right as a wife. Miss Han-ing, you are meddling too much. Su Mu was the real young master of the Su family. Moreover, this engagement was already decided before. What's inappropriate about it? Snort. Jiang Haining didn't buy it at all. As the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. Moreover, Su Mu's father is still in prison. This matter must be postponed for a while. Chapter 162: The Truth About the Protagonist. The atmosphere in the hall was more solemn than before. The air seemed to solidify. The two girls are still fighting. Su Mu and Nangong Shanha looked at each other, both of them had strange looks in their eyes, and they communicated secretly. Why are you looking at me? This is your family affair. There was a gloating tone in Nangong Shanha's voice. What do you mean by my family affairs? This. Su Mu was suddenly stunned. What the other party said seemed to make some sense. Jiang Haining is his sister. Nangongshi is nominally his fiancée, although Su Mu has just realized this. Dad, why did you accept the engagement right away? Su Mu wanted to cry but had no tears. However, he didn't want to stay in the hall any longer, so he could only change the subject. They are arguing here now, and it seems like they won't stop for a while, so why don't we do something else? Nangong Shanha was curious when he heard this, and asked softly, is there something else important? Even more important than your own lifelong event. The corners of Su Mu's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his face. Let's not talk about this for now. I won't consider it until Dad comes back. I'm talking about serious matters now, follow me. The two stood up and walked outside. Jiang Haining and Nangongshi were still arguing with each other, and what they were discussing now was no longer when the engagement would be fulfilled. Rather, what level of etiquette should Nangongshi use on the wedding day? Jiang Hanying said that they should just use the ordinary etiquette. After all, although the two of them had an engagement, when they first agreed on it, they didn't mention whether it would be the main wife or the concubine. Nangong Shi naturally refused. She and Sumu were the first to be engaged, so of course she had to be the first wife. And the other side. Sumu and Nangong Shanha have arrived outside a cave. What's in here? Nangong Shanha seemed to vaguely sense a familiar breath, and there was some uncertainty in his tone. You'll find out when you come. Sumu smiled slightly and didn't explain further. The two walked in side by side, and soon an old man appeared from the darkness and greeted them respectfully. He walked up to Sumu first and bowed. Master, I have done what you asked. Everything you can ask is in it. As he spoke, the old man held up a jade token with both hands. Sumu nodded with satisfaction and took it. Thank you for your hard work, Elder Xingfa. I will never forget your contribution. Young master, you are so kind. I will be waiting outside the cave. Watching the other person's back gradually disappearing into the distance, Nangong Shanha became even more confused. Each fairy clan is so large that it is impossible for all parts to be in the sun, so naturally there are also hidden means. The same goes for their Nangong family. So what is Sumu going to take him to see today? As the two of them gradually went deeper into the darkness, their bodies were swallowed up, but the view in front of them suddenly became clear. In a small space, there was a naked figure tied with iron chains, hanging in the middle. His originally handsome appearance now looked pale, as did his body. There were no visible scars, but there was also no sign of blood, which clearly indicated that something was wrong. What's more, the expression on this person's face didn't look like that of a living person. It was completely numb, even fearful. I've said it all, I've said everything, let me go. Chen Shu's pupils showed a tendency to dilate, his body hung limply in the air, muttering to himself. Chen Shu. Nangong Shanha was shocked. He didn't expect that the rumors outside were actually true. The Su family really kidnapped the head of the Chen family, Chen Shu, and now it seems that it was not just a kidnapping. At least they had been tortured and a lot of useful information had been extracted. At this moment, Sumu had already scanned the jade token in his hand with his divine sense, and he immediately understood. Senior. No, you don't need to call me senior. You and I are both celestial beings now. Just call me fellow Taoist. Well, alright then, fellow Daoist Nangong. Sumu cleared his throat. I just got a lot of information from this person. The main thing is that the current internal situation of the Chen family seems to be a little different from what we thought. Sumu talked freely, and the affairs within the other family gradually became clear before his eyes. The current Chen family has actually split into many factions, especially after the immortal master Gangjiao came out of seclusion. The most powerful faction at one time was the former head of the family, Chen Fuxing, and his son Chen Ruizong. However, this lineage was suppressed by the immortal master Gangjiao, who ignored everyone's opinions and forcibly supported Chen Shu as the head of the family. Because Chen Shu is his only bloodline. When Sumu got this news, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Now it seemed that he also had a hostage in his hands. Since the immortal was willing to do so much for Chen Shu, he naturally would not want Chen Shu to die just like that. At that time, even if Sumu's father Su Ningye was defeated, the hostages in his hands could make the other party afraid to kill him. Let's talk about the Chen family. The current situation of the Chen family is very divided. They are unified only on the surface, and that is due to the power of the Immortal Lord. Once the Immortal Lord dies or the leader disappears, like the current situation, Chen Shu is captured. There will be great chaos within the family. I'm afraid that at this time, the Chen family is not only planning to attack the Su family, but there may also be considerable internal strife. Etc. Nangong Shanha suddenly interrupted. Since we are going to strike first, why don't we start from here? I know Chen Fusheng. As a veteran immortal king cultivator, it is impossible for him to be in danger of losing his life. I am afraid he has been forced into seclusion. If we can get them back in control of the situation. That's all I have to say. Sumu's eyes lit up. Great idea. Although he does not participate in family affairs specifically, he still has a good understanding of the general situation after being influenced by them for some time. This plan is very feasible. However, the specific implementation method still needs to be discussed between the other party and Zhang Haining. Very good, why don't you go to the meeting hall now, brother Nangong? Nangong Shanha was stunned for a moment, then bowed and left without saying anything more. It was obvious that Sumu wanted to be alone with Chen Shu for a while. Watching the other person's figure disappear into the darkness, Sumu sighed. It is said that there are only 3 realms in the world of cultivation. The Ant Realm, the fellow Taoist realm, the Senior Realm. Now it seems that this is true. The last time he met Nangong Shanha, he still had to act very cautiously, as the other party acted like a senior in every move. Unlike now. Sumu turned his head and looked at Chen Shu again. He also learned a lot of things that interested him from the jade token just now. For example, the other person's background and the destiny behind it. So, you don't actually have the aura of a protagonist, it's just because you have the favor of heaven? Physical plug-in. Maybe I understand. There was a faint light flickering in Sumu's eyes. Chapter 163 Training. Sumu seemed to understand. He has always felt that the protagonist's halo is a very abstract concept. It now appears that this is not the case. The other party was just lucky and happened to obtain the fragment of destiny favored by heaven. If it were in the past, Sumu would definitely think that the other party was able to obtain this fragment of destiny, and that it was the world that was working behind the scenes. But now, he himself has a deeper understanding of the world of cultivation. It even touches the realm of Tao. He gradually understood the essence of this world. There has never been a real protagonist. Everything is just a dynamic evolution. And Chen Shu is just a person with better luck. Sumu's luck was not bad, as he was born into a fairy clan. However, Chen Shu's luck was better. This luck even supported him to reach a higher level. Certainly. This was the situation before. That can't happen now. From this perspective, perhaps the system is the real variable in this world. What about that novel? Is it really about parallel worlds or something like that? Sumu lowered his head and pondered. In his previous life, he had also heard of some theories that the world constructed by some literary works was nothing more than a reflection of this world from another parallel world. It's just that these mappings happen to be captured by people and then written down by their pens. So to speak. It is not the author who created this world, but this world happened to be felt by the author and was written down. Hateful. Sumu suddenly remembered something. One of my biggest obsessions about going home was to beat up the author after returning and ask him to write a melodramatic plot. As it turns out, this estimate is unlikely to be realized. 2. In the previous life, the environment of Blue Star was probably not very energetic, so how could a world be created just by writing? It's too abstract. And it doesn't make sense. Now that he understood the key, Sumu finally knew how he should treat Chen Shu. I used to treat you as the protagonist because I was young and ignorant, but it's different now. And those heroines. Thinking of this, Sumu was speechless. Even after 2 lifetimes, each of these heroines can be described as stunningly beautiful. In the past, I endured humiliation just for the sake of the plot, but now? What the hell can I endure? I always feel like I missed out on a billion. Sumu. Sensing the figure in front of him, Chen Shu's dilated pupils gradually solidified. The look in his eyes changed from chaos to clarity, and then to endless fear. Sumu, please, let me go. Please. I will work like a slave for you, please don't torture me anymore, I will never dare to go against you again. Looking at the other party wagging his tail and begging for mercy, Sumu didn't know what to do for a moment. Was the punishment too harsh on the elder? I made it like this for my child. Actually, to be honest, in this life, there was nothing wrong with Sumu and Chen Shuzhen. It was just that they were pulled down and stepped on a few times in the early stage. The conflict mainly took place in the previous life, when Sumu was humiliated in every way by the other party until he finally died in the Forbidden Land without light. Oh, by the way, if it follows the original plot progress. At this time, Sumu is almost offline, and his life or death depends on the other party's thoughts. But now, the situation has completely reversed. It turned into Chenshu begging for mercy continuously, tears streaming down his face, without any trace of his former elegance. He. Sumu was certainly not soft-hearted, he just felt a little emotional for a moment. Perhaps no one in the entire continent knows better than him what kind of person Chenshu is. Not only had he read the original work, but he had also died at the hands of the other party. In order to get the woman and to strengthen his own power, the other party really did everything he could. Now it seems that it is actually hard to say how many of these so-called heroines are truly willing. Because Sumu now has marriage like a dream on him, and in his previous life, this thing also belonged to Chenshu. Sumu has not used this yet, but it is unknown whether the other party used it frequently in the previous life. 80% of the time, yes. These heroines, why don't we test them later? We should figure it out. Just as Sumu was thinking about the follow-up, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his mind. We can't let him go. Shang suddenly spoke, his tone extremely firm. The fragment of destiny in this person is still there, and it is the most special one. Due to the special nature of the function of heaven's favor, it is often not noticed by people. In fact, as long as the owner does not want to be exposed, other people cannot detect it at all. This is also why, with the help of the remaining soul of Master Tianpa, Chen Shu was able to hide the truth from Chen Fuxing, an immortal king cultivator who was in his prime. Why? Although Sumu had no intention of letting the other party go, Shang's sudden words still made him extremely curious. Every time the other party speaks, it is at a critical moment. What is the situation this time? He has the most important fragment of destiny. From now on, you must come here every day and whip him with a whip. Ah. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. Although he would not show mercy to his enemies, he did not have such a strange habit. This is... You're right if you listen to me. Shang's voice was firm. Favored by heaven is different from other fragments of destiny. The characteristics it exhibits are more like having its own consciousness. It will choose its own owner. The standards are difficult to measure, but based on the experience gained by Shang. If the master it chooses is suppressed by others for a long time, then favored by heaven will choose to rely on the strong. It was also at this time. Shang suddenly understood the abnormality of Sumu. No wonder when I first saw him, I knew he was the one I was looking for, but he also felt something was missing. It turns out that the heaven's favor in him is not intact. He used his own strength to suppress the original son of the world? And then forcibly snatched it away. So terrifying. Even in the heyday of spiritual practice, this kind of thing rarely happened, and it was even unheard of. It is equivalent to challenging the entire world with one's own strength. You can imagine how difficult it is. What she didn't know was that Sumu was actually cheating. Although this cheat is a bit unreliable, it is always used in the right place, for example, to find some helpers. Shang only selected some of the key points and explained them briefly. Sumu was confused after hearing this, but he roughly understood that spanking the other person a few times every day seemed to be good for himself. A little bit perverted. But the other party is a great monk after all, he would not deceive me in such a place. So I thought about it for a while. Sumu suddenly took out a thick long whip from the shelf beside him. He shook his wrist slightly and the whip crackled. You, what are you going to do? Sumu. When Chen Shu saw the whip, he was immediately horrified and his face turned pale. Countless horrible memories immediately flooded into his mind. No, don't. Snap. With one whip, it seemed as if the space was shaking. Obviously, this is not an ordinary whip, but a magical weapon that has been specially modified. Its only function is to magnify people's pain without limit. Chen Shu screamed and burst into tears. Snap. Ah! It's quite exciting. Sumu got the feel of it. Chapter 164, Old Friends and Premonition. Until the moon becomes dim. Sumu just walked out of the cave and shook his wrist. Not to mention, this specially made magic weapon is different. Even a celestial being like him feels tired when using it. Young master, take care. The elder of the punishment family bowed respectfully, his eyes changed, and he said nothing about what happened in the cave. He even secretly made up his mind to find the best medicine to save Chinshu's life. At least the other party cannot die before the young master loses interest. Although some strange misunderstandings occurred. But it's harmless. After coming out of the cave, Sumu felt some changes in his body. It's hard to explain the meaning, but it just feels like the whole world is different. The mountains are changing, and the water is changing. No, his heart changed. And in his mind, Shang silently felt the changes in Sumu's body, and soon showed a look of understanding. Sure enough, I was right. This behavior can help Sumu replenish his destiny as quickly as possible, but the efficiency is a bit wrong. Shang frowned. There are a total of 49 fragments of destiny in the entire world, and the most mysterious one among them is definitely favored by heaven. So she didn't know much. The heavenly favor on Chinshu's body is depleting very quickly, but it seems that what Sumu got is not all. What's going on? Could it be that there are other people who have received the destiny? Strangeness. The clouds are deep and the fog is lingering, and the bamboos are intertwined. There is a unique space hidden under the vast expanse of green bamboo. And within the space, this is the ancestral home of the Meng family, a hidden family that has existed for tens of thousands of years, and all of its direct descendants live here. The Meng family is not large, with less than 10,000 people in the entire clan, and they have always kept a low profile and are not well known. In the corner of the Meng family's land, there is a huge blue stone. There are also crisp bamboos all around, and the bamboo leaves rustle in the breeze. A petite and slender figure was standing here, looking up at the moon. She had an indescribable charm on her body and was particularly alluring. "Miss." Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. The person who spoke immediately knelt on one knee and bowed. "Miss, the situation in Shenyuan Continent has changed a lot recently, especially the Su family that you asked us to pay attention to. It seems to be in some trouble now." "What's wrong?" "Meng Xiaoxiao has now restored her true identity and can use her real name within the family. According to our findings, 3 families are uniting to deal with them. The situation is not optimistic." "Don't worry." Meng Xiaoxiao's tone was calm, no longer as jumpy as before. After all, the Su family is an immortal family that has been passed down for countless years. At most, they will suffer some losses, but there will be no crisis of survival. Although this is Sumu's family, Sumu is no longer here. Meng Xiaoxiao didn't care anymore. All along, she didn't care about anyone except Sumu. Life or death, what did it have to do with her? Sumu. The girl looked dazed for a moment, then suddenly clenched her fists and grasped the hilt of her sword with her other hand. "It's been so long, why haven't you come back yet? I clearly feel that you are still alive, why?" "Yes, miss." The person behind her couldn't help feeling distressed when seeing the young lady's appearance, and quickly told her another piece of news, trying to divert the other party's attention. Of course they know who the young lady is missing. It's never been a secret. Only. Well. Anything else? "Miss, we have recently discovered some unusual activities of the Nangong family, especially Nangongshi, who claims to be the young lady of the Su family." The girl who was speaking spoke slowly while thinking. "We investigated her whereabouts. Recently, she and her uncle Nangong Shanha secretly contacted the Su family. Until we got the news, the other party had not come out yet. In addition, some of us seem to have seen another immortal king, the Frost Star Immortal King, who also seemed to have just come out of the Su family." Hearing this, Meng Xiaoxiao was suddenly stunned. The Meng family masters a special way in dreams, which gives them some special powers that others cannot understand. And gathering intelligence is one of the Meng family's greatest strengths. She was very familiar with everyone in the intelligence just now, and she had also seen the performance of these people in the years after Sumu disappeared. Everyone was distraught, which was very different from the past. How could such a big change happen suddenly? If it was just one or two, it would be fine, but the key point is that it has only been a short period of time and so much information has been discovered. And just before that, Meng Xiaoxiao also learned the news that Qing Jingru had suddenly come out of confinement. She originally thought it was a coincidence, or that the other party was just going to the Su family to help. Now, it seems a little wrong. What a coincidence, everything is just a coincidence. It would be fine if we just went to the Su family, why did the state change so much? Unless Su Mu. As if she suddenly thought of something, Meng Xiaoxiao widened her eyes. That's right. That's the only possibility. If there is anyone who can cause these people to change suddenly, there is only one person, and that is Su Mu. Su Mu had contact with every one of them, especially Qing Jingru and Nangongshi. The former is the poor fairy he once pursued, and the latter is the one who claims to be his fiancée. Both of these women hold a special status. But now they set off at the same time and headed to the Su family at the same time. Maybe they got some inside information about Su Mu. Help me prepare the flying boat now. Immediately. Ah yes. Miss, where are we going? Su family. Meng Xiaoxiao's tone was extremely firm. She leaped up and flew into the air, full of impatience. Miss, wait for me. Yao named the place holy. The sound of the waterfall was still ringing in my ears, but the small attic was extremely quiet, without a sound at all. A somewhat thin figure was leaning against the window, and the breeze occasionally ruffled the girl's hair. The jade rui was casually placed in front of the window, its warm color further highlighted the girl's fragility. It's like two extremes. Yi Yan didn't know what was wrong with her. She always liked to stand here and look at the path leading to her attic. That's the only entrance and exit. Sumu once came from there as well. In fact, Sumu didn't know that when they first met, Yi Yan had also secretly watched him here. Watching him slowly walking towards me, everything was just as I had expected. However, the ability to predict the future has not been useful for a long time. She didn't even see the person she wanted to see. At this point, the girl's eyes suddenly sparkled. I just said there was no foreseeing this, and now it's happening again. He. Yi Yan smiled indifferently and didn't care. Until the scenery before my eyes went from strange to familiar, until finally a clear face emerged. That was the person she had been thinking about day and night. Chapter 165 Girl's Heart. Sumu returned to the meeting hall. Zhang Han and Nangongshi had stopped arguing a long time ago, and the atmosphere between them was even quite harmonious, vaguely like they were good sisters. Just before Sumu re-entered the hall, he heard the two of them seem to be saying something difficult to understand, such as you 1, 3, and 5, I'm 2, 4, and 6. It's really confusing. Especially when Sumu stepped into the hall, the two girls turned their heads to look at him at the same time. That look was like looking at some rare delicacy. Sumu shuddered subconsciously and felt a chill on his back. You two, have you got any results? Hearing this, the two girls smiled at each other and nodded at the same time. Yes, we have already discussed it. The wedding can be postponed to a later date. There is no rush for now. That's right. There's no need to be so strict about the main wife. The system is always for the benefit of the people. Seeing that the two of them took a step back from their positions at the same time, Sumu couldn't help but look a little strange. Me? Are they all so well organized? From now on, if anyone tells her that women are stingy, he will be the first to express his dissatisfaction. Look, they just had a fight, and now they are as close as real sisters, except for holding hands. Ahem, that's good. Sumu nodded, and then told the two of them the idea he and Nangong Shanha had just come up with. The two girls' eyes lit up when they heard this, and they agreed with the plan. This is a great plan. When do we act? This kind of thing should be done quickly rather than slowly, but the necessary preparations must be made. Most importantly, Who among you can contact Chen Fuxing and his son from the Chun family? That's a real problem. Everyone lowered their heads in thought, occasionally discussing some details of the plan. By the end, Sumu had basically become a mascot. He didn't know much about the affairs of either family. If he spoke rashly, it would be like an amateur directing the experts, which would simply cause trouble. It's okay to just watch quietly. Time flies and it's getting dark. Nangong, she stretched lazily. We'll stay at Su's house tonight and not go back. We have the best guest rooms here. I'll arrange them for you right away. Zhang Haining quickly took up the conversation, smiled slightly, and then marked out a few locations that were not far from Sumu's courtyard. Nangong, she raised her eyebrows slightly, but said nothing. That's already good enough. This woman didn't violate the spirit of the contract. Sumu also quickly returned to his own courtyard. The first thing he did when he came back was that he noticed something was wrong. What the hell, my bedroom? The entire bedroom is dust-free, all items are classified, and the entire space is extremely tidy. But this is the most confusing thing. Sumu clearly remembered that he didn't tidy up the room when he left, and now there was no maid around him. So who did all this? If we insist on saying who can enter and leave Sumu's room freely now, then there is only one person. Zhang Haining. Spicy balls. Sumu was shocked. Didn't that mean that the other party knew what happened last night? And he didn't show it at all? He tiptoed closer to the bed, then picked up the sheets and smelled them gently. There was a faint fragrance on it, which was not the original aromatherapy smell of the bedroom, nor was it the smell of Mo Xuanxing's body, but he was very familiar with this smell. It's Zhang Haining. There is always a feeling of being caught by someone I know. Even with Sumu's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just at this time. Bang bang. Sumu, are you there? A girl's voice sounded familiar from the other side of the door. Nangong Shi? Why are you here at this time? Sumu quickly threw away the previous distracting thoughts from his mind, then stepped forward, straightened his expression, and calmly opened the door. Why are you here? I came to see you. Nangong Shi's face was full of excitement. She couldn't wait to go into the house and then locked the door. Sumu? Why is it so skillful? It feels like it has been rehearsed. Ms. Nangong, what is this? Why do you call me Miss Nangong? Just like last time, call me Sheer, okay? Nangong Shi's eyes were almost tearing, and she took graceful lotus steps, approaching Sumu step by step. Sumu, I'm your fiancé now, why are you being so distant? Have you forgotten that you were the one who snatched me back last time? Speaking of this, Sumu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was also his fault that his brain was suddenly tense at that time. He thought that this was the plot between the male and female protagonists, and he wanted to cooperate with the other party to show off and slap him in the face. In the end, the male protagonist was hit in the face. At that time, Chen Shuren was even drugged and almost collapsed. Now it seems like a shitty plot. Purely Chen Shu acted on impulse, and who knows, he might have been tricked. Especially this afternoon, after listening to Nangong Shi and Zhang Haining analyze the situation of the Chen family, many secrets were told by them. It turns out that the relationship between heirs in other families is so awkward that it is not an exaggeration to say that it is in dire straits. Only the Su family and Su Mu are a clear stream among the immortals. In fact, it was all a misunderstanding at that time. Anyway, there was a chance now, so Sumu simply brought up the subject. Moreover, he had already made up his mind to test the attitude of each heroine, and now was the perfect opportunity. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just knew Chen Shu had gone there, and I was upset with him, so I deliberately made trouble. It's just like what you think. The girl suddenly raised her hand and placed her finger on Su Mu's lips, stopping him from continuing. I know. In fact, I know all this. Su Mu, I actually know you better than you think. I know everything you said. Why do you know me so well? Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. The Nangong Shi in front of him was naturally very beautiful. She was not wearing her old Taoist robe, and no one knew where the guzheng behind her had gone. She just changed into a light green gauze dress. Fresh and elegant, it perfectly brings out the girl's original charm. In the original novel, this is the only heroine that makes Qin Shu fall in love at first sight, and her importance is basically second only to Qin Jingru. You can imagine what kind of beauty she has. And now, such a moving face is right in front of Sumu, with endless tenderness and love in its eyes, as if waiting for you to pick it. Of course it's because I've been paying attention to you, Sumu. Actually, I want to tell you. Nangongshi opened his mouth slowly and approached Sumu again. This time, Sumu did not hide. The girl pressed firmly against his chest, a soft touch came from the front, and a faint fragrance filled his nose. I want to be with you, Sumu. Don't you realize my feelings at all? Even the engagement was initiated by me. Because I want to marry you, Sumu. Hearing this, Sumu stood there in a daze, speechless for a long time. Good news, the test came out. The bad news was exactly the kind he found most troublesome. Chapter 166, The Beginning and the End. Why? The house was silent for a long time. The moonlight in the sky passed over the windowsill and quietly covered a corner of the house. The dim candlelight had gone out at some point, and in the darkness, only two gentle eyes were left staring at each other at close range. You can even feel each other's breathing gradually becoming heavier. Sumu finally calmed down. He no longer thought about the other person's thoughts, nor did he consider too many external factors. If an ordinary beauty fell in love with him and was willing to give herself to him for free, that would of course be good. He is a villain, not a saint. But when it comes to emotional factors, you have to be responsible. Sumu had to be cautious. He asked the biggest question in his mind. Why? Because I love you. But I asked you before, and you said you didn't like me. No. I have always loved you, but at that time. Thinking of that time, Nangongshi bit her lips gently and pouted a little. Besides, why did you ask like that? I have already handed the token to you. Isn't the meaning very obvious? Ah. Sumu was suddenly stunned. He thought that the other party did not know the meaning of the token. Even he himself only found out after investigation. In that case, Nangongshi was playing me at the time. Why are they all actors? Etc. Sumu suddenly thought of a very important thing. If everyone was really acting as him, then what would be the situation of the others now? It seems that it is really necessary to try it out. It's true. The plot fell apart from the beginning. I was still being played by the dog system, thinking about completing the plot mission. That's such a dog. Sumu was indignant. If the system had a real body, he would definitely pull it out and give it a good beating. In the dim environment, the girl finally let down all her defenses and began to express the feelings that she had buried deep inside her heart. I fell in love with you from the first moment we met. I believe you also felt it later during our original secret trial. You are different. It was like this from the beginning, and then came the Dragon Yuan secret realm, and everything we went through. Having said this, the girl suddenly paused and added silently in her heart, and I have not forgotten anything about our previous life. To me, you're different from everyone else. Nangongshi suddenly placed her hands on Sumu's shoulders, then stood on tiptoe slightly, and breathed warm air into the boy's ears. I want to be your wife, Sumu. Then there was a passionate kiss. Sumu didn't want to resist, and he had no reason to resist. He is a normal man, and facing the defenseless heart of a girl, he will eventually be moved. Since the other party has already revealed his cards, he can certainly accept it calmly. In the final analysis, even if the first plot is included, there is not much grudge between the other party and myself. At most, under Qin Shu's guidance, his attitude was a little bad, but he never did anything to actively harm anyone. Nangongshi's beauty surpasses 99% of the people in the world, and no one could resist her. So does Sumu. The warm feeling lingers between the lips and teeth, and it seems that an even hotter atmosphere is about to rise. Darkness is also a perfect cover. Everything will fall into place. But suddenly, ahem! A cough was heard outside the house, and the two people inside the house immediately opened their eyes and then quietly took a step apart. What the hell? Someone! And why not at this time? The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he quickly straightened his expression and glanced at Nangongshi beside him. The other person was quicker than him and had already sat down at the table and poured 2 cups of tea. The lights in the room were on again, and he didn't know when they came on. It was as if what happened just now was an illusion. In this regard, Sumu can only say one thing: awesome. The man outside the room seemed to be getting a little impatient. He coughed again and then knocked on the door. Ahem! Sumu! Are you there? It's Zhang Haining. Sumu quickly opened the door. I'm here. What's wrong? The other party did not answer, but walked straight into the house. When he saw Nangongshi, he paused slightly. Then he narrowed his eyes, said nothing, and sat down opposite Nangongshi. I came to you for something. I want to discuss some family affairs with you. She emphasized the syllables on the word inside and stared at Nangongshi opposite her. Nangongshi's expression did not change at all. He first drank the tea in the cup in front of him, and then slowly stood up. In that case, I'll take my leave today. Sorry for bothering you tonight. Sumu, thank you for teaching me about cultivation. I'll come again next time. He brushed the matter over with a few words and then walked out. When her face was hidden in the darkness, a charming blush quickly appeared on Nangongshi's face, followed by a bit of annoyance. This is such a bad time. It's obvious that this is intentional. We clearly agreed that. It's so abominable. No one knew what the girl was thinking, but the atmosphere in the room was extremely awkward. At least that's what Sumu thought. Haha, Sister Haining, it's so late, is there really something going on? Of course, what else do you think? Zhang Haining took out a food box from the storage ring with an expressionless face and handed it to Sumu. Try it. Sumu was suddenly stunned. He really didn't expect this development. But then some not-so-good memories suddenly came flooding back. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Haining's cooking skills were really hard to describe. But the other parties seemed to have guessed what he was thinking. Try it first, then judge. Sumu nodded and said oh, then he picked up a piece of cake and put it into his mouth. It tastes so good. His eyes lit up immediately, and he picked up another piece and tasted it. It was also delicious. Where did you buy this? It tastes so good. Zhang Haining. A few black lines faintly appeared on the girl's forehead, but they quickly faded away and she pretended nothing had happened. I made it myself, just for you. Zhang Haining's cooking skills have always been very good, but she has never had the opportunity to fully demonstrate her skills, and has even been doubted by Sumu several times. If she remembered correctly, she had given Sumu some delicious pastries before, and the other party had also asked, where did you buy them? What an idiot! It was obvious that the cooking skills were specially practiced for him, and it was obvious that the preparations had been made long ago, but Sumu just didn't know about it. It seemed that he felt that the other person's gentleness tonight was a little unusual. Sumu suddenly recalled the embarrassing incident just now, and suddenly raised his hand and pointed at his bed. This. I packed it for you. Zhang Haining spoke expressionlessly. I also know what happened between you two. Hearing this, Sumu almost crushed the pastry in his hand into pieces. For a moment, he could hardly control his strength and it took him a long time to cough dryly. Ahem, so that's how it is. Thank you. If. Sumu. After being silent for a while, Zhang Haining suddenly spoke. Why? Chapter 167 Ugly 9. What does that mean? Sumu was a little unsure of the other party's intention for a moment and prepared to take a cautious attitude. But who knew that the scale of what the other party said was beyond his imagination? Why? Why would you look for her for something like this? She's already a 1,000-year-old woman. And she's your master. She must have forced you, right? How disrespectful of your elders. He actually guessed one thing right, and Sumu's mouth twitched. Actually. Sumu. Zhang Haining stood up suddenly, walked past the small table in front of her and went to Sumu. You clearly know my feelings, why did you choose her? And not me. What Sumu was stunned for a moment. If you have such ideas, I will cooperate with you. Why should I let others have the advantage? Didn't I express my feelings to you when you first came back? Why? Listening to the other person's gradually aggrieved words, Sumu suddenly reacted. Yes. He had just returned from the abyss, and the first person to greet him was Zhang Haining. The other person was also the first person to confess his feelings to him, and at that time he had already shown a tendency to desire his body. So the aggrieved tone now means jealousy? Although Sumu rarely tries to pick up girls sincerely, he knows exactly what to do and when. But Zhang Haining's identity is somewhat special. After all, in the previous decades, the two were still siblings. After a long silence, Sumu stepped forward and hugged the other person tightly, stopping the tears that were about to flow from Zhang Haining. I know, it was just an accident. Besides, I'm not used to this kind of thing. Sumu had been a villain for too long, so he was not used to such a serious thing happening all of a sudden. There is always a strong sense of stealing. Snort. Zhang Haining suddenly snorted softly, and her whole body revealed a weak attitude that was completely different from usual. He simply held Sumu's face in his hands and leaned close to her. After a while, he suddenly let go of Sumu and made a soft poo sound. Bah! I knew Nangong she wasn't being honest just now. This isn't your style. This. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched slightly. This was their second kiss, and the feeling was completely different from the last time. But before he could finish his words, the other party came up to him again. This time the taste is right, it's your taste. Mingming's heart had just calmed down, but after a few words, a surge of heat surged up again. Moreover, the remaining fire from before was even more powerful, as if it was spreading across the prairie. If I can't resolve it with appropriate methods, I'm afraid this night will not end well. Sumu finally stopped resisting at this moment. He has figured it out. Anyway, I am no longer the same person I used to be, and this world is no longer the same as it used to be. Then why does he still cling to the constraints of the past? He should be brave enough to be himself. Even if we take into account his previous life on Blue Star, Sumu has never been a timid person. He has never thought of giving up on beauty. What's more, with Zhang Haining, he still has a kind of other ideas. Then, Sumu turned around, raised his hand and touched the other person's cheek, gradually taking the initiative. As the saying goes, mountains and flowing water, and the harmonious sound of the zither and the harp are the sounds of soulmates. People who spend time together day and night can better understand each other's thoughts. Sister. In the darkness, Sumu suddenly used this long-lost name again, which brought a different kind of excitement and made the girl feel surprised and shy. Stinky, stinky brother. It was a restless night. Zuanlingdu. This is a magnificent city built in the western part of Shenyuan Continent. Being close to the endless supply of yuancher mines, it brought endless prosperity to the city. All the powerful and influential forces here have their own mineral veins. Yuancher is the foundation of mortal cultivation and the blood that maintains the roots of these families. Chen's mine. Two celestial monks were drinking and chatting happily in an attic, discussing the recent situation and giving advice on how to deal with the country. Recently, the demand for the family's Yuancher mine has been increasing. Mining day and night is not enough. Fortunately, the ore veins are endless, otherwise how can we keep up with this consumption? I heard that the family has recently joined forces with two other immortal clans, and it seems that there is something big going on. I heard it from my brother-in-law who is the head of the family. High-level people? They are just some old antiques. Hey, if I hadn't practiced for such a short time, those positions might have been mine. Haha, drink, drink. The two chatted casually, and suddenly the topic of the mineral vein itself came up. Speaking of which, why can this mineral vein never be mined out? I have been on duty here for 1,000 years, and the time has not decreased at all. Why is that? Who knows? Maybe this is the power of heaven and earth. Even if we are immortals, we don't understand the whole picture of the world. Ha, you're such a coward. How about you and I go down and investigate? No, no, no. Don't do that. Hearing this, the other person's face turned pale, and he hesitated for a long time before leaning close to the other person's ear. The mineral veins of all the major families are connected. It is said that there are great secrets in the deepest part. Don't go there. The last person who did this seemed to be a man in our family named Shenyuan. He became a little crazy after he came back. Life is more important. When the other person heard this, he sobered up instantly, but he still felt that the name of the person mentioned by the other person sounded familiar. Shenyuan? I seem to have heard of him somewhere. Just when he was about to remember. Boom! 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 Suddenly, there were continuous explosions outside, followed by wailing, screaming, and the sounds of fighting. Not good. The two of them changed their expressions at the same time. Enemy attack. Their figures disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then appeared in mid-air, overlooking the tragedy below. The original mineral vein had been blown open, and there was blood, flesh, and broken limbs everywhere. These are all people from his Chun family. Ah! Who is it? How dare you do this to my Chen family? Do you know what the consequences will be? One of them roared violently. If today's matter could not be resolved satisfactorily, he would not be able to practice on duty here, and might even be severely punished by the family. He. A hoarse and old voice suddenly sounded in the darkness, as sharp as the nails of a monster scratching the surface of crystal. Haha, these two young celestial beings are quite arrogant. However, the Chen family is also short of manpower due to internal fighting. They even secretly transferred back the immortal king cultivators stationed here. That's really great. The old man in black robe did not conceal his malicious intent, and the other two people felt a chill in their hearts, thinking that something was wrong. This old man is actually an immortal king, and we don't know exactly what level he is at yet. The two of them originally just wanted to delay time, but now they heard such news from each other. It should be a family secret. How could the other party know it? Is there a ghost? Or, putting aside other things, the current situation is already extremely critical. The other side knows their strengths and weaknesses, but they don't know who the enemy is. Who are you? Me? I no longer have a name, only the code name Ugly 9. Ugly 9. Suddenly one person's face changed drastically. Oh no! It's Feng Yu Tower. Run! It's too late. Oguru laughed and licked the blade in his hand. Chapter 168. No, you came at the right time. Ha ha ha. Chojo's hoarse laughter was extremely clear in the darkness. The two fairies from the Chun family were now in a panic and were fleeing for their lives. Can you get away? He just raised his hand, and his 5 skinny fingers turned into claws and grabbed in the air. The two men suddenly froze in mid-air, and then slowly retreated, as if someone had pressed the pause button and were dragging them backwards. Chojo didn't bother to waste any more time. Under the two men's horrified gazes, he took their lives cleanly and efficiently. The celestial being was not weak, but in front of him, she was still somewhat inferior. After doing all this, he waved his hand and signaled his men to act quickly. Boom! Boom! Deafening explosions continued to sound, and soon the mine here collapsed. The extremely rich vital energy floated in the air, and seemed to be turning into liquid droplets. Now the little girl should be satisfied. There was a bit of helplessness on Chojo's face. He was almost dying, and it was not easy for him to get such a disciple. But this is not a disciple, he is clearly the little ancestor. Just because the girl lived with Su Mu when she was a child, she had some feelings for him. The current situation of the Su family is a mess. I am such a fool that I have to join in the fun. I hope I don't get beaten to death. But after doing so much, Joey won't be as depressed as she was a while ago, right? He's just a man. There are many in the world. I really can't understand him. Muttering to himself, Jojo saw that the finishing work was almost done, so he took his people away. At some point, a drizzle began to fall here. This was not rain at all, but rather the rich vital energy condensed into liquid. As the sky gradually brightened, a group of people finally arrived. The person looking back was an elder of the Chen family. He had a gloomy face as he stared at the mess below. Who on earth dares to attack my Chen family's mine? How brave! Family elder, what should we do now? If the clan wants to activate the formation, there is still a shortage of yuanshi. Someone asked cautiously. The old man in the lead pondered for a moment, then slowly spoke, rebuild this place, and then send people to garrison, or use the clan's inventory. In short, there are ways, but it will take some time. The old man's face suddenly became even gloomier and he gritted his teeth. Don't let me find out who it is. It's really audacious to provoke our Chen family at this time. Sumu woke up slowly. Before he could appreciate the slightly flushed sleeping face of the person beside him, he suddenly felt the communication jade token vibrate. When he picked it up and looked at it, his expression changed instantly. The news came from other elders in the clan. Young master, last night we discovered that several nodes of the clan's formation showed signs of being attacked. The other party retreated immediately without much fighting. We couldn't guess who was behind the other party. But many of our tribesmen were injured in last night's battle. I see. Sumu replied quickly. Don't neglect matters like compensation. Don't you have any other clues about what happened last night? No. After seeing this message, Sumu's rarely relaxed mood became even heavier. The situation has been unclear recently, and he is not actually worried about his own safety. Only. Seeing everyone around him trying their best for him, Sumu couldn't just stay out of it. What he has to do now is actually more of a wait. The counterattack plan has been drawn up, and the Su family and the Nangang family have both taken action. It is unknown how many allies they can gather. The infiltration plan for the Chun family has also begun, but the biggest problem has not yet been solved. That is, how to contact Chen Fuxing. It would be nice if Meng Xiaoxiao was here. Sumu sighed in his heart. The other party was in control of the Dream Dao. He only needed to lock the direction and he could sneak into the other party's dream. Even feel the general state of others. Even without dreams, the subconscious mind remains the same. Sumu remembered this, of course, because when he first went through the plot, the opponent used this ability to make him suffer a lot. He could only pretend not to know. I don't know where the other party is now. Sumu lowered his head and pondered, when suddenly a gentle moan came from his side, in an extremely soft voice. Sumu, what's wrong? The girl's soft hands gently stroked Sumu's brow, as if trying to relieve the sorrow in his heart. Feeling the softness on his back, Sumu's mood was completely different. If the battle between him and Mo Xuanxing was a quick one, then everything that happened last night could be described as a spring rain that moistened everything silently. Sumu gently raised his hand and patted the other person's back of the hand, preparing to tell him all the information he had just received. Sister. Don't call me like that. Zhang Haining seemed a little unhappy. Sumu smiled slightly. You can yell like that at that time. You are such a stinky brother. After a little fooling around, Sumu finally told him all the news. Zhang Haining didn't seem surprised. This is normal. If the other party does not take any action at all, that's what we should worry about. She paused for a moment, and she could see what the young man was worried about. After spending so many years together, how could I not understand Sumu's thoughts? I know what you are thinking. The most important thing for you now is to stay in the family and not give the other party a chance. Of course I know that. Sumu was actually very helpless. He was not worried about his own safety at all, but he couldn't find a suitable reason to go out rashly. How about this? Zhang Haining suddenly had a gentle smile on her face. In recent times, her entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. Especially compared to half a year ago, it is less harsh and cold, and more passionate and gentle. You can focus on improving your cultivation. When you become an immortal king, you will be able to influence the situation on the continent. Immortal king. Sumu bit the two words slowly, as if savoring them carefully. Suddenly, another voice was heard outside the courtyard, and there seemed to be some anger in the voice. Sumu! Are you there? The two people in the room were suddenly startled, looked at each other, immediately straightened their clothes, and tidied up the room. Then he slowly opened the gate and invited the other party in. Sumu! Nangongshi wanted to say something but stopped himself. Suddenly he glanced at Zhang Haining with his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he was searching for something. Zhang Haining smiled slightly. Nangongshi in front of him was suddenly stunned, then a blush quickly rose on his face, and he sat aside with an angry look. Sumu! You! Nangongshi's white and tender fingers trembled slightly, and then her whole body became like a deflated ball. Her expression became gloomy and she turned around to leave. It seems I came at a bad time. Etc. Sumu quickly grabbed the other person and grinned. You came just in time. Chapter 169 The Queen's Position. Nangongshi raised her eyes. She had already guessed what happened last night, but she didn't expect Zhang Haining to be so vicious that she deliberately sent her away and took the opportunity. It's so abominable. It's obvious that I'm Sumu's fiancé. With Sumu's words, Nangongshi's original depressed mood was swept away. However, the whole person inevitably fell into chaos. Just in time? What do you mean? They just couldn't be that. As if he had thought of something, Nangongshi suddenly became a little flustered. Sumu took the opportunity to grab her soft hand and held it tightly in his own. Sumu, what are you going to do? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? We three can just talk openly. Sumu smiled slightly. After what happened last night, he finally accepted the reality completely. Since this is how the world works, of course I have to get deeper into it. He is a normal person, and he gradually realized that those so-called female protagonists actually had more or less problems. And all these problems are related to him. Is there a possibility that I'm actually quite attractive? Sumu gradually realized this fact. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he was not bad-looking. He could even be called handsome. As for behavior, well, it's a little hard to say. But at least Sumu considered himself a good person, and his previous arrogant attitude was all acted. Now he can be sure that he lives in a real world of cultivation. Then the way of doing things will naturally change. He is not an ordinary person, nor is he a so-called casual cultivator. He has a family behind him that has been passed down for endless years. He now has only one goal, and that is Tao. Cultivation is both the cultivation of the mind and the cultivation of the Tao. Sumu gradually understood this truth. Since he wants to cultivate his mind, he naturally has to follow his own heart. He has never resisted anyone before. All that was just the requirement of the plot. Now he no longer has such concerns. Nangongshi's face suddenly turned even redder. The three of us? Being frank, isn't that a bit too fast? I mean, we should have a good talk. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. It was obvious that Nangongshi had just thought of something unhealthy. What were you thinking about? Nangongshi's body stiffened and an embarrassed look appeared on his face. Nothing. Sumu felt helpless. It seems that she needs to go back and reflect on this. Or educate yourself. I'm serious. Let's talk it over. I already know what you feel. So how are you going to get along in the future? Us. Nangongshi and Zhang Haining suddenly looked at each other, and then smiles appeared on their faces at the same time. The two beautiful girls smiled as brightly as flowers, and it seemed that the room was filled with more life. We have already discussed this and I won't tell you. That's right. Sumu, you are such a bad guy. After saying this, the two of them didn't say any more words to Sumu, and walked out one after the other. Instead, it was Sumu who was stunned for a moment. Why is it a little different from what I thought? Could it be that they have colluded long ago? Outside the house, the two walked for a long distance before stopping in a small garden. Listening to the gurgling water beside her ears, Nangong pouted. You agreed to exchange, but you didn't say it would be in this form, and you even deliberately sent me away. Anyway, the effect has been achieved, so it's the same. Zhang Hanying returned to her usual cold and indifferent self, as if she was like a block of ice with no other expression except in front of Sumu. Now that you have got what you wanted, it's my turn. I want you to help me facilitate the marriage between me and Sumu. Hearing this, Zhang Hanying nodded without hesitation and said, okay. Then the topic changed. But, you don't want to regret it. Nangong stood up suddenly. That's not the case. Zhang Hanying's face remained calm, but there was a hint of thought in her eyes. That's not what I want to talk about. It's about other people. Others. You can't be unaware, right? There have never been just the two of us around Sumu. If you count carefully, there are Qing Jingru, Meng Xiaoxiao, and Yi Yan. Zhang Hanying thought carefully in her mind. According to the intelligence I have collected over the past 6 months, there are quite a few people who have shown unusual reactions to Sumu's disappearance. These are our potential enemies. What should we do next? This is indeed a very realistic problem, and Nangong also frowned and thought about it. There is another question, which is Sumu's current cultivation level. Although I don't know why his cultivation level has broken through, I don't know his talent. If there is no change in this regard, the heavenly immortal realm may be the end of his life. We still need to protect him. So my advice is, the more people the better. Han Nangong was confused by this sudden sentence. You said the more the better, what do you mean? Zhang Hanying smiled slightly. Since Sumu can't reach a high level of cultivation by himself, then we should help him, or protect him for the rest of his life. If one person doesn't work, then 2 will do. If 2 don't work, then 3 will do. As far as I know, there are quite a few people who are willing to stay with Sumu. Nangong frowned and said softly, how do we plan our relationship in the future? If that's the case, then we need someone of a special status to take the place of your fiancé. Nangong remained silent, because this was exactly the outcome she least wanted to see. This person must be indifferent enough not to affect the interests of the rest of us, and at the same time have the same ardent love for Sumu. Moreover, this person must have a relationship with the Su family to ensure his loyalty. Can't I? Nangong's pretty face was frosty and her fists were clenched tightly. Zhang Hanying just glanced down, then slowly shook his head, and the words he spoke were still absolutely rational. You can't do it. At least, you can't meet the requirement of being calm. Of course, I can't do it myself either. In order to increase his persuasiveness, Zhang Hanying even involved himself. From what you said, you have a choice. Certainly. Zhang Hanying suddenly smiled. She had indeed found someone who was related to the Su family, who could remain absolutely indifferent, and who at the same time loved Sumu. And it was found recently. The source of the information was the spy she had planted inside. Everyone will be affected by emotions, but there is only one type of person who is an exception, and that is the cultivators who practice the heavenly way. The way of heaven is also known as the way of mercy. Even if they have love in their hearts, it can ensure that their behavior is absolutely rational and indifferent. Who is this person? Qing Jingru. Chapter 170 Compensation. Yi Yan was very excited. Her ability to predict the future was activated not long ago, and the content of the scene was hard to calm down. It's Sumu. I saw Sumu. He's fine. And he was at the Su family. The scene where I met him, he hugged me, and you were right next to him. How is this possible? Nangong Lu looked incredulous. My sister left for the Su family several days ago. She has a special communication symbol made by the Su family, which gives her the privilege of entering the Su family. If Sumu was at the Su family, she would have known about it a long time ago. Why didn't she tell me? Yi Yin was stunned when she heard this, and then suddenly spoke in a deep voice. Are you really so sure? If Sumu was at the Su family, she would definitely tell you? At the first opportunity. Certainly. Etc. Nangong Lu's expression suddenly changed as he recalled what had happened to his sister not long ago. After she confessed her love to Sumu, she showed a strange look on her face, and then unknowingly became Sumu's fiancé. The other party also likes Sumu. This is beyond doubt. If you look at it from this perspective, the other party may not tell her the first time. Eating alone. Nangong Lu immediately thought of this terrible thing. It had been several days since the other party entered the Su family. It had been so long, I was afraid that the raw rice would become porridge. Not good. Seeing the other person's face change drastically, Yi Yan quickly realized the subtlety and her face darkened slightly. Is it possible that she wasn't the first person to get the news? Because I remember that some time ago, the Frost Star Immortal King suddenly returned to the Holy Land, and then left in a hurry. His appearance was also very different from before. Nangong Lu also remembered this incident. Because it happened recently, Mo Xuanqing suddenly left the Holy Land with an anxious look on his face, but returned a few days later with a satisfied look on his face. After a short pause, he left again, and it seemed that he had no plans to come back in the short term. We can't wait any longer, let's go to the Su family too. But the Su family is now in a closed state, and ordinary people can't get in. What should we do? Don't you have any solution? There is a way. Yi Yan suddenly smiled. She had been waiting for the other party to say this. Otherwise, why would she tell the other party the news? Your Nangong family and the Su family have a close relationship. Why don't you go back and inform the elders in the clan and tell them that you want to visit the Su family now? Of course, you must remember to bring me with you. This is my reward for providing you with information. Nangong Lu only realized at this moment that she had been tricked, but she did not feel unhappy at all, instead she felt grateful. Okay. Let's go together now and follow me back to the family. Very good. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. The whip crackled, and Sumu finally stopped, throwing the torture instrument aside casually. Chen Shu was still hanging on the chains, his body shaking from time to time. From a certain perspective, one can see fragments of purple light gradually evaporating from behind him, some of which flow into the void, and some of which flow into Sumu's body. The current level is about 1/6. Shan kept thinking in Sumu's mind, and now she was sure that this progress was very wrong. Not only is it much faster than expected, and a large part of the destiny entered unknown places. It's as if it was taken away by this world to give birth to something potential. This whipping process has now become Sumu's daily routine, and he does it once a day. Although he didn't know if it would be useful, since Sister Shang asked him to do this, there must be a reason for it. Afterwards, Sumu would return to his own courtyard, rest for a while, and comprehend his own Tao. After returning this time, he found that his fairyland had changed again. Last time, a golden 9-story pagoda suddenly appeared in the fairyland. This time, another golden thread changed. It turned into a huge golden sun, hanging high in the sky above the fairyland, without moving at all, emitting eternal and unchanging light. Under this change, Sumu finally felt another change in his own cultivation. He has reached the 3rd level of the celestial realm. When Sumu himself found out about this, he was actually confused. What the hell? How did the breakthrough happen suddenly? Moreover, his last breakthrough was after an in-depth exchange with his good master Mo Xuanqing. Could it be that I have to rely on this kind of thing to become stronger in the future? The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched, and he always felt that it didn't look very serious. He is a good young man. But he did not gain nothing, especially in terms of understanding himself. The immortal body destined to be given to me, so this is what I was given. Shan saw that Sumu had almost understood everything, so he finally told him the truth. Control my own marriage, and then let others fall in love with me anytime and anywhere. What a torture ability, the holy body for picking up girls. Sumu looked strange. And he gradually understood what this ability would look like when it developed to the later stages, which is to control cause and effect. Is there really cause and effect in this world? What about fate? If it really exists, then what are my actions all along? And the system. I always feel that the more I know, the more confused I become. Sumu frowned subconsciously, and he suddenly missed the past days. Although the system is a bit crappy and the male and female protagonists are a bit unreliable, at least it doesn't require so much brain burning. All you need to do is simply complete the story missions. But this feeling of being able to control your own destiny seems pretty good. Sumu suddenly grinned. After entering the realm of earthly immortals, the cultivator's practice is no longer about accumulating vital energy and training oneself, but purely about comprehending the Tao. Some people are absolute geniuses in this area. Their understanding of heaven and earth is deeper than others, so they can practice faster. But this is a minority after all. The usual state is that Tao is invisible and intangible. Many people don't even know what this thing is, let alone understand it. So after breaking through to the earthly immortal level, some people began to go into seclusion for a long time, while others began to indulge themselves and enjoy themselves to the fullest. Sumu, I prepared some spiritual tea for you. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Nangongshi walked in softly, slowly sticking to Sumu's back. The elegant fragrance of the girl permeated my nose, sweeping away any fatigue from previous practice. Nangongshi's soft hands gently wandered on Sumu's shoulders, relieving the boy's fatigue. Her face flushed slightly, and she glanced at the sky outside the window. It was almost dusk. If she delayed it a little longer, until it was completely dark, she would have a reason not to leave today. Since some things have been decided and cannot be changed, they naturally have to be compensated for in other ways. If you give up something, you should compensate. Sumu, compensate me well. The other party suddenly spoke. Sumu was stunned for a moment. Chapter 171, Being a Maid Again. It's getting dark. Sumu quickly understood what the other party meant by compensation. He finally understood why Zhang Haining had not appeared in front of him all day today. It turned out that it had been arranged long ago. Sumu's mouth twitched. Don't you guys consider my opinion? Your schedule is so full. Nangongshi blushed slightly when she heard that. She lowered her head, pinched Sumu's sleeve, and stomped her feet slightly. Sumu, you are so bad. Then he suddenly straightened his neck and raised his head, pouting slightly. Ha! What's wrong? Can't I? I just love you and want to be with you. I should have always been by your side. But even this kind of thing has been taken by others first. The girl's voice suddenly became a little low, and then she fell on Sumu's chest. Sumu felt that the clothes on his chest were slightly wet. Sumu, I love you. You must remember this no matter when, no matter who will be your future wife. Nangongshi didn't say the latter sentence after all. She just tried hard to hide the sadness in her expression and forced a smile. Sumu, let me stay with you from now on, okay? Good. Sumu did not hesitate too much. He already knew Nangongshi's feelings, and the two of them had already been frank with each other. And he has nothing to hesitate about, because the beautiful girl is right in front of him, ready for him to pick her. If you hesitate at this time, you are not a man. Combining what the two said during the day, Sumu seemed to sense the girl's uncertainty about the future. They seem to have their own ideas about my position as wife, which is good, so I don't have to solve it. But looking at the girl in front of him crying, Sumu finally softened his heart. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke softly. I promise you, no matter what time, there will always be a place for you by my side. I know what you are worried about, but don't worry about it now. Sumu smiled softly, exuding a gentle temperament that had not been seen for a long time. This was his true self, not that arrogant playboy. At least tonight, you can be my bride. Sumu. Nangongshi's face suddenly showed a moved look. She stood on tiptoes and kissed him madly. A warm and sweet scent filled my nose, and the room gradually became darker than the night outside, but more lively than the day. Nandong, she is worthy of being the heroine with her outstanding beauty and impeccable figure. It's just that the other party usually wears loose Taoist robes, making it difficult to understand the grandeur of it, but Sumu now knows. And it is easy to understand, and I have my own understanding. Something's been wrong lately. Liang Jimei frowned slightly and told the other three sisters about her doubts. Have you ever felt that the atmosphere in the Holy Land has been a little strange recently, especially them? Although it was not stated explicitly, the other three knew who they referred to. Frost Star Immortal King suddenly returned a few days ago, and then suddenly left again. There is no news about him now. But her demeanor in the last 2 days was completely different from usual. And Yi Yen, she suddenly came out of her little attic and made an appointment to meet with Nangong Lu. Not long after this meeting, the two left one after another. Judging from the direction they were heading, it seemed to be the Nangong family. Why are you all leaving? One sister expressed what everyone was thinking, and then the topic suddenly fell silent. This is so wrong. There are only 2 possibilities that could cause all of them to change like this. First, they want to do something because of Qin Shu. Second, it might be news about the Su family or Su Mu. The second one may make everyone excited, but their sources of information are not so comprehensive after all, and it is still in the speculation stage. I do have some ideas. Liang Jimei suddenly spoke slowly and told the news she had received from Yin Luan. Ever since Su Mu disappeared more than half a year ago, the relationship between the 4 sisters Mei, Orchid, Bamboo and Chrysanthemum and Yin Luan has changed. Both parties no longer obeyed the orders of Tianhao Palace, but instead set up their own organizations and absorbed some scattered talents in the Holy Land, naming it Tianmu. The Sky Curtain organization is not like those forces with a long history that have irresistible hard power. It is just a new force, and it is mostly circulated among young talents, attracting many people. There is nothing else to do, it's just because of the philosophy of the Sky Curtain organization. In the eyes of aspiring geniuses, whether a force can attract them to join, in addition to various welfare benefits, also depends on whether it can satisfy their ideals and dreams. Exactly. The Sky Curtain organization has. His philosophy is also very simple, that is to save the world. It was grand and empty, but countless people enjoyed it, and in less than a year, it had thousands of members. These are not ordinary cultivators, most of them are geniuses from the 3 holy places. That's right, the Tianmu organization is not only in the Yaofeng Holy Land, but also in the other 2 holy lands. So, something really happened to the Chen family, and Chen Shu really disappeared. This is a bit too coincidental. If it is really related to the Su family, does that mean it is also related to Su Mu? We don't rule out this possibility. Liang Jimei nodded slightly and then stated her real purpose. It is precisely because of this possibility that I called all of you here. Perhaps, we will have to be maids again for a while. What do you mean? Yin Luan and I have already discussed this. He wants to know what the Su family is like now, but he doesn't have the manpower or the right identity. But we are different, especially Xiaolan. She is still Su Mu's maid, at least in name. Someone suddenly frowned and pursed his lips. But even so, the Su family is now basically completely closed, and we can't get in. Since we can't get in, can't we ask them to come out and look for it? Liang Jimei smiled slightly. The Su family members value friendship, as can be seen from Su Mu, so we only need to spread the news that Xiaolan is still in the Holy Land and exaggerate it, and the other party will definitely send someone to check it out. The others also reacted at this moment, and their expressions brightened. Yes. Then Xiaolan can take the opportunity to enter the Su family and find out the truth inside. The 4 of us sisters are so connected that it only takes a thought to pass on a message. It's really perfect. So what kind of message are we delivering? Liang Jimei lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then suddenly spoke softly. You said, someone covets their young master's maid, how about this reason? Chapter 172 Light Bulb. Su Mu suddenly found that his life had become simpler. He practiced during the day, listened to Zhang Hanying handling family affairs, and then endured the others' dishonest hands. When I have time, I will go to the cave and whip Shu a few times. I don't know why, but I always feel refreshed after smoking, and things have been going much more smoothly recently. Then at night we enter another level of practice, 2 people taking turns, and we haven't had any rest yet. Nangongshi had already sent her uncle Nangong Shanha back and stayed in the Su family herself. I am obsessed with it every day and have no intention of leaving at all. The battlefield in the sky was still undecided, and the news coming from people below did not increase for a while. It seemed that the situation had stabilized. Sumu's cultivation level continued to improve steadily, and according to his own perception, it seemed that his cultivation level improved the most after one night. Especially the first time. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. In fact, he also wanted to be a serious person, but he had no chance. On this day, the Su family suddenly welcomed an unexpected visitor to Sumu, and the other party came directly for him. Qing Jingru. When hearing this name, not only Sumu but also the 2 girls beside him became nervous. As to why the 3 people were in the same room, it is unknown. Why did she suddenly come to the Su family? Nangongshi clenched her fists. If there was anyone she least wanted to see, it would definitely be Qing Jingru. It was Zhang Hanying who first came to his senses and made a rational analysis. It's normal for her to come. The Qing family was originally supported by the Su family. It would be strange if they didn't come. After a brief discussion, the 3 of them did not meet the other party in the hall, but directly invited the person to Sumu's courtyard. Since Zhang Hanying always works here, Sumu's courtyard is now the real power center of the Su family. The moment Qing Jingru entered the courtyard, she was stunned. There was a hint of disbelief in his indifferent eyes. How come? Sumu? Why are you here? Why have you never received any news? When will you be back? Why didn't anyone tell me? A look of struggle emerged on Qing Jingru's face, but she still walked closer quickly, lifted Sumu's sleeve, and her carrying words came like a string of cannonballs, and she couldn't stop for a moment. Sumu was slightly startled. Qing Jingru, in the original plot, is the absolute heroine, the real leading lady. The first person to appear is also the one with the most important role. All of Sumu's story missions are more or less related to the other party, or in other words, they are motivated by motives related to the other party. But after seeing each other again for more than half a year, Sumu's mentality had changed drastically. He is no longer the bootlicker he once was. In other words, he has never been a bootlicker. That was not him at all, but Sumu in the plot. He was just coerced and could only do things according to the established plot, but now, the plot has long been shattered. Sumu also has his own life. Jingru. These 2 words came out of his mouth subconsciously. Just as Sumu was about to change his words, a smile suddenly broke out on the other person's cold face. Sumu, it's great to still hear you calling me like this. I thought I would never hear it again. Qing Jingru had tears on her face without her knowing when, but even so, she tried her best to maintain her composure. Sumu keenly noticed the abnormality in the other party, frowned slightly, and then asked in a low voice. What's wrong with you? Why do you feel different than before? In the past, Qing Jingru was known as the fairy Qinghan. She was like a snow lotus on an iceberg, cold, noble, and exuding a temperament that kept people at a distance. But it is still completely different from now. Although she was still cold, Qing Jingru used to be more restrained and distant, but now, she was a bit like an old-fashioned computer that was stuck. The feeling of wanting to express emotions but being unable to do so. It has something to do with my practice. Qing Jingru slowly walked into the house and closed the door, ignoring the other 2 figures. She approached Sumu step by step, then gently snuggled into the boy's arms and hugged him tightly. I thought you wouldn't come back. I practiced the heavenly way and there have been some changes in me. Did that make you unhappy? Sumu was silent for a moment. He is no longer the novice in cultivation. He certainly knows what it means to cultivate the way of heaven. It means to cut off all emotions and love and to be in harmony with the Tao. But why would the other party do this? Why? Because I want power. I want power that can protect you. Xing Jingro's voice was not loud, but her words were still clearly heard by the young man, causing his heart to tremble. Why go to this extent? Because I love you. A crystal tear fell from Xing Jingro's eyes again, and her embrace tightened a little. I have been trying to make you accept me since you came to the Holy Land. I have always been. I'm sorry, Sumu. More and more tears welled up in the girl's eyes, finally soaking Sumu's chest, but there was still no sign of stopping. I'm sorry, I treated you like that before. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. Xing Jingru kept saying sorry. It was probably because of those little things that happened a long time ago, and Sumu actually had forgotten many of them. It was also at this time that I suddenly remembered it based on the other party's narration. At this moment, Xing Jingru was no longer the almighty ice goddess, she was like a little girl. I threw myself into a warm embrace, then told him all the grievances and apologies in my heart, tears flowing non-stop. Well. Although Sumu had guessed this result a long time ago, he still sighed softly and patted the other person on the shoulder. Now it seems that Sumu was wrong from the beginning. Perhaps there was no intervention from his father, but Xing Jingru changed herself. Although I don't know why, the other party seems to have suddenly become normal. And he began to understand Sumu's past love and wanted to give a more enthusiastic return. In fact, Sumu felt more and more guilty. His love for Xing Jingru was actually more due to the requirements of the plot mission rather than him really having such an idea. It is true that Xing Jingru was very beautiful and can be the absolute heroine, so it is impossible for her to have any flaws. But Sumu only had admiration in his heart, and he didn't really fall in love with the other person. You don't have to care about it. I can't remember a lot of things. Why bother to mention it? No, Sumu, I still remember. I remember everything. Including everything from the previous life. Xing Jingru raised her head slightly and kept looking at the boy at a very ambiguous distance. The other side. Nangong, she felt uncomfortable all over. She and Zhang Haining looked at each other, then raised her hand to point outside the window. Her meaning was very clear. Should we go now? Chapter 173, Good Sisters. I don't know when. Xing Jingru and Sumu were the only ones left in the room, and they finally opened up all their thoughts. Really get to know each other deeply. Sumu suddenly realized that he had never really understood Xing Jingru, but the other party knew him quite well. So you. I love you. When Xing Jingru said this, she just lowered her head slightly and did not seem too shy. Sumu sighed slightly, then began to advise. Don't practice the heavenly way anymore. I admit that you are very talented in this area and have even reached the heavenly immortal realm. But the price is also great. You will forget who you are. The world is you, and you are the world. I don't care. Xing Jingru's eyes were always on Sumu, never leaving for a moment. I just want power. I want the power to protect you forever. I never want you to be in danger again. Sumu's mouth twitched. I felt touched but also helpless. So he was forced to reveal some of his cards. Actually, you don't have to do this for me. I'm a little safer than you think. Anyway, now that he has the system, he can start over if he dies. There is also a super old monster living in his head, and he can't figure out who can kill him. I have already defeated the destined protagonist, who else is left? Xing Jingru shook her head stubbornly. I know you, Sumu. You have always been a very gentle person, especially to the people around you. So I know you are definitely lying to me now and trying to comfort me on purpose. Are you worried about me? There seemed to be a hint of sweetness in Xing Jingru's calm heart, and she smiled slightly. It was just a slight breeze, as if the harsh winter was melted by the spring breeze, and Sumu was stunned for a moment. Then I felt a little troubled. Why don't you listen? He is really safe now. So safe that no one in the world can kill him, but even after all this, there are still people who are worried about his safety. Sumu suddenly thought of the time limit of the system task, a full 80 epochs, and one epoch was 1 million years. As long as he wants, he can reopen it back and forth within this time period, with no limit on the number of times. Don't worry. Sumu spoke with gritted teeth. But the other party was like a stubborn donkey, still shaking his head slowly and refusing to listen to anything. He sat upright beside Sumu, resting his head on Sumu's shoulder, feeling the young man's breath. I don't believe it. I know you won't lie to me, but I also know how kind you are. I will protect you in my own way. Sumu's face suddenly turned dark. Wow, are you really that stubborn? So he simply turned the other person over to face him. I told you, I really don't need protection. I think you need it. Sumu. Okay, let's play it this way, eh? Sumu was almost laughing out of anger. You must practice the way of heaven, right? You have no emotions, right? I want to see if you really have no emotions. He directly grabbed the other person's waist, then put on his usual arrogant expression and embraced the other person in his arms. My master said, I don't need protection. Xing Jingrou's face suddenly turned red, but she didn't say anything to resist. She just stared at Sumu blankly. Glancing at the shyness in the other person's eyes, Sumu immediately understood that there was still emotion, but it had become very faint. If you have to cause trouble for him today, don't blame him. Sumu has already thought about it. He insisted on making Xing Jingrou express her emotions today. Silly heavenly Tao, even dogs don't practice it. You are not allowed to practice it either. I want to protect. When Sumu heard this again, he started to bite her directly. I want to see how indifferent you are. Xing Jingrou's delicate body suddenly stiffened, and then immediately went limp. She had never felt such a strong breath belonging to Sumu, which was extremely hot and filled between her lips and teeth. She was running out of strength. Sumu, stop. I'll stop if you tell me to. It's not that easy. Sumu has entered the state at this moment. He had already tested Xing Jingrou's feelings, and he did not resist. From then on, Xing Jingrou naturally became his woman. But now, in order to protect herself, her own woman was actually going to sacrifice all her consciousness and emotions and become a vegetable? Sumu couldn't stand it, no man could stand it. I'll let you be indifferent and practice the way of heaven. Sumu walked straight forward, ready to use the most primitive and pure emotion to awaken the other party. After the training in the past few days, he is now very skilled. Xing Jingrou felt a little panic for no reason and raised her slender hand to grab Sumu's collar. But he quickly let go. There is only endless tenderness and love in his eyes. Sumu, if this is what you want, then come on. I love you, of course I can give you anything. Maybe I really won't have any emotions anymore, but at least, I have had sweet moments with you. Thinking of this, Xing Jingrou closed her eyes and began to cooperate actively. The flickering candlelight made it difficult to see clearly. Not far from the courtyard, among the rocks, Nangongxi squatted on the ground with her knees hugged, her expression a little dazed and her mood extremely complicated. Is this the only way? Let Xing Jingrou be Sumu's wife, even though she used to be. The past is the past. At least now, her feelings are real. Zhang Haining stood aside, trying her best to hide the meaning in her eyes and looked up at the moon. Besides, we don't have any other suitable candidates. This is all for Sumu. Hearing this, Nangongxi fell silent. Then suddenly he said something shocking. Actually, I lied to Sumu. I didn't fall in love with him in this life, but in the last life. Oh ha! Zhang Haining nodded subconsciously, but suddenly realized what the other party had just said, and her beautiful eyes whitened immediately. What did you just say? Last life. Nangongxi still looked dazed. I have never told anyone this secret, but now I feel I can tell you. I was actually reborn. I fell in love with Sumu in my last life. I lived this life again, and everything was for him. So even if I'm unwilling, Xing Jingrou is the most suitable candidate. I will endure it for Sumu. Zhang Haining was speechless for a moment, feeling as if she had been struck by a bolt from the blue. You said you were reborn? With the memories of your previous life. Right. Nangong, she nodded slightly. I know this is hard to imagine, and I also know that. No. Jiang Hanying had an extremely complicated expression and raised her hand to interrupt the other party. In that case, I'll tell you a secret. What? Actually, I also have memories of my previous life. Ah. Nangong, she was stunned. Jiang Hanying was also stunned. Chapter 174, My Woman. Nangong Shi and Jiang Hanying were both stunned. No one expected this development. You were reborn too. What a coincidence, you two. Both girls fell silent, and it took them a long time to digest the information before they spoke again. I knew that this matter was unusual from the beginning to the end. I feel that, too. The two looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. Now they wanted to reconcile the accounts. It is convenient to know the life experiences of each of them and what role Sumu played in this life. Of course, there is also Chen Shu. The two girls began to recall their memories of their past lives. As for the situation in the house, they could not take care of it for a while. As the night grew darker, the two women checked their accounts and fell silent. They already had a rough idea of what the other had been through last time and had come to some of the same conclusions. In the previous life, Sumu had been kind to them and had shown very good qualities from beginning to end. As for Chen Shu, he used all kinds of methods to get close to them and tried his best to exploit them and gain benefits for himself. And this situation lasted for a long, long time. It was not until thousands of years later that Chen Shu's cultivation had approached the peak of the immortal lord and reached the limit of his talent. There is no possibility of going any further. So, he began to embark on the path of evil cultivation, sacrificing lives to prove his supernatural powers. At first it was just mortals, then low-level cultivators, and later on, they began to extend their evil claws to other immortals. They didn't escape either. Moreover, by that time, their own cultivation was not low, basically they were at the immortal venerable realm. So is it the existence of some unknown being, or is it fate, that gave us a new life? The two girls were very emotional for a moment. Looking at it this way, the mistakes they made last time were so many that they cannot be listed in full. Not to mention Chen Shu. From a genius and leader of the righteous path in the eyes of others, he gradually grew into a demon who destroyed the entire continent. Although I don't know why we were reborn, I feel that our missions are the same. Nangong, she murmured in a low voice. Why us? Because we did so many wrong things last time, so God gave us a chance to start over. It wants us to make it up to Sumu. In the previous life, if there was anyone who was the most wronged and endured the most pressure and criticism, it was Sumu. So you also reacted in your previous life, and then gradually falling in love with Sumu. Both of them fell silent for a moment. They now understood that there was something strange about the reason why they had gathered around Chen Shu. And the problem is huge. At present, it seems that there are two reasons. The first is destiny. The second is that it should be related to one of the special fragments of destiny. Marriage is like a dream. Only this time, the fragment is gone. Nangong, she suddenly spoke. Jiang Hanying was a little confused. What do you mean by gone? It was the last time in the Dragon Yuan secret realm. There were 5 other people besides me. We used the token at the same time, but the marriage like a dream did not work. Nangong, she spoke slowly while thinking. Originally, there were still some subtle sensations, but during the time when Sumu disappeared, the last of the sensations disappeared. The last bit of information he left us before he disappeared was that Sumu was still alive. Jiang Hanying vaguely understood. The last time in the Long Yuan secret realm, Sumu and 6 other people established a special connection through that ceremony. This led to the breakup of the marriage, and now it is nowhere to be found. This is clearly a good thing. Without marriage Rumang, Chen Shu will never be able to turn his life around, and he will never be able to harm others again. This is really great. Come to think of it, actually, Chen Shu is at the Su family right now. Ah. Nangongshi was stunned when he heard that, and suddenly stood up expressionlessly, clenching his fists. Where is he? I don't know either. Jiang Hanying shrugged. Sumu brought him back alone. Where is he now? I really don't know what he is doing specifically. You can go ask Sumu. No, I don't want to mention that man's name in front of Sumu. He just makes me feel sick. Sumu was immersed in the feeling of being above the clouds. When he paused for a moment, a smile appeared on his face, and then he looked at the woman beside him. He raised his hand and gently stroked the other person's cheek. Qing Jingru slowly opened her eyes, a slight blush still lingering on her face, and most of her body was hidden in the quilt. What's wrong? The other party's words now had a little more life in them. Sumu was very satisfied with this situation, but he felt a little emotional for a moment. I was just thinking, for such a long time in the past, I was the one pursuing you. Is it the other way around now? Qing Jingru nodded shyly and shrank back into the quilt. Not only is it the other way around, I'm yours now, Sumu. The girl moved slightly, then lay on top of Sumu, put her ear on the boy's chest, and listened carefully. Feeling the other person's surging heartbeat, Qing Jingru had never felt so at ease before, and she didn't want to get up anymore. It would be nice if it could always be like this. I could always be with you. Qing Jingru's expression suddenly darkened, as if she was reminded of the feeling of powerlessness she had not long ago. I will still work hard to practice. Sumu raised his hand to stop the other person and looked like he had a headache. I've already said it, I don't need your protection now. I'm very strong, at least I'm very strong in self-protection. But Qing Jingru was like a stubborn donkey. When she heard this, she just smiled and nodded without refutation. However, she obviously had her own thoughts in her mind. In response to this situation, Sumu just smiled slightly. Before, he didn't know how to control the opponent, but now he knows, and he knows exactly what the opponent's weaknesses are. So I moved a little. Qing Jingru's face immediately turned red, and her icy temperament that was about to return to her usual state instantly collapsed, and she became very shy. Sumu, aren't you tired yet? Where are we going now? Sumu chuckled, he had already figured out the idea. You insist on being an ice cube, right? Then we'll have to see if he agrees. Since you are my woman, how can I watch you become a vegetable without emotions? When it comes to awakening people's emotions, Sumu has his own experience, and it is very effective. Qingjing's soft and tender toes curled up subconsciously and she closed her eyes gently. The night wasn't over yet, and it wouldn't be any time soon. Chapter 175, Worried. Sumu sensed some changes. Qing Jingru had fallen into a deep sleep, her face showing deep fatigue and a drunken blush. It didn't dissipate for a long time. And he himself had also become somewhat different, the most important of which was reflected in his cultivation. He once again reached a higher level. I have reached the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm, so fast. Sumu himself had not expected that it would happen so quickly. It had not even been a month since he returned to the Su family, but his cultivation had already broken through 3 realms. This is because he himself has not practiced much. It seems that my previous guess was correct. It is really through this kind of thing that one becomes stronger. The corner of Sumu's mouth twitched. In fact, he really wanted to be a serious person, but it seemed that his future was in jeopardy. Some changes have also taken place in the fairyland within the body. Another golden stream of light suddenly grew larger, and as the golden light spread, it transformed into a huge pure golden tree. Countless golden leaves fluttered in the wind, and there seemed to be a crisp sound. The golden tree is located in the very center of the fairyland, instead of occupying only a corner like the previous pagoda. Not only does it occupy the most central position, but it is also much larger than the pagoda. I always feel that this fairyland will be very lively in the future. Sumu had a vague guess like this, and he focused his mind on these strange things and sensed them carefully. Then I noticed something different. This is. Following this strange sensation, Sumu felt a familiar breath from these things. The pagoda corresponds to Mo Xuanxing. The big sun in the sky corresponds to Zhang Hanying. The newly appeared golden tree corresponds to Qing Jingru. Sumu seemed to be able to feel a unique aura belonging to each other in these things, and this aura had now merged with his own and could not be separated at all. I always feel like there's something different going on, but I can't put my finger on it right now. Unable to figure it out, Sumu could only withdraw his mind. It was already light at this moment. I didn't wake Qing Jingru up. After all, she was already exhausted from the repeated abuse. Sumu washed up and went out alone. He still had to go through the necessary procedures. He was going to the cave where Chen Shu was imprisoned. As a result, not long after I walked out of the yard, I met two people with dark circles under their eyes on the side of the road. Sumu was almost startled. "Oh my god, what happened to you?" Zhang Hanying and Nangongshi looked at each other and both noticed the strange expressions on their faces. It was a bit awkward right away. It couldn't be said that the two of them had been listening at the wall all night and had been guarding outside the courtyard without leaving. "Fine. That's right, we didn't do anything." The two spoke in a decisive tone, and Sumu's eyes suddenly became strange. It would have been fine if they didn't say anything, but now that they emphasize it, it's obvious that there's something wrong. Today, the two of them are together again. Could it be that? Sumu showed a look of realization, suddenly smiled, and directly embraced the two of them in his arms. "How about we do it together next time?" "Together?" "Ha!" Nangongshi was the first to react. A blush quickly rose on her face and she stared at Sumu with her beautiful eyes wide open. Zhang Hanying's face also turned slightly red, but her reaction was not as obvious as Nangongshi's. She just snorted, broke free, turned around and left. She is now going to take care of today's affairs. Sumu was slightly surprised to see that neither of them had any obvious objection, but he quickly realized that maybe there really was hope. On a flying boat. Nangong Shanha looked helpless. He didn't expect that he would return to the Su family so soon, and this time. He turned his head and looked behind him, where two beautiful girls were standing. Nangong Lu Yi Yen. These two people moved very quickly and are now on their way to the Su family. No matter what their previous guesses were, whether they were right or wrong, it didn't matter. The most important thing now was time. If we don't hurry up, there will be more and more people around Sumu. How should they deal with themselves then? The most important thing is Yi Yen had a vague bad feeling in her heart, as if something very important had been stolen. "Sumu, you must wait for me. I'm coming to find you." Nangong Lu was also very anxious. Her sister went to the Su family several days ago, and then there was no news from her, which was obviously abnormal. The other party has always claimed to be Sumu's fiancée, but now she is so quiet. This is a very dangerous signal. Nangong Lu couldn't even imagine how much fun they would have, as a single man and a single woman, being alone in a room together for so long. Just thinking about this kind of place, Nangong Lu couldn't help but blush, remembering the craftsmanship that Sumu had accidentally demonstrated when he was in the Holy Land. This feeling is so. Quickly shaking his head to get rid of all distracting thoughts, Nangong Lu urged his uncle again. "Uncle, can you go faster? Don't push me anymore, don't push me anymore, this is already the limit." Nangong Shanha looked even more helpless. "I have communicated with the Su family in advance, and they will send someone to pick us up when the time comes." Well. Nangong Shanha sighed in his heart that girls should not be kept when they grow up, and his face looked strange. "This is the second time. Last time, I sent my niece over there, and the other party refused to leave. It's the same now, and Yi Yen is also brought along. I always feel like something is weird." Nangong Shanha began to doubt his own position. Am I their uncle, or Sumu's uncle, delivering goods to their doorstep? The situation in Shenyuan Continent is becoming more and more chaotic. This is the consensus of everyone. Especially recently, the Su family began to fight back. The senior members of the Chun family have been very busy and overwhelmed recently, and have been attacked everywhere. Markets, mines, secret realms, and even those hidden nodes. Where on earth did the Su family get all this information? Are they attacking everywhere? An elder of the Chun family scratched his head frantically, stood up from the pile of documents, his face full of disbelief. How the hell is this possible? Where did the Su family get so many people? Master Elder, it seems that it is not just the Su family. The young man below was a little hesitant, but still spoke slowly. According to the news we received recently, it seems that several forces are sending people to the Su family. They would attack us along the way without any thought of negotiation, and some of them were quite obvious. Who? The Chen family elder forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. The Meng family, they organized a whole fleet of flying boats, and the person leading it seems to be called Meng Xiaoxiao. Fuck it. The old man cursed loudly, feeling that he was in a state of panic recently, and suddenly he froze in place. Tell me, why didn't the Chen family have so much trouble when they encountered this kind of thing before? I don't know. The elder shook his head slowly. No. You know, even everyone knows, but they don't dare to say it. Because the head of the family at that time was Chen Fusheng. Well. The old man sighed softly, and a strange look appeared on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Chapter 176 Loyalty. The Chen family elder actually knew it in his heart. There are both internal and external reasons why the Chen family has fallen into its current quagmire. A large part of it is the mess left behind by Qin Shu some time ago. The other party has only been born for a few decades. How can he know how to manage an immortal clan that has been passed down for endless years? There are always many mistakes and omissions in one's words and deeds, let alone such matters as coordinating the overall situation. Chen Fusheng. If he were to take over the current situation, perhaps things would be much better. However, due to the order from the immortal ancestor, no one dared to contact him. Even Chen Fusheng himself had taken the initiative to shut himself off from the public, making it impossible to contact him at all. As for the external reasons, it is easier to explain. The Su family is a powerful immortal clan, and its own strength should not be underestimated. Although the Chen family contacted the other two families, they were not sure of winning. Not to mention, when did the Su family gain so many allies? This is really inexplicable. The elder of the Chen family couldn't help but show pain on his face when he thought of this. The Mo family has also started to take action recently, saying that it was instigated by an immortal king in their clan. These are troubled times, alas. Boom! There was a violent explosion below the flying boat, followed by countless screams. A large number of people fled in all directions, but some people chased them and killed them on the spot, staining the sky with blood. Miss. We have figured out this place. It is also the base of the Chen family's spies. A person dressed as a maid suddenly flew up, knelt in front of Meng Xiaoxiao, and responded respectfully. Meng Xiaoxiao responded indifferently. If there were people from the Holy Land here, they would definitely be surprised, because Meng Xiaoxiao was not that kind of person in their memory. And the other person's surname is Meng, not this dream. But that's all in the past. Meng Xiaoxiao looked a little dazed. Her once lively attitude was of course only in front of Su Mu. This was her true self. Let's go to the next place. I want to see how many people the Chun family has deployed recently. As she said this, the girl's eyes flashed with colorful lights, looking a little strange. This is exactly where he exerted his abilities and connected with the way of dreams. No matter how defensive a person is in normal times, his or her true self will be revealed in his or her dreams. Meng Xiaoxiao can invade other people's dreams and has a unique advantage in obtaining intelligence. This was the 7th Chen family base they had destroyed along the way. It is estimated that in a few days, they will be able to arrive at the address provided by the Su family. It is said that the other party has arranged someone to pick them up, but I don't know who it will be. But that doesn't matter. For Meng Xiaoxiao, as long as the person who came was not him, it didn't matter who it was. Yes, miss. The maid responded softly, then turned around and gave orders. A group of 5 flying boats began to fly high into the sky, heading to the next place. My dear daughter, why don't you rest for a few days? There is no rush. Yin Luan looked embarrassed and seemed to want to delay for a while longer. No, father, my body has recovered to normal and it's time to go out. Yin Yanqiu smiled slightly, with vitality and smile on his face. She hasn't shown this kind of expression for a long time since Sumu disappeared. But now it's different. The last news gave her hope. The person who could do such a thing to the Chen family and Chen Shu might be Sumu. It must be him. He must be back. Yin Yanqiu kept telling himself this in his heart, and his physical condition improved rapidly. Before leaving, she took a booklet with her. It was not recorded on a jade tablet, but was written by her own hand, which recorded a total of 19 songs. She did all of them for Sumu. Some of her songs were sung by the outside world, but more of them were treasured by her. These songs represented her longing for Sumu. She wanted to hand this booklet to Sumu personally. Then I sang each song to him personally. Since you insist on going, I'll send some people to protect you. Yin Luan showed a helpless look and waved his hand. Mei, Zhu, and Zhu came up. Their official identities became Yin Yanqiu's maids again. The four girls looked at each other, and they all understood that the current situation was completely different from before. Their respective identities are also completely different from before. But no one took the initiative to expose it, instead maintaining this delicate balance. Miss, shall we go? Good. The group quickly went away. Yin Luan looked at their backs with a complicated expression, then turned around and did another thing Liang Jimei had asked him to do. Soon, a piece of news spread in the Holy Land. Liang Jilan, the personal maid left behind by Su Mu, the missing young master of the Su family, was bullied by others in the Holy Land and is now in a very difficult situation. The news spread like wildfire. Many people had strange expressions on their faces. Oh my God? Is there really someone so brave? Do you really think the Su family won't do anything? I don't think so. After all, she was just their young master's former maid. If it's your turn, do you care? That's the Su family after all. What should we do if we really provoke someone? By the way, who is so bold? I'm not sure either. I heard it was a man named Cheng Shu. Chang Shu? Why does this name sound so familiar? Some people looked confused, while others suddenly realized. Oh right. Didn't we have a man called Chen Shu in our Holy Land before? He later became the patriarch of the Chen family. I remember now. This is the lost immortal clan leader. Ha 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 ha. The style of the painting suddenly became distorted. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became cheerful, and everyone's words and deeds were related to the Chen family. But there was also a different figure in the crowd. Is there anyone who dares to attack the people around the boss? Are you tired of living? Xian Kuan looked a little haggard. He suddenly stood up from the crowd and walked out without saying a word. His life has been very difficult recently. The Chen family has formed an alliance with the Chun family and are preparing to deal with the Su family together. But he refused the family's call and even risked getting himself injured just to stay in the Holy Land. Joke. Although Qian Kuan was not a good person, he knew that the boss was the boss. How could a younger brother turn around and deal with the boss's family? He couldn't do it anyway. Humph. Do you really think that no one can do anything to them now that the boss is missing? Follow me. Qian Kuan waved his hand, and a large group of young men followed him out, heading straight for the cave where Sumu once lived. They wanted to see who was so bold. Boss Sumu is gone, but of course it is only temporary. The maidservant beside the boss was bullied, so of course they, as his younger brothers, had to stand up for her. Chapter 177 Wang Tizi? Not long ago. Zhang Hanying was somewhat surprised when she received the news from her good sister Yin Yanqiu. I didn't expect that even Yanqiu would. This was beyond her expectations. After all, in his memory, the other party and Sumu had very limited interactions, and the two had not met many times, the most important of which was a sermon. During that sermon, Sumu touched the other person's head. So, it doesn't matter at all. Why would you do that to Sumu? At this moment, Jiang Hanying also recalled the other party's performance over the past 6 months. After learning of Su Mu's disappearance, he was heartbroken and expressed his sorrow through music, composing many famous songs. Many of these songs are still very popular today. It turns out that all this is because of Su Mu. Jiang Hanying was slightly stunned. The meaning of the message just sent by the other party was very clear. She just wanted to come and visit the Su family. On the one hand, it's because the Su family is now in prison and needs help. The most important reason was she heard some unusual news that Chen Shu was captured, and she wanted to know if Su Mu had returned. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Hanying did not tell the other party clearly, but only said that she would send someone to pick her up, and she would know when she arrived. And gives the location of a note of the other party. It just so happened that she was going to pick up other people, so they went together. And the Meng family and the Nangong family, these two families are here too. When Jiang Hanying learned the news, he naturally understood more inside information. Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangong Lu, and Nian Xiuwo. By the way, Nian Xiu is accompanied by her 3 maids. So many people. Just thinking of this, Jiang Hanying would subconsciously frown, but then quickly relax. This situation was something she had expected a long time ago, or rather, it was more in line with her expectations. Jiang Hanying, stay calm. Didn't we agree long ago to gather many people around Su Mu? This is all to protect him, for his own good, so you must stay calm. After constantly admonishing himself in his heart, Jiang Hanying finally calmed down. Although the plan is correct, we still have to take some precautions. The 3 groups were heading to the same place, so they would not attract the attention of anyone outside. Jiang Hanying prepared to go and pick them up in person. As for why these people are not separated, this was also what Jiang Hanying did on purpose. The purpose is to bring them together so that the conflicts between them can be magnified. In the future, when she is with Su Mu, Jiang Hanying can. In fact, doing so is also risky. If someone turns hate into love or jealousy, it will only harm Su Mu in the end. So doing this is also a test for them. If someone brings potential danger, Jiang Hanying doesn't mind doing more for Su Mu. Yao named the place holy. Shen Kuan and a group of people appeared outside Su Mu's cave, looking aggressive and ferocious. Everyone was baring their teeth and claws, looking ferocious. As soon as he got close to here, he started yelling. Who is it? Who the hell dares to disrespect our boss? How dare they lay hands on our boss's woman? The maid beside the boss is of course also the boss's woman. What's so surprising about that? Even Xian Cohen himself has a maidservant by his side. When I got closer, I found that there was already someone standing at the door. It was broad daylight, but the man was wearing a black robe that wrapped his entire body tightly, with not a single bit of skin exposed. It's really suspicious. Xian Cohen locked onto this immediately and yelled loudly. That's the guy. Go! Catch him. The man in black robe turned around when he heard the sound, and immediately showed a look of panic on his face. He turned around and wanted to escape, but was surrounded by a group of people. This group of people didn't say much, they just went up and started beating them up with fists, kicks, knives, guns, sticks and clubs, without any intention of holding back. Not afraid of being beaten to death. Stop it. They are one of our own. The man in black was stunned by the sudden attack, and then the pain forced him back to his senses. He quickly raised his hands and yelled. Then he lifted the hood covering his head. It turns out that we are acquaintances. Wang Tizi? Why are you here? Xian Cohen was confused. A long time ago, Wang Tizi was imprisoned in the Holy Land because of Chen Shu. At that time, he was unwilling to reveal Chen Shu's identity, so Mo Xuanxing ordered him to be temporarily detained for 1 month. The details will be discussed later. As a result, I was locked up for 3 months without realizing it. By that time, Su Mu had already disappeared, and Chen Shu's identity had changed drastically. No one knows what happened exactly, but Wang Tizi was released quietly and started to act in a low-key manner. It seems that someone has heard that the other party has joined an organization called Tianmu, but it is difficult to tell whether the news is true or false. However, the relationship between Wang Tizi and Sumu is still somewhat subtle. Xian Kuan's face immediately turned ugly. He still remembered this person, the boss who had stabbed him in the back before, and now he came here? Could it be that he is that Cheng Shu? What the hell? I don't know you at all. Keep fighting. At Xian Kuan's command, his brothers hesitated for a moment, then burst into strange laughter and rushed forward again. Wang Tizi was completely confused. Didn't you just call out my name? Why don't you recognize me now? You did it on purpose. A surge of anger rose in his heart, and so a group of people started fighting here. There was quite a lot of noise, but no one came to take care of them. Until the last group of people were exhausted and collapsed to the ground. Xian Kuan and Wang Tizi both had bruises on their faces, but they were still bickering. You traitor! You treated the boss like that before. And now you dare to come back. I poo. I was loyal before, and the young master was very good to me, but I cannot be an ungrateful person. Wang Tizi gritted his teeth and argued. Now, I am no longer the same person I used to be. I have a new identity, a new boss. Wang Tizi is actually a very traditional person. The reason why he did not reveal Chen Shu's identity at the time was that he was indeed worried about the safety of his family. On the other hand, there is some blind loyalty. Even though he knew that Chen Shu was a complete scumbag, Sumu treated him very well. He was very grateful, but he was unwilling to betray him. Until I heard some news some time ago. His family was fine and was rescued. Sumu didn't care about his betrayal and even treated the matter as if it was completely over. Before coming out, Frost Star Immortal King, the master of Palai Peak and an Immortal King cultivator, said these words to him earnestly. People need to know themselves. Wang Tizi understood and also knew the news of Sumu's disappearance, but he firmly believed that he would come back. So he joined Tianmu and began to make some plans secretly. Bah! You still have the nerve to open your mouth. If you have changed your ways, why are you here today? Xian Kuan spat out a mouthful of saliva, which drew an arc in the air and landed accurately on Wang Tizi's face. Dead silence. Chapter 178 I must satisfy you. Feel the wetness on your face. Wang Tizi went crazy. Ah! He suddenly felt a surge of strength coming from nowhere, and he turned over and sat on Xian Kuan, then punched him twice, making the other person see stars. The two men started fighting again, and then quarreled while fighting. I told you, I've changed my ways. I'm here today to protect you. Bah! I don't believe it. You are such a bad guy. Do you still want to be a traitor? Damn, you spit again, ugh shit, you spit in my mouth. Ugh. Ha 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 ha. The two quarreled for a while, and then suddenly. Click. The door of the courtyard suddenly opened, and Liang Jilan walked out with a dark face. What are you doing? The group of people had all become obedient, kneeling respectfully outside, exchanging glances from time to time. After learning more about the situation, Liang Jilan felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, the Su family had not arrived yet, but they had arrived. Even though you've been missing for so long, there are still so many people who believe that you will come back. Sumu, you must come back. Liang Jilan was feeling a little depressed. She just got the news not long ago. Her three sisters found a way in advance to following Nianqiu into the Su family and find out the truth. If the thing they hoped for the most really happened at that time, Liang Jilan would probably be able to return to the Su family and Sumu soon. You must bring back good news. There was a hint of inexplicable light in the girl's eyes as she looked towards the distant horizon. Sumu discovered that he actually didn't need to practice. He just needs to work hard at night. In fact, the effect is better than his practice during the day. It's just that it's a little bit strenuous on the waist, but other than that there is no shortcoming. Sumu recently tried to make some common suggestions to them, and to his surprise, it seemed that no one had much resistance. At most, he would spit twice with a red face. Xing Jingru is no longer as cold as before, and has temporarily stopped practicing the way of heaven. With Sumu's encouragement, the other party picked up the ice road again, and his progress was not slow at all, and he made rapid progress every day. Once the other party shows signs of becoming indifferent again, Sumu will use his unique secret technique to make the other party beg for mercy in a low voice, and his trick will be broken instantly. Family affairs. According to the information he learned, the Su family has really started to fight back recently. The Chen family has been forced to start reducing its staff, as have the Wang and Chen families. Both sides tacitly began to accumulate strength, waiting for the moment of the decisive battle. No one knows when that will be. Perhaps the outcome will be decided on the battlefield in the sky, or perhaps this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But Sumu knew that this day was not far away. Call. Slowly exhaling the turbid air in his heart, Sumu opened his bright eyes. At his side, Nangongxi's delicate hand gently stroked his cheek, her brows smiling and her eyes full of tenderness. What's wrong? You were frowning just now? Are you thinking about something? Or are you too tired? Seeing a few cunning looks flashing across the girl's face, Sumu just smiled. Tired? You probably don't know how powerful I am. How dare you challenge me? Just turn over and become the master. After a long time, Sumu finally laughed at Nangongxi's gentle plea for mercy and turned over his palm. How about it, do you still dare to provoke me? I don't dare anymore. I know I'm wrong. Hurry up and yell twice, or I'll let you know how powerful I am. Nangongxi blushed immediately upon hearing this and called out softly. Husband. Good. This is serious practice, Sumu reminded himself in his heart and took it seriously. The effect of his practice was also very obvious. Just a few days later, his cultivation had stabilized at the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm. And there is a slowly rising trend. His understanding of Tao also became deeper. Marriage is like a dream, fate determines the immortal body, cause and effect, destiny. This world seemed to have many things worth exploring, and all of them were presented before his eyes. Sumu gradually learned some things that only high-level cultivators would know. Once you break through the earthly immortal realm, you are no longer immortal. The vital energy is endless, comprehend the principles of Tao and strengthen yourself. However, at the earthly immortal stage, one can basically only comprehend some scattered fragments of the great Tao and cannot form a system. The fairyland at that time will be in a mess, or even pure chaos. There are basically no pure white ones like Sumu. And for an earthly immortal to break through to a heavenly immortal, one needs to comprehend 49 fragments of the Tao. These fragments are invisible and intangible, and only those who understand him can understand them. This makes it very difficult to gain insights. Once many geniuses enter the realm of earthly immortals, the advantages they have accumulated previously no longer exist and they have to start from scratch. This results in the earthly immortal realm trapping 99% of the world's people. After breaking through to the celestial realm, one needs to comprehend the 9 wonders. This kind of wonder varies from person to person, but it will be reflected in the fairyland. Just like the pagoda, the big sun, and the golden tree in Sumu's fairyland. There are many different ways to comprehend the 9 wonders. Some people can comprehend them while sleeping, but the ancients had to experience the thrill of life and death before they could suddenly realize it when their lives were hanging by a thread. However, more people choose to retreat for a long time, which is the safest but also the most time-consuming method. After entering the realm of celestial immortals, the normal lifespan is nearly 7,000 years, so the thing they lack the least is time. I always feel that my method of understanding is not very correct. The corners of Sumu's mouth twitched. After he experiences something indescribable, he will automatically comprehend a new wonder. There is no threshold or feeling of sudden enlightenment. It just happened naturally. If we continue at this pace, shouldn't we still need 6 more people to break through to the immortal king realm? Is it really that simple? Sumu looked suspicious. But there is no need to rush into this matter. After all, his breakthrough speed is already astonishing. Countless family elders wanted him to teach them some training techniques. Sumu could only cover up the past awkwardly. How could he share this experience? If his cultivation speed were any faster, someone would probably want to dissect him. There's no harm in being a little more stable. At this moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open. Jiang Hanying instantly saw the mess in the house and her face turned red as she spat softly. It's still daytime, you two. Especially you, Sumu. I was in the front helping you with family affairs, and you were actually behind me. Jiang Hanying looked a little angry. Sumu was thinking about how to coax the other person, but he didn't expect Jiang Hanying to pounce on him and try to get into the bed. You don't want to play with me. Damn it. Sumu smiled slightly. There is no other way. How can we not satisfy this kind of request? Chapter 179 All Old 6. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became ambiguous. Sumu simply waved his hand, and all the natural light from the outside was blocked, and the surroundings fell into pure darkness. But it doesn't matter. Well. Sumu, you are wrong. Suddenly someone cried out. Sumu didn't hear who it was, nor did he understand what the other person wanted to say. He just chuckled. Can't understand. Then just ignore it. The other party's flapping movements seemed to be louder, and even the space began to tremble slightly. Several more days passed. Late at night. In a beautiful valley, several figures suddenly appeared, trying to avoid making any more noise. Are you sure it's here? Of course, the location is correct. But this environment. Shinjawi suddenly looked up and frowned. This place is too easy to be ambushed and very dangerous. Why did you choose this location? Who knows? The figure wrapped in a black robe next to him shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. It was Cho Jio. In fact, you must have guessed it, but you just didn't say it on purpose. A hoarse laugh came from under Chojo's black robe. Shinjawi's eyes flashed slightly, and then she suddenly closed her mouth tacitly. Not long ago, Shinjawi unexpectedly captured a celestial cultivator during her operation against the Chen family. And she learned a very important news from this person. That means Sumu was back. The immortal cultivator she captured had personally participated in the battle to stop Sumu. He also watched his own master being captured. Unexpectedly, I now have the same fate. When Shinjawi first received the news, her face was full of disbelief, but then she realized that there was no need for the other party to lie to her. Then the credibility of this news began to rise sharply. In order to verify her guess, Shinjawi made some arrangements and searched for information everywhere, and finally identified this valley. In addition to her, there are 3 other groups of people heading towards this valley, but their final destination will only be here. If she guessed correctly, there might be a Su family note here. Because the Su family has already activated the clan protection formation, there is no way to enter directly and one must pass through these nodes one by one. The positions of the nodes move randomly, and no one can predict them except the top leaders of the Su family. Those 3 groups must have received instructions from the Su family, so they will meet here. I will wait for them here. Shinjawi murmured something in her heart, and then her figure disappeared into the darkness, and she could no longer sense any trace of his presence. Chojo raised his eyebrows slightly. Wow, this little girl's skills are even better than mine, at least when it comes to concealing her aura. As expected of his disciple, he is awesome. Then his breath completely disappeared from here. After a moment, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, several flying boats appeared across the sky above the canyon. On the leading flying boat, Meng Xiaoxiao lowered her head and looked downward, and quickly confirmed that this was the place. But why are there 2 extremely faint auras in the canyon? Due to the particularity of her own cultivation rules, it is basically impossible for any living being with thoughts to hide their aura in front of her. Among these 2 sets of auras, there is another one that is more familiar. Shinjawi. For some reason, Meng Xiaoxiao did not say anything about this matter. Instead, she turned around and waved her hand. Rest here. There's still some time until the agreed time. Go check the surroundings. Yes. The maid beside him took the order and left, and soon everyone started moving. And not long after, a huge formation rose out of thin air, hiding the shapes and auras of all the flying boats, making them no longer detectable. Below. Shinjawi's heart moved slightly. She just noticed that someone seemed to be looking at her, but the other party did not say anything. Meng Xiao Xiao? The Meng family is here as expected. What's next? As if to confirm his guess, a rumbling sound was soon heard in the sky, and it turned out to be another flying boat. There were not many people on the flying boat, only 3 people, and the leader was Nangong Shanha. Nangong Shanha glanced at the canyon below and found nothing unusual, then turned and looked at the 2 people behind him. Okay, the place we agreed on is here. Wait for a while and don't expose yourself. Good. Nangong Lu and Yi Yan looked at each other, then nodded at the same time, both feeling a little excited. Very good. Finally here. I'll be able to go to Su's house soon. We will know the news about Su Mu soon. You must come back, Su Mu, I have been waiting for you. Damn you, sister, she ate all by herself without telling me. Will the predicted image be wrong this time? I miss your embrace so much. The 2 girls had different thoughts, but neither of them showed it and seemed a little silent. Nangong Shanha nodded slightly, raised his hand and waved, directly hiding the trace of the flying boat on the spot. As if just in case, he also took out a compass and hung it on the mast of the flying boat. The already barely perceptible breath became even less obvious. Not long after they disappeared. The last group of people finally arrived. Yin Yanxiu and her 3 maids boarded a flying boat and appeared above the canyon. Yin Yanxiu didn't feel anything was wrong, but Mei, Zhu, and Zhu instinctively felt something was wrong. They are all killers at the celestial realm, and their perception of danger is different from that of ordinary people. I don't know why, even though there's no one in the canyon, I always feel like someone is watching me. However, when I think about the fact that this is the location provided by the Su family, it is normal that the other party may have made some arrangements here. Maybe Su Mu is watching them secretly now. Thinking of this, the 3 of them gradually suppressed their doubts and took action at the same time, making their figures disappear until they completely disappeared. This small canyon was surprisingly lively for a while. No one dared to breathe, and no one could imagine why the situation had turned out like this. Especially Shinjiaoi, who arrived first. She was already a little dazed. Although I had expected so many people to come, I didn't expect that they were all Lao Lu. One by one, they began to hide themselves, fearing that they would be discovered. Why does it feel like he is not here to pick someone up, but more like... It feels like an ambush. This thought suddenly arose in Shoujo's mind, and then another strange noise was heard in the sky, and this time, the other party's movements were not concealed. Finally. This is it. On the Chun family's flying boat, an old man smiled. We'll just hide here and ambush them later. Chapter 180, Secret Art of Refining Treasures. The Chen family brought a total of 7 flying boats. Hundreds of people. Among them, there are 2 immortal king cultivators, nearly 10 heavenly immortal cultivators, and the rest are earthly immortals, without a single mortal. They had received news a long time ago that reinforcements would be coming here to support the Su family, and they would probably arrive in the next few days. The Chen family and their group arrived here at the right time so that they would not be discovered in advance, and they could also surround the enemy and attack the reinforcements, which was really the best of both worlds. Not only that, out of caution, they not only sent their own people, but also communicated with the Qian family and the Wang family, and the other 2 families will also lead their teams here. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Soon, 2 flying boats approached this side from the horizon. They were the people from the Qian and Wang families, and the leaders were also immortal kings. Most of them have reached the 2nd or 3rd level of immortal king, and the one with the highest level of cultivation is an immortal king from the Chun family, named Chen Lidao, who is at the 4th level of immortal king. Because he always wore a jade crown on his head, he was called the immortal king of Dao Crown. The 3 families met at the top of the canyon. They all laughed when they saw each other and seemed very enthusiastic towards each other. Several fellow Taoists are here too. It's been a while since we last met. After this, why don't we go have a drink together? No. We should be the ones to treat you when the time comes. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they began to get down to business. According to the information we received, the group that was the most flamboyant not long ago, that is, the Meng family, should have arrived in Tianjin City by now, and it may not take more than a few hours. That's perfect. Let's start setting up the scene right away, make some preparations, and catch them all in one fell swoop. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. A group of people laughed loudly. In the canyon below, a strange look appeared on Meng Xiaoxiao's cold expression. Originally, she was planning to rest in Tianjin City, but she suddenly heard other news that two other groups of people were also heading here. She immediately guessed who these people would be, and the result was as he expected. Everyone came here for Su Mu. Unexpectedly, by chance, he managed to avoid a sneak attack. What she didn't know was, the same thought also appeared in many people's minds. This canyon was more lively than she had imagined, and there were countless pairs of eyes lurking in the dark. The three families above discussed for a long time, and then began to send their men to make some arrangements. Suddenly, an old man from the Wang family raised his hand. Speaking of which, I brought some treasures from my family with me on this trip. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man of the Wang family took out a palm-sized mirror from his waist. My mirror is of the same origin as the Tianji mirror in the Yaofeng Holy Land, except that its mirror is male and mine is female, but the effects are the same. The immortal King Qian next to him was a little confused. Aren't these things all magical instruments? Why are they divided into male and female? Is there really such a saying? Certainly. The Wang family immortal king spoke with a solemn oath. I have read the Elder Scrolls before. There was once a powerful person who mastered the secret technique of cultivating the magical purple gold gourd. The key is that the purple gold gourds he cultivated are all in pairs, male and female, with the same effects, but the male gourd can counter the female gourd. Hiss. Daoguan immortal king took a deep breath. There are such wonderful secret techniques in this world? It's unbelievable. Yes, even if we are immortal kings, we cannot see the whole picture of the world. The group sighed again, then moved on to various compliments. After bragging to each other for a long time, seeing that it was getting late, the former king of the Wang family allowed himself to use his Tianji realm. I will use this mirror to take a look at the surrounding environment first, and then choose a suitable place to set up an ambush. This is the best way. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the bronze mirror in his hand and shone it towards the canyon below. As the moonlight passed by, pairs of eyes suddenly lit up in the dark canyon. What the hell? The Wang family immortal king was horrified. As the female Tianji mirror in his hand shone, figures quickly appeared in the dark canyon. Just a quick glance showed that there were hundreds of people scattered around. Their number was no less than theirs. What the hell? Daoguan immortal king couldn't help but swear, he was completely stunned by the scene before him. Damn, what's going on? Why are there so many people? Taking a quick look, we saw that the people below the canyon were divided into several camps. The Mo family, the Meng family, the Nangong family. There are also two unidentified men in black. These people have obviously been lying in ambush here for a long time, just waiting for them to take the bait. Oh no! We've fallen into a trap. They have an ambush too. The three families above were thrown into panic for a moment, not knowing that the people in the canyon were as confused as they were. Oh my god, why are there so many people? Nangong Shanha's eyes widened and his jaw almost dislocated. It took him a long time to recover from this strange situation. Good job. All of them are Lao Lu. And it all came together. But there was not much time to think now, and the people below just looked at each other. The strange emotions were quickly thrown behind his mind, and he began to slowly rise upwards, then confronted the three families of Chen, Shen, and Wang. The atmosphere became tense for a moment. He. Daoguan immortal king suddenly sneered. I never expected it. I never expected that I have been as smart as anyone else in my life, but I was actually outwitted by someone here. He is truly an expert. Tell me, who asked you to ambush me here? Although the situation was a little unexpected, Daoguan Xianwang remained calm and his words revealed a strong confidence. Shinjoi's eyes suddenly became strange. She didn't say anything and quietly glanced at the old man next to her. He raised his finger and pointed at his head, then glanced secretly at Daoguan Xianwang. I mean, is he okay? Chojo understood what his apprentice meant and shrugged helplessly. The meaning is very clear: there is no hope and it cannot be cured. On the battlefield, every move will be noticed, not to mention that Shinjoi and the other two have no intention of hiding anything. The Daoguan Immortal King opposite him immediately narrowed his eyes, with a dangerous aura flashing in his eyes. An old man and a little girl, how dare you disrespect me? Snort. He took action directly. As he raised his hand, an illusory big hand grabbed the other person. If it hit, the two of them would be crushed into pieces on the spot. But the other party's response was also very strong. Chojo suddenly laughed strangely. He stepped lightly in the air, and the opponent's attack was directly crushed. Immortal King. There's actually an Immortal King among this group of people. There was a sudden disturbance in the teams of the three families of Chen, Shen and Wang, and everyone looked panicked. Chapter 181: The Insidious Elders. Snort? Idiot, what are you afraid of? Don't we have any immortal kings here? A fairy from the Qian family snorted coldly, then looked at the 6 people in front of the crowd. The Chen family, the Qian family, and the Wang family each sent out 2 immortal kings. Even if the other side also has an immortal king, so what? They still have the advantage in numbers. The situation here is already very clear, and it would be unreasonable not to fight. On the side of the 3 alliances, the 6 immortal kings took a step forward together, trying to force Chojo back with their powerful momentum. At the critical moment, Mo Shuangxing also stood out from the crowd and no longer concealed his aura. Another immortal king. In the crowd, Nangong Shanhe was confused. He just came to see his little niece off. How did the situation suddenly turn out like this? So, why do you 2 immortal kings want to be the 6th? Hiding down there and watching the joke? 2 against 6, it doesn't seem like they have the upper hand. But Chojo suddenly laughed again. Daoguan Immortal King raised his eyebrows and looked unhappy. I don't know what's wrong with the old man opposite me. He laughs all the time, and every time he laughs, something bad happens. Really? His premonition came true. After Chojo finished laughing, he glanced at his little disciple beside him with a slightly smug look on his face, and then took a step forward amid Shinjoi's contempt. The aura on his body suddenly became full. He is actually the 7th level of Immortal King. Crushed the whole audience. For cultivators at the Immortal King level, the gap between each level is as vast as mountains and seas, so the number of people is meaningless now. You only need Chojo to hang up and beat the opponent, even turning him into a spinning top. Don't be afraid. We still have the heavenly secret mirror. We can fight with them. We'll know whether they live or die after a fight. Daoguan Immortal King was unwilling to give in, so he encouraged everyone to rise to the sky, ready to have a great battle. A trace of disdain appeared on Chojo's old face, and he also rose up. These youngsters are so naive now. I have never admitted that I am a 7th level Immortal King. Where do they get such confidence? He did not listen to his inner thoughts. He just cooperated with the other party and walked towards the sky. Mo Shuangxing also followed. A total of 8 immortal kings rose into the sky, tacitly moving the battlefield away from here to avoid harming innocent people. Soon, a rumbling sound was heard in the sky. It was clearly late at night, but there were countless flashes of light, and even the clouds were shattered. The battle in the sky became increasingly intense. The eyes of the people below also became dangerous. Meng Xiaoxiao was the first to step forward. In the past 6 months, relying on the accumulation of the Dream Dao in her family, she also broke through to the earthly immortal realm. Currently he is at the 5th level of the earthly immortal realm. The Meng family members behind her also stood up. Due to the hasty trip, they did not bring many people with them. The people with the highest cultivation level are the 2 celestial immortals, both of whom are at the 8th level of the celestial immortal realm. Yi Yan and Nangong Lu also stood up at this moment. They have also seen clearly that in the current situation, it is impossible not to fight. Even if they have many doubts, they will have time to ask them after the fight. Without much preparation, both sides started fighting directly. Yi Yan immediately met a cultivator who was also in the earthly immortal realm. She began to wave the jade rui in her hand, and a large green light flashed by. The opponent's face turned pale and he dodged repeatedly. What the hell? AF** King semi-sacred weapon, can you have any martial virtue? The earthly immortal from the Chun family cursed loudly, but had to accept the challenge. Someone also came to find Nangong Lu. Nangong Lu's handsome eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a dangerous look. Deacon Nangong, it's been a long time since we last met. The other person seemed to be an acquaintance, exuding the aura of a peak earthly immortal realm, and slowly approached. Who are you? Deacon Nangong is really a noble man who forgets things easily. In the past in the Holy Land, I was your senior brother. By the way. The man's face showed an extremely confident look. If I have to give you a reminder, it's that I sent you pills and flowers. Nangong Lu. After all this fuss, this is it? There were countless people who wanted to give her gifts, and she never lacked them, but she never accepted any. The other party's identity was immediately confirmed, just a passerby. Nangong Lu felt the other party's impudent gaze looking him up and down, and immediately took out his sword. You have to at least leave a pair of eyes behind before you leave today, hee hee. The battle between the two was about to break out, with swords clashing, sparks flying, and in an instant it became white-hot. Of course, Shinjoui was not idle either. But unlike the others, her opponents were celestial cultivators, and there was more than one of them. She spent her childhood at the Su family, and was then taken back to Fengyu Tower by Chojo. After a long period of training, she has only been out for a year. As her aura gradually revealed itself, she was actually a celestial immortal, and not just one who had just broken through. It is the 5th level of the celestial realm. The three people who were fighting against her raised their eyebrows slightly, feeling the aura of Shinjoui, and were somewhat surprised. He's so young, he looks no more than 100 years old, and he's already reached this level. It's so terrifying, the waves behind push the waves ahead. Stop sighing and act now. Even if he is a genius, so what? I will kill a genius. Humph. It's just a little girl. Shinjoui had no expression on her face. She slowly took off the hood of her black robe and then pulled out her magic weapon, a pure black exquisite long whip. If Sumu were here, he would definitely exclaim. My goodness, this whip is so similar to the one he used to whip Chinshu. It can even be said to be exactly the same. The long whip swung in the air, like a living snake, circling Shinjoui and emitting a dangerous aura. The black whip is made entirely of metal, and it flashes with sharp cold light everywhere, which is terrifying. But the three people in front of her became even more excited and rushed up, shouting. Snap, snap, snap. There was a crackling sound as the weapons were swinging nearby, and the opponent also used various means to deal with it, but most of them had little effect. Bloody marks soon appeared on his body. Ah! An immortal king who was picked screamed and looked down with lingering fear. The chest was covered in blood and flesh, and one could even see the white bones. His face suddenly turned cold. What a cruel girl, she actually used such a vicious weapon. It can even harm people's souls. Take this move from me. He immediately gathered all his momentum, raised his palm again to meet the attack, and suddenly a boxing glove appeared on his hand, flashing golden runes. The battle intensified and no one had time to pay attention to anything else. But as the situation progressed, the situation on the scene quickly changed. The battle in the sky is still unknown. But below, the three alliances began to gain the upper hand. Chapter 182 Reinforcements. Snap, snap, snap. Shinjoui swung the black whip in her hand wildly, and the sharp spikes that flashed with cold light were already covered with blood. She has killed people since the battle. And killed a lot of them. Of the three celestial beings who had fought against her at the beginning, 2 were seriously injured, and the last one died. At the level of heavenly immortal realm, even if there is a huge gap in combat power between each other, it is still very difficult to kill each other. What's more, Shinjawi was fighting 1 against 3. This is simply horrifying. The remaining 2 old immortal men were stunned at this moment, with looks of horror on their faces. This girl, she is from Fengyu Tower. What a vicious attack method. Just in this short period of time, they have suffered a variety of attacks. Soul, Dao, Qi, magic weapon, and even poison. Every move is intended to kill or take someone's life. This was in stark contrast to Shinjawi's innocent appearance, which made these old men frightened for a moment. Quickly called for support. Other celestial beings quickly joined the battle. On the side of the 3 alliances, there are more than 20 celestial immortal realm cultivators, but on Shinjawi's side, there are less than 10 people in total. They could only hold on with great difficulty, relying entirely on Shinjawi to withstand most of the firepower. But even so, she was still injured. Puff! A sharp cold light flashed. Shinjawi quickly turned her head and barely avoided it, but a deep scar appeared on her shoulder. The clothes were torn, revealing the white shoulders. At this moment, a large area of red is seeping out. But Shinjawi remained expressionless and just rushed into the battlefield and attacked. Why are you stopping me? Why at this time? Shinjawi's heart was filled with intense resentment. She was clearly going to see Sumu soon, so why did someone come to disrupt her at this time? Go to hell. They should all die. His attacks became more fierce, and he was able to gain the upper hand against 5 opponents at once. The others were stunned and froze in place for a moment. Fortunately, the immortals from the 3 alliances reacted quickly, and more people joined the battle. 1 versus 6. 1 versus 7. Until the end, she was alone against 9. She finally began to lose the upper hand, and her injuries gradually worsened. The original black robe was leaking everywhere, and wounds could be seen everywhere. Looking at other places, the situation is not much better at the moment. Yi Yan, Nangang Lu, Meng Xiaoxiao, each of them has the potential to fight against many people alone, but the number of opponents is simply too large. Their bodies were all covered in blood, although most of it was from the enemy, but they also felt tired and weak at this moment. If the battle continues, the 3 of them will definitely win, and they can even kill all of the opponent's earthly immortals. But the other party also has a celestial being. Only 1 person was sent out and the enemy was defeated. A look of reluctance emerged on Yi Yan's face. It's this feeling again, this feeling of powerlessness again. Why? It was like this last time when Sumu disappeared, and it's like this again now. Why? Why can't it be changed? I won't give up. It seemed that in the girl's strong anticipation, the scenery in her eyes suddenly changed, as if double vision appeared. This is my predictive ability. At the critical moment, Yi Yan's unreliable predictive ability finally came in handy, and she began to predict the movements of the other fairy. The immortal who was fighting with them immediately noticed something unusual and frowned. What's wrong with this guy? He's only at the earthly immortal level, so why is his reaction so fast? He can even predict my attack? This is simply unbelievable. I want to see how well you can predict. Humph. With a cold snort in his heart, the immortal king immediately increased the strength of his attacks and his speed. Nandong Lu immediately felt under tremendous pressure. She was just an ordinary earthly immortal. She did not have her sister's talent, nor her sister's physical disadvantages. She relied purely on hard work and practice to get to where she is today. Maybe to others, she is also a genius. But compared with Qing Jingru and the like, it pales in comparison and is slightly lacking. Although she can fight across levels, she can only fight 1 or 2 small levels at most and cannot adapt to the intensity of this kind of battle. And the other side. Meng Xiaoxiao's situation is not much better. She had just achieved a breakthrough not too long ago, and her own strength was only at a level that she was barely familiar with. It was somewhat difficult for her to directly participate in a battle of this level. However, her own path of cultivation is very special. It is the Great Way of Dreams. The most bizarre. Not long after the battle began, Meng Xiaoxiao had already used her abilities to cause trouble to this fairy many times. blurring the other person's vision, disturbing the other person's mind, reading the other person's thoughts. Although it has no direct combat power, its auxiliary functions are fully utilized. At this point, the three of them felt the crisis of life and death, and began to exert their all. Yi Yan became the main force in the battle. The situation on the field was getting worse and worse, and it seemed that someone was about to collapse and die. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the sky. What followed was a strong spatial fluctuation. It's a node. The Su family is here. I don't know who exclaimed, but the faces of the people on both sides changed drastically, but their expressions were completely different. Why at this moment? The enemy's reinforcements are coming. Finally here. I've known for a long time that the Su family's nodes are not fixed, but the timing of their appearance is still very critical. Some people also breathed a sigh of relief. In the vortex of space, several figures quickly walked out. The leader was a handsome young man holding a golden halberd in his hand, and his face looked very ugly at the moment. Long before the node was opened, Su Mu was told by Zhang Haining to come here to pick up a few people. Unexpectedly, as soon as the node was turned on, I saw this scene outside. Especially Shen Zhaoi. At this moment, Chen Zhaoi no longer had her former pretty appearance. Her hair was disheveled and her body was covered in blood. The long whip in her hand had long turned pure red and was still dripping with blood. Su Mu's heart seemed to tremble. Even before the plot collapsed, Shen Zhaoi was a special person to him. The two were true childhood sweethearts and had no other feelings at all. But now, I see the other person like this. Su Mu rarely felt a hint of anger. I clearly stopped caring about this world a long time ago, but I still can't suppress this feeling. Haha, very good, very good. Su Mu suddenly laughed softly. I haven't been angry for a long time. You guys are really hee-hee. After laughing for a while, Su Mu suddenly stopped and a dangerous look appeared on his face. Today, none of you can leave. Chapter 183 Instant Kill. Fighting. Fighting. Pure fighting. The moment he entered the battlefield, Su Mu was completely in shape. The armor on his body was made of white flames, and even the golden halberd in his hand was now covered with a pure and eerie white color. Su Mu directly killed the celestial being who was being besieged by Meng Xiaoxiao and the other two. This person was at the 4th level of the celestial realm, the same realm as Su Mu. Die! Su Mu shouted loudly, grabbed it from midair, and used all his strength to activate his magical power White Skyflame Puppet. How could a mere celestial being be able to contend with the magical powers of the immortal emperor? Countless white flames instantly condensed into claws, grabbing the man firmly in the palm of their hands. Not good. The fairy from the Chun family was about to escape, but found that her body was completely restrained and she couldn't move at all. They are both celestial beings, but there is such a huge difference in strength. How is this possible? He tried his best to push his own laws, trying to break free, but got no response at all. Su Mu didn't hesitate at all and pinched it hard. Bang! The person in the claws was immediately crushed and turned into a bloody mist. Wow! Everyone was stunned and stopped what they were doing for a moment. It had only been a few breaths since Su Mu entered the battlefield, and even the Su family had not yet formed a complete encirclement. Directly crushed a cultivator of the same level on the spot. What the hell is this monster? Among the immortal monks who were besieging Shen Zhaoi, there was an old man with a look of horror on his face as he looked towards Su Mu's back. Familiar. It's so familiar. It was this feeling. A long time ago, when Su Ningye was not yet the number one person in the world, his favorite thing to do was to go in and out of various battlefields. This old man once had the honor of standing on the same front with Su Ningye. It was the same then. He hid in the back and watched Su Ningye killing people everywhere. The blood rain dyed the entire sky red, including the clothes of the other party. This scene is exactly like this moment. It's so horrible. It's really so horrible. The Su family already has Su Ningye, which is incredible enough. But now there's another Su Mu. How unfair God is. The old man gritted his teeth, suddenly withdrew from the current battle group he was in, and then met Sumu, shouting loudly. "Forget about it, just hurry up. We can't get away. At least, we need to replace this guy." The old man's voice was full of cruelty. At this moment, he had completely given up hope of living and made up his mind to die together with Sumu. The situation of the major families has now reached a very delicate point, and such a big change must not occur. The other immortals looked at each other with some reluctance on their faces, but they still rushed forward. Some people wanted to die together with Sumu. Some people wanted to capture him alive and give themselves a chance of survival. In the sky, the battle between the immortal king monks has not yet ended, so there is still room for everything, as long as they can delay. Everyone thought of this, and in an instant, all the immortal monks who had been besieging Shinjoi turned around and rushed over. Their momentum was overwhelming. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He now understood why Jiang Haining was unwilling to let him go out. It turned out that it was because of the inherent taunting effect. But so what? Sumu glanced over and saw the shocking wounds on Shinjoi's body. The girl was covered in blood and her face was pale. For a person to fight against more than a dozen monks of the same level and to be able to hold on until now is already an extremely proud record. Sumu's eyes became colder. Although I was very angry, my brain instinctively calmed down. There are a total of 17 enemies in front of us, with varying levels of cultivation, but the average level is at the 5th level of the celestial immortal realm. They may have hidden means, I have to be on guard. It's better to strike first. Sumu suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then his whole figure immediately disappeared from the spot. Quick! It's really too fast. Among the 17 people in front of him, only a few reacted quickly, turned sideways, and hurriedly reminded others. Run! Puff! Suddenly, a cloud of blood mist exploded from a man's chest, and then he looked down in surprise. Through the hole in his chest, he saw Sumu behind him. Then a blazing white flame ignited on his body until it was reduced to ashes. What a horrible attack method! What grade of magical power is this? The Su family has this kind of skills. Everyone was surprised, but they did not dare to delay their actions. In an instant, light blades, flower rain, flowing wind, hand knives, all kinds of attacks fell like meteors. With unmatched power, all of Sumu's movement space was blocked, leaving him with no escape. Sumu used all his strength to activate the Bai Xiao flame puppet and blocked most of the attacks, but even so, he still felt a stuffy feeling in his chest. It is true that the Bai Xiao flame puppet is a magical power at the level of the Immortal Emperor, but the user is, after all, only a person at the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm. There are no invincible magical powers or secret techniques, only invincible people. Sumu ignored the pain in his body and directly picked up the halberd to chop at someone. Others also quickly gathered around, and the battle came to a stalemate for a while. Sumu! Shinjoi groaned, forced herself to rush forward again, but suddenly found herself stopped by someone. Jiang Haining raised his hand and placed it across Shinjoi's body, but his eyes were fixed in the direction of Sumu. He said he wants to do it himself, and you don't have to interfere. You just watched. Shinjoi seemed to have heard some huge joke and was about to raise her hand to push the other person away. She didn't care about anything else. She couldn't bear to watch Sumu fight a life-and-death battle without helping. Get out of the way. Jiang Haining still didn't move, but just turned her head and looked over. Since it hurts, then just watch carefully, and then remember this feeling, and remember who is fighting for you. Shinjoi was stunned for a moment. For some reason, there seemed to be unparalleled confidence in Jiang Haining's tone, as if Sumu would not fail. The other side. Meng Xiaoxiao and the other two who had finally escaped from the battle were now staring at the center of the battlefield, not daring to look away. Sumu was really back. He saved me again. Sumu. Meng Xiaoxiao, Nangong Lu, and Yi Yan had different expressions, but without exception, they were all extremely excited and wanted to rush in directly. But they were all stopped by the Su family. Before they knew it, the Su family's reinforcements had surrounded the entire battlefield. Just on the surface, we can see that there are already 10 celestial beings. Everyone was waiting for the outcome in the center of the battlefield. For some unknown reason, no one intervened. Sumu alone has 17 celestial beings. The people from the other 3 families all looked ashen at this moment. They could no longer resist. Their fate is not decided by themselves, but by the central chapter. He must be killed. Someone's eyes flashed with strong hatred. Chapter 184, Happy Travels in the World. Sumu had never experienced such an exhilarating battle. He was immersed in it for a moment. The golden halberd was wielded more and more skillfully in his hand, with an indescribable charm, and the figure became more and more blurred. The number of times I was hit by attacks from others was also decreasing. This boy has such a high talent for fighting. In Sumu's mind, Shang raised his eyebrows in surprise. She knew very well what Sumu's situation was like in the past. Although he has achieved a lot of cultivation, he has not experienced many battles, and his means of attack are very primitive and ordinary. Unexpectedly, such progress was achieved in such a short period of time. Since Sumu returned, this was only the second battle. The situation was much better than the first time. 1 against 17, first kill one instantly, then find the weakest point to break through. In just a short while, 5 of the 17 people had died. The sky was filled with blood rain. Monster! Several immortals from the Chun family swallowed hard and clenched their fists, while some of them held on to their weapons. Too fast. Why is Sumu so fast? And the feeling of fighting with the opponent is really weird. Not only will many attacks inexplicably miss the target, but even if they do hit the target, most of the attack power will be mitigated by the white flames on the opponent's body. Even later on, Sumu was not satisfied with this at first. Instead, he took the initiative to disrupt the battle situation and use the opponent's force to his advantage. And as the battle lasts longer, Sumu's strength is getting stronger. It's not just that the opponent has adapted to the rhythm of the battle and his fighting style has become more sophisticated, his strength is really improving. What the hell is this? How is it possible to beat him to death? There were obviously 12 celestial beings, but everyone was terrified, and some even had their bodies shaking slightly. White flames were emanating from Sumu's body. He had his arms outstretched and his head half tilted back. So this is what fighting feels like. It's so cool. All along, Sumu felt that he was bound by layers of shackles: plot, protagonist, supporting role. He wanted to play a cannon fodder villain, and although he was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to be trampled underfoot by everyone. Even when the plot went wrong, he had to take the initiative to be stepped on. He is not an M, how could he have such a fetish? It's finally over. This is the real world of cultivation. A hearty battle. Ha ha. Later in the fight, Sumu was no longer fighting simply for Shinjoi or anyone else, he was truly fighting for himself. He finally became himself again. One thought leads to eternal life, and one can travel freely in the world. Ha ha. Sumu chuckled softly, but to the people on the opposite side, this laughter was indeed more terrifying than the death demons. Let's fight. Suddenly, someone gritted his teeth and uttered 2 words. Don't hold back anymore, use all your means. If we drag this on, none of us will survive today. Everyone fell silent for a moment, then looked at each other and nodded with gritted teeth. An incomparably magnificent momentum gradually rose. Everyone began to plan their own special moves. Mystical power. The laws of nature. Jinyu Dragon Steel Hand. The sky is ringed and the earth is imprisoned. The universe is bounded in all directions. Seal. Many famous special skills were displayed by everyone, and the entire sky was dyed with various colors. Every attack contains a unique principle. If it was an ordinary cultivator of the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm, let alone eating it all, even if he could take one blow and survive, he would have to brag about it for decades. After all, among the remaining 12 people, the one with the lowest cultivation level is at the 4th level of the heavenly immortal realm, and the one with the highest cultivation level has reached the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Good job. Sumu laughed loudly and went straight to meet him. The golden halberd in his hand was swung quickly, and the weapon seemed to be bent by the powerful force. Sumu has a delicate appearance, but he likes powerful weapons like the halberd because they are powerful and domineering when used in combat. A blazing white flame suddenly ignited on the halberd. Then it instantly magnified dozens or even hundreds of times. There is a mysterious power constantly emerging from Sumu's body. That is destiny. It is favored by heaven. It's limited to the 9 heavens. Sumu must ward off everyone's attacks. Otherwise, even he would be seriously injured and dying today. Having never experienced such a strong life and death crisis, Sumu felt extremely happy. There was a belief in victory in his eyes. The euphoria is gone and will never come back. In a trance, Sumu finally understood part of the truth of cause and effect. For example, I figured if I swung, it would hit. There is such a feeling in my heart. Because it hits, it will definitely split. In Sumu's mind, Shang narrowed her eyes slightly. She had made all the necessary preparations and would never let Sumu get hurt. Finally, the attacks from both sides collided. On one side there are endless dazzling colors of various shapes, while on the other side there is only pure white. There were clearly white flames all over the sky, but there was no temperature at all, only deathly silence. What it ultimately brings is also death. The 12 celestial beings widened their eyes. They watched as Sumu's white flame halberd split all their magical powers and then attacked them. It was like a branding iron dropped into the snow. Everything happened naturally and smoothly. Silence. After the collision, there was only silence in the world. Lost. A celestial being suddenly sighed softly, and then felt the vitality in his body disappear. How could an attack that is close to the origin of the Tao appear in the heavenly immortal realm monster? Someone whispered softly, then turned into smoke and disappeared. Some people never say a word, and some people burst into tears suddenly. But without exception, as the breeze blew, their figures completely disappeared between heaven and earth. Sumu fought against 17 celestial beings alone. 17 kills. Team wiped out. On the sidelines, the remaining monks from the 3 families opened their eyes wide, unable to believe what they saw. How is this possible? It must be a dream. The world's sky is about to change. As Sumu withdrew from the battlefield, that mysterious state quickly left him. Sumu looked dazed for a moment, then immediately sat cross-legged in mid-air, comprehending what he had just experienced. No one came forward to disturb. Even if someone wants to do this, they have to ask other members of the Su family whether they agree. Zhang Hanying instantly appeared beside Sumu, and immediately took a posture to protect the other party, not allowing anyone to approach. The battle in the sky came to an abrupt end at this moment. Choujio brought Imo Xuanqing back from the air with a calm expression. Hey, you guys finished the fight too? I didn't expect it to be so quick. This is... A look of surprise suddenly appeared on Choujio's old face. Someone attained enlightenment on the spot. Chapter 185. It's too late. Choujio was just about to get closer to take a look. Imo Xuanqing suddenly stood in front of him. Even though they were comrades just now, there was no politeness in the other person's eyes now. It was just a joke. Choujio gave a dry laugh. Imo Xuanqing still looked alert. As soon as she fell from the sky, she saw the situation clearly. Sumu was gaining enlightenment. When attaining enlightenment, the cultivator's body is very fragile, and someone must protect him and he cannot be interrupted. It's not that she doesn't trust Choujio, it's mainly... Imo Xuanqing looked a little strange. I don't know why, but whenever I hear the other person's laughter, I always have a feeling that the other person is not a good person. How weird. Imo Xuanqing concentrated his mind slightly and brought his consciousness back to his feet, then looked at the young man behind him. Sumu closed his eyes tightly, completely unable to feel any situation in the outside world, and immersed himself in the understanding of Tao. At the same time, several more figures came up. Imo Xuanqing's expression immediately turned cold. Sumu. When Meng Xiaoxiao said these 2 words, her voice was trembling and her eyes were fixed on the boy's face. She seemed to want to raise her hand to touch him, but finally put her hand down. Sumu cannot be disturbed, he is at a critical moment. But why didn't you tell me you were back? Why would anyone do such a dangerous thing? Why did you leave alone without taking me with you? Meng Xiaoxiao's eyes were slightly red, and she tried hard to hold back her tears. The two maids beside her were dumbfounded at this moment. They had never seen their young lady in such an expression before. It was as if they had seen their lover who had not returned for a long time, and she acted like a little girl. Yin Nianqiu also slowly approached at this moment. She just stood there blankly, not saying a word, just staring at the boy in front of her. From top to bottom, from left to right. I didn't miss any details and read it carefully over and over again. It seems like he wants to remember every detail in his mind. So, you're okay. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Yin Nianqiu's face, and there were extremely complicated emotions in the smile. Relief, nostalgia, sadness, and deep love. How she wanted to throw herself into the boy's arms, cry loudly, and blame him for leaving. But in the end, he just stood there, smiling silently and watching silently. His eyes never left. Yin Nianqiu was so focused that he didn't even notice the maids who suddenly appeared beside him. Mo Xuanqing noticed it and narrowed her eyes slightly. Even though she had just been fighting high in the sky, she still noticed the mysterious figures of the three maids. Although she was just a maid, she burst out with the cultivation of the celestial fairy realm at the critical moment. She always appeared in the key places and greatly reduced the casualties of her own side. Wait until Sumu arrives. The three of them froze in place at the same time, and then immediately hid themselves. Are they still working for Tianhe Palace? Why did you hide your identity and become Yin Nianqiu's maid? Mo Xuanqing had the memories of his previous life, so he naturally knew the true identities of the three people, and he couldn't help but feel a little alert. Little did they know. Liang Jimei and the other two didn't even look at her. Instead, they focused all their attention on Sumu. They just stood there blankly, not moving an inch. Among the three sisters, Liang Jimei felt the most deeply. It was she who lost Sumu with her own hands at that time, and now, she saw him appear in front of her intact. He fell into a state of enlightenment, and his cultivation had reached the celestial immortal realm at some point. An indescribable feeling of impact lingered in her heart again and again, crushing the girl's heart back and forth. Even Liang Jimei herself couldn't explain her own mentality for a moment. After a long time. Very nice. Liang Jimei suddenly said these two words, and then her whole body relaxed instantly. Her body went limp and she almost fell down. At the critical moment, it was her two sisters who supported her and thus avoided making a fool of herself. It's great, Sumu, it's great that you're back. It turns out that nothing matters. I just want to see you well. Even if I don't do anything, I'll just look at you. As a killer, Liang Jimei thought she had lost all her emotions and tears in her heart. But these things were all broken on Sumu. She fell in love with Sumu and shed tears for him. Liang Jimei quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and with a slight movement in her heart, she passed the message to her sister in the distant Holy Land. More and more people gathered around Sumu. Because Shinjiawi was seriously injured, she was forcibly held down by Jiang Haining and has now been sent to the Su family. Yi Yan stood in the crowd and watched quietly. Then suddenly burst into tears. A low whimpering sound came from his mouth. Woo woo. Sumu. You're finally back. Yi Yan has never been an overly sentimental person, and has never cried in public, even when she was a child. But now, she really couldn't control herself. Tears flowed out like a burst dam, and I couldn't stop them. It was clearly known from the scene that predicted the future that Sumu was most likely still alive. But when she saw the scene with her own eyes, she couldn't help it after all. The heart that had been hanging for a long time finally settled down. Yi Yan looked at Sumu, the young man who had once agreed to be her Taoist partner, and had countless words in her heart that she wanted to say. But now, the timing is clearly not right. Sumu fell into a state of enlightenment. He was unable to perceive anything in the outside world and was extremely vulnerable. Yi Yan suddenly felt Compared to Sumu being imprisoned and unable to be her Taoist partner, it didn't seem like a big deal. It seems that just watching him quietly is also a very wonderful thing. And in the air not far away, inside a small flying boat, the atmosphere was not so harmonious. Elder sister. Nangong Lu spoke expressionlessly. You actually knew it a long time ago, right? Why didn't you tell me? Nangong Lu was very angry. She was obviously his biological sister, yet he had hidden such a thing from her. Can't we invite her to come along? Do you know what it means to keep the wealth within the family? Nangong she pursed her lips slightly, her eyes wandering for a moment. I'm not sure either. It was purely an accident. Humph. I don't believe it. Nangong Lu snorted coldly, and then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, how far have you come? Nangong she immediately widened her eyes, her pretty face turned red, and she looked panicked. You, what are you talking about? What's the point? I don't understand. How is that possible? Ha ha. Seeing his sister's reaction, Nangong Lu felt disappointed and thought to himself that it was all over. This kind of reaction must have been caused by something. She is late. Chapter 186 Sisters United. Thinking of this, Nangong Lu couldn't help feeling a little sad for a moment. She looked down through the side of the flying boat. Sumu was still there with his eyes closed, comprehending the great Tao. Many people gathered around him. Only Nangong Lu found his sister in the first time. He wanted to know what had happened to Sumu recently. If he went there directly, he could only look at Sumu and could not do anything. Might as well come here first. Now we have received this bad news. The more Nangong Lu thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. His eyes gradually turned red and he began to cry silently. Ah, what's wrong with you, sister? Nangong she suddenly found that his sister was crying silently. He panicked for a moment and hurriedly hugged her in his arms. Sister, why didn't you tell me anything? Why didn't you tell me? You obviously know that I like him. Nangong Lu sobbed and spoke softly, but later on, he started to cry loudly. It's like a little girl who has lost her favorite toy. Nangong she was silent. He didn't say anything, just hugged his sister quietly and patted her on the back. After a long time, he whispered in the other's ear. I didn't lie to you. When I first came to the Su family, I really didn't know that Sumu was back. I just felt that something was a little unusual, so I came here. It's not what you think. As for what happens next. Nangong she paused, her face slightly red, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. I am Sumu's woman now. Whoa whoa. Nangong Lu cried even louder. Everyone else just looked down on the engagement that Nangong she mentioned, but Nangong Lu knew that this engagement was actually real. It really couldn't be more true. And now the other party says that she is already Sumu's woman. Doesn't that mean that the other person is already Sumu's wife? Whoa whoa. Nangong couldn't stop crying and for a moment he couldn't speak and could only cry. Nangong she was also helpless. It felt like I was back to my childhood, when before I fell asleep, my sister would throw herself into my arms and cry like this. After thinking about it for a while, she realized that the other party had actually misunderstood her and could only explain helplessly. It's really different from what you think. Although Sumu and I have had physical contact, I am not his wife yet, and... The girl's tone suddenly dropped. And even at the end, I won't be his wife. Nangong Lu suddenly stopped, his eyes still red, his eyes revealed disbelief, and his face was full of confusion. Why? Things are quite complicated. Tell me everything. Everything. I want to hear it all. Okay. Nangong she was helpless and could only tell him the whole story, including her and Jiang Haniang's plan, and Cheng Jingrou's condition. Nangong Lu was stunned for a moment. The look he gave his sister became extremely complicated. Sister, are you willing to do this for Sumu? In the end, he ended up getting nothing and even lost the position he had always desired. The only thing you get is the chance to be with each other. Is it worth it? Of course it's worth it. Nangongshi had a smile on her face, trying her best to hide the loss in her heart. As long as I can be with him, it's all worth it. Nangon Lu was silent. Seeing that his sister was silent again, Nangongshi thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to his sister's ear and whispered. Sister, although I took advantage of you a little, I can help you now. Help me. Nangon Lu raised his head in confusion and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, not wanting to look so embarrassed. Of course, even if I stay with Sumu in the future, will everyone be the same? Of course it's impossible. That's not realistic. As for even this kind of thing, there is also a sequence. Nangongshi's face turned slightly red, and she bit her red lips with her pearly teeth. She made up her mind before she expressed her thoughts. If you also want to stay with him, I can help you in this regard. Nangon Lu understood and his face turned red in an instant. He stood there hesitating for a long time before asking softly. Is this kind of thing really possible? The two sisters looked at each other. Although they were both shy, they understood each other's feelings. Don't be afraid, sister. When Sumu wakes up from his enlightenment, he will definitely take us back to the Su family. Sister will help you then. And there's Zheng Haining too. We're on the same side. Okay. Nangon Lu lowered her head slightly. She had never experienced such a thing before, so she was naturally shy. He didn't directly say whether he agreed or not, but he never showed any resistance. She couldn't help but recall that a long time ago, when Sumu was still in the Holy Land, she went to find Sumu once, and the other party actually used his hands to do that to her. If I had known earlier, I would have been bolder. Maybe I would have been the first 1 inch. Nangon Lu suddenly felt a little regretful. At this moment, Sumu was completely unaware of the situation outside. After the battle, he only felt extremely comfortable, as if the restraints that had been weighing on him had finally been shattered. Nothing could restrain him anymore. Nothing could hold him back anymore. The whole world opened its arms to him. Incomparable pleasure. It was in this natural feeling that he gradually understood. If you practice cultivation without cultivating your mind, all your efforts will be in vain in the end. He is like this now. His cultivation has long been sufficient, but many of his mentalities are still stuck in the past. If I have to say, from the time he entered the abyss to now, his subjective experience has lasted no more than 1 month. But the pressure exerted on him was the result of decades of accumulation. Now I have destiny. And the most crucial one is favored by heaven. Now, I am the darling of this world. Sumu's mind was filled with thoughts, and gradually noticed some abnormalities from the past. Yes, in fact, I have always had destiny in me, but I have never activated it, and I rarely actually use it. There has never been a true protagonist. Whoever has a strong enough destiny will dominate the world. Destiny. There are a total of 49 destiny fragments in the entire world. I want to collect them all. The first one to bear the brunt must be favored by heaven. At this moment, Shang Kongling's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. I'm afraid this matter is not as easy as you think. Sumu was stunned. Why did the other party appear here? But he still asked the question in his mind. What do you mean by that? The favor of heaven is indeed shifting towards you, but it's not just you, you have other opponents. Chapter 187. New protagonist? No. Lucky guy. Sumu was stunned. Other opponents? Yes. As he spoke, Shang's figure also appeared in this strange space, although this should be impossible. This space was formed naturally after Sumu entered the state of enlightenment, allowing him to perceive the essence of heaven and earth. If you want to enter here, you must enter the state of enlightenment. But Shang's appearance makes it seem like he can come and go as he pleases. Does that mean she can enter the state of enlightenment anytime and anywhere? More rebellious than me. Sumu couldn't help but wonder for a moment, who is the cheating character? Shang still looked the same as when we first met, with white hair and white eyes, and wearing a light gauze dress as white as snow. She spoke softly, her voice carrying a sense of indifference and emptiness. I've noticed this a long time ago. The fragment of destiny favored by heaven is indeed peeling off from the man named Chen Shu and gathering towards you. But this speed is wrong. The speed at which heaven's favor fades away is much faster than I expected, and it is not all attached to you. This means that it's not just you who has received heaven's favor, there are others as well. In a sense, these people are also loved by heaven and earth. Sumu suddenly had a strong sense of déjà vu in his mind. So what you mean is that these people will become like Chen Shu in the future. What is this? The other protagonist? Sumu looked strange for a moment. No, they won't behave as exaggeratedly as Chen Shu. Shang shook his head slowly. The destiny they have is just a fragment, far from the powerful ability of the complete heavenly way. It is just a small improvement. If I have to say, maybe I'll have better luck? Or maybe I'll look better. Shang tapped his chin and thought slowly. Actually, you don't have to worry. According to the current progress, once you extract all of Chen Shu's destiny, you alone will be able to take up 60%. The rest will just be spread out among a lot of people. Perhaps it will gradually come together over a long period of time, but you don't have to sit back and wait, you can take the initiative. Sumu understood. These people do not have a complete destiny, and perhaps are not strong enough to shake up the entire world. They can only achieve twice the result with half the effort in their spiritual practice. Sumu could have found these people in advance, then plundered their destiny and improved himself. That's not all. Sumu's eyes gradually brightened, combined with his previous insights. Not only can you improve heaven's favor in the process, you can even collect other fragments of destiny. In fact, Sumu already has a lot of destiny fragments on him. Heaven's favor, incomplete, marriage is like a dream, limited to the 9 heavens, and 3 unknown fragments, which were the dowry that Shang brought when she lived in his body. Until now, Sumu still doesn't know what the use of these 3 fragments is. And there are 2 more in the Su family's treasury. So, I actually have 8 pieces of destiny fragments by my side. So much. Sumu looked at him strangely. If he remembered correctly, an immortal clan usually only possessed 3 to 4 fragments of destiny, and those who possessed 4 were considered relatively powerful families. For example, the Su family. There are 4 destiny fragments in my house. I have 1 limited 9 heavens on me, 2 in the treasure house, and 1 inch. Probably on Dad. Sumu quickly figured it out. In the enlightenment just now, he has already seen clearly his future path. Unlike normal cultivators, Sumu wants more. He already has many special features, systems, destiny, and mysterious sorrow, each of which is unusual. So Sumu has his own unique path. If he wants to go further, he must collect more destinies and obtain more powerful rules. Bite. Congratulations to the host for finding the main line of the world. The main mission is officially unlocked. The long-missing system reappeared. The last time in the abyss, the system underwent many changes, and then it was basically in a half-dead state until now. Host, please collect destiny. Current collection progress, 2 of 50. Sumu was stunned. The system had hinted to him a long time ago that there were still tasks now, but it just didn't say it explicitly at that time. After all this fuss, you want me to figure it out on my own? Is the mission time limit still the same as before? That's right, host, a full 80 epics. Please feel free to play. Sumu. I would be crazy if I really believed you. The system is the most dishonest guy. He must be doing something behind the scenes. Sumu has to be on guard. Only 2 have been collected so far. Sumu frowned and thought for a while. The favor from heaven is not complete, and I guess the system doesn't take it into account. The other 3 unknown destiny fragments on his body actually belong to Shang, not him, and the system should not have taken them into account. But it's okay. Sumu chuckled. He had already figured out Shang's personality. When the time came to need him, he would naturally find a way to trick him into giving no borrow him. If it's Sean's, then it's the same as Sumu's, there's no difference. Then I have collected 5 now. Sumu has made up his mind that once the tense situation is over, he will have to go out and look for those fake protagonists and complete the favor of heaven as soon as possible. So he slowly withdrew from this space. He just needed to empty his mind, and the whole world would drift away from him. At the end, Sumu looked at him reluctantly. For some reason, this strange space gave him the feeling that it was very similar to his own fairyland. They all have a very empty meaning. Strangeness. The scene in front of my eyes quickly faded away, and noisy sounds came to my ears again, sounds from the real world. Then the sound quickly amplified and became louder and louder. Until... boom! A violent explosion was heard beside his ears, which caused a huge wave of air and stirred Sumu's hair. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. Young master! You finally woke up. The young master is awake. Uncle Emo came over quickly, his face was pale and his breath was fluctuating. Young master, let's leave now that we are awake. There are more and more of them. What's going on? Sumu asked quickly. Just when you, young master, were realizing the truth, people from other major families quietly sent reinforcements. This place has become a battlefield for immortal king cultivators. Let's go. Sumu widened his eyes and turned to look. He saw that his whole body was covered with layers of golden shields. This kind of shield was very familiar. He had used it in the secret realm before and it had a very good protective effect. Then look further away, there are traces of fighting everywhere. Sumu! Catch him! Suddenly, an immortal king from the Chen family noticed this place and rushed over. We can't let him get away. Chapter 188 Return to the Lightless Forbidden Land. Boom! The opponents slammed into the shield violently. Instantly, the golden shield was smashed into a rain of light, and then broke through several layers in a row, and then stopped the momentum. Sumu looked to his side. There were a total of 19 people surrounding him at this moment. There are 9 immortal king monks and the remaining 10 are all celestial immortals. It is an extremely luxurious lineup. Among the 9 immortal king cultivators, there are Chou Jiu and Mo Shuangxing. The remaining 7 are all from the Su family and should have been temporarily transferred here. The levels of cultivation also vary. The ones with the highest cultivation were Chou Jiu and an elder from the Su family. Both of them were at the 8th level of the Immortal King realm and attracted most of the firepower. The ones who besieged the group were monks from the Chen, Shen, and Wang families. Leading the way are 11 Immortal Kings. The other party also had Immortal King realm level 8, and there were 3 of them. Each family sent 1 person. The remaining celestial and earthly immortals are countless, and reinforcements are constantly arriving. What the hell? Sumu quickly understood the situation at the scene. It must be because he was unable to move when he was attaining enlightenment, so he accidentally leaked the news and attracted the siege of the 3 families. As time goes by, the nodes of the Su family's protective formation will also move, and they must be somewhere else at this moment. The others had probably been moved away long ago, and the remaining ones were there to protect him. Sumu saw Mo Shuangxing's pale face in the crowd. The opponent has been experiencing a great war during this period and has not had any rest at all. I'm afraid they can't exert much of their strength. But even so, he still stayed firmly by Sumu's side. Sumu also instantly understood his current position a burden. Walk. Without any hesitation, the order was given immediately. The group quickly fled into the distance, followed by pursuers from the 3 major families. Where are you going, Sumu? Take my move. 1,000 butterflies in flowers hand. A female cultivator from the Chun family shouted loudly, and raised her hand. The entire sky was filled with endless and diverse colors, which was dazzling. They didn't think any more about it now and just started fighting on the ground. Countless rocks were turned into powder, space collapsed, and sometimes even the cities on the continent were affected. Ah! Help! Natural disaster, this is a real natural disaster. Countless mortal monks in the city wailed as the immortal king monk destroyed half of the city with a single blow. The ground was stained with blood and the land was filled with wailing. Sumu suddenly narrowed his eyes. Go to where there are fewer people. Young master. No. This is the place closest to the node. Listen to me. Go. Sumu had a blank expression on his face. He also saw that after the previous attack, Mo Xuanxing suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The exquisite palace dress on her body was stained red with blood. Sumu's heart trembled for no reason. Hey, are you going to die? Your subordinates can't stand it anymore. Shang's voice sounded in his mind, with a hint of indifference. The group of people who were protecting Sumu had no way to move freely and could only passively take the beating, and they all had more or less accumulated injuries on their bodies. What's more, the other side has more people, and reinforcements are coming in an endless stream. At this moment, the other side had another immortal king monk coming to support. The ordinary pursuers have been left behind, and the ones who can now follow behind everyone are mainly the 12 immortal king monks. There are also a few hundred celestial immortal monks. Sumu's heart sank slightly, but he still insisted on letting everyone take a detour, and began to deliberately avoid cities where mortals lived, and continued to move towards desolate places. And it is getting farther and farther away from the node. Sumu had a plan in mind. Go to the lightless forbidden land. Yes. Although everyone had doubts, they did not disobey Sumu's orders. Most of the people present had the surname Su, so they naturally had to protect Sumu. Only Chojo's old face twitched. The old man is going to be killed, Shingirl. In order to protect your lover, your master will be beaten to death. The group moved very quickly. After all, the cultivation levels of those present have surpassed the vast majority on the continent, so it is no exaggeration to call them the top combat force. The lightless forbidden area was approaching quickly. There was suddenly a hint of nostalgia in Sumu's eyes. In his previous life, he died here, and it was at the hands of Qinshu. In order to ensure the smooth completion of the plot mission, Sumu made a lot of preparations at that time. The lightless forbidden land is a purely black space that covers the continent in a semicircle, enveloping everything. Everything can only come in but not out. Over the years, Sumu knew that there was only one person who came out of the lightless forbidden land. Chen Shu. But thanks to the other party, Sumu has a good understanding of this place. It also includes the traps left by Chen Shu and his father in the forbidden area. Now is a good time to take advantage of it. Sumu used his divine sense to convey his thoughts to the people around him, asking them to cooperate with each other. Everyone's expressions brightened. They didn't expect that there was such a secret in the lightless forbidden land. As you command, young master. Everyone responded in unison and began to disperse into the lightless forbidden area. Shang was stunned for a moment in Sumu's mind. She initially thought that the other party made this decision just because he was overly sympathetic. Subconsciously, everyone is preparing to take action. Only now did I realize that the other party had no intention of running away, but was thinking of counterattacking. Right behind everyone, the scale of the pursuit from the three major families had now expanded to an extremely exaggerated degree. A total of 15 immortal king monks. Nearly 1,000 celestial beings. The others had been left behind long ago, leaving only these. What do we do now? They are trying to enter the forbidden area and we can't stop them. Someone thought for a moment. Leave some people to surround outside, and we will rush in directly. A place like the Forbidden Land treats everyone equally, so they can't have too many advantages. Not to mention this is the lightless Forbidden Land, hee. The Chen family elders suddenly snorted coldly. Thanks to the fact that Chen Shu had been the head of the family for a period of time, they also had some understanding of this place and were certainly not blind. Just follow me, and I will find a way to catch them all. Good. The people from the remaining two families nodded in agreement without hesitation. Nearly 1,000 celestial beings, more than half of them stayed behind to guard outside, and almost surrounded the entire lightless forbidden land. All 15 immortal king monks rushed in and followed closely behind the Su family. The moment they rushed in, everyone's eyes went dark and they could no longer see any light. In the darkness, Sumu suddenly grinned. Okay, now this is my home court. Since everyone has come in, no one can leave. Faintly, there seemed to be a force that could crush everything beginning to brew, and it was becoming more and more dangerous. Chapter 189, Destruction. Sumu was very familiar with the lightless forbidden area. It's not just because of various intelligence, but because he once lost his life here. In order to ensure the smooth completion of the plot, he stepped on many points in advance to prevent Chen Shu from making any mistakes. Although these preparations were not used, they are now useful. Soon after he led everyone into the lightless forbidden land, the pursuers from the three families behind also rushed in. 15 immortal king monks lined up in a row, exuding a terrifying aura. If it were placed in the outside world, I am afraid that the space would collapse directly because it could not withstand the huge pressure. But in the forbidden area, there was only endless silence. I sensed it, they are in that direction. The leading immortal king raised his hand and pointed into the distance. He caught a tiny bit of faint breath in the air, which was exactly from the people of the Su family before. Chase him. We can't let Sumu get away. Just capture him, there will be no need for this war. Maybe I can even get the head of my Chen family back. Suddenly someone said this, and the other former kings of the Chen family immediately fell silent and turned to look at this person. There was a strange atmosphere in the air. The man's expression suddenly tensed and an awkward smile appeared on his face. Haha, I mean this is all for the good of the family. No one wants the patriarch named Shinshu to come back, except the immortal who was still fighting in the sky. I hope you mean that. The looks of the others were dangerous, and contained warnings. Then they turned around at the same time and chased in the direction of the Su family. The immortal king monk was very fast, and the group soon left the edge and arrived at a deeper place. Someone suddenly frowned. Should we continue to chase? If we continue, I'm afraid. The reason why the lightless forbidden land is called a forbidden land is certainly not because it is safe. On the contrary, it is because it has devoured the lives of countless monks. Why don't we go around in another direction? This place is surrounded anyway, so we can just sit back and wait. Everyone was thinking. Suddenly, there was a burst of wild laughter in the sky. He, you want to leave just like you're here? There's no such good thing in the world. Chojo was the first to reveal his figure, removed his concealment measures, and posed in a very pretentious posture in the air. The people below felt unhappy. Although there is no light in the lightless forbidden land, it is not a big problem for the one-form immortal king cultivator. Ugly 9. Someone suddenly narrowed his eyes. I didn't expect the Su family to get involved with Fengyu Tower. They are really going backwards as they grow older. Although he said provocative words, he was extremely alert in his heart. The other party was clearly running away, but he hid here for no reason and appeared at this time. Of course it's not just for showing off. I'm afraid. Oh no! There's an ambush. Everyone's faces changed drastically and they were thinking about retreating. But he suddenly felt his body stagnate, and then people from the Su family appeared from all directions. The several immortal king monks who had previously gathered around Sumu were now evenly distributed around them, surrounding the 15 people. 9 people surrounded 15 people, which looked a bit funny. However, the 15 people who were surrounded did not feel safe at all, but became even more nervous. Ha, you're quite a talker, old man. I hope you can still be so arrogant later. Chojo just laughed, and the formation that had been prepared for a long time was instantly formed. A mysterious aura of destruction pressed towards the 15 people. Oh no! There is a formation here. When was the trap set? How is this possible? How could a formation of this scale appear in an instant? They have been prepared for this. The people from the 3 families below immediately had wrong ideas. They even began to think that everything was a scam from the beginning to the end, just to lure them in and kill them. Who would have thought that this formation had been here decades ago, and was set up by Chinshu's father himself? The danger of the lightless forbidden land itself is maximized. The reason why the lightless forbidden area is dangerous is not just because there is no light, which deprives people of their vision. It's more because this place will make people assimilate. If you stay in the darkness for too long, you will unknowingly become a part of the darkness, and then completely disappear from this world, without any trace left. From this perspective, in a sense, it is strange and terrifying that Chen Shu was able to spend his childhood in the lightless forbidden land. Thanks to the formation here, some strange rules have been activated. An immortal king from the Qian family's face changed drastically. He found that his hands and feet had turned black without him noticing. Then I gradually lost my senses. Ah! My hand! He hastened to push his own laws to fight back, but found that even his own path was being assimilated by this strange darkness. The problem did not only occur in this place, but others soon discovered the abnormality in their bodies. It could be hands or feet, or hair, or even appear directly inside the body. It's as if the concept of space doesn't exist. Behind the crowd, Sumu sensed all this with an expressionless face. At the end of the story in the previous life, he also died here in the same way, but his death was even more miserable. He was just a mortal at the time and could not even withstand the assimilation of the darkness. His entire body was ground into powder until he completely disappeared. Things have changed and people have changed. Sumu couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The last time I came here was to die and complete the plot. This time I came here to trap others to death. As for the plot, I had already forgotten about it. The 15 immortal kings inside the formation still wanted to resist stubbornly. But this is the power of heaven and earth, coupled with the carefully arranged traps. Whenever they want to escape, there are 9 immortal kings from the outside world to supplement the formation. They simply couldn't get out. Ah, Sumu! I'm afraid. You will die a miserable death. Su family, my Chen family will never reconcile with you. Let me go. I can work for you. The 15 immortal king monks who were once high and mighty now revealed their most primitive attitudes. Some were furious, some were cursing, and some were kneeling down begging for mercy. But this cannot change their ending. Sumu only knew that there was a large formation here, and that entering it would activate it. Then let everyone do some tricks and take a look at the starting fluctuations. As for what happens after the launch, that is not something he can control. Now even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. He could only watch the 15 top cultivators die. After a long time, the space finally calmed down again. Let's go back. Sumu spoke calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Chapter 190. Where are the others? After coming out of the dark forbidden land, Sumu could feel that the expressions of the people around him as they looked at him had changed. There were still those 19 people around them, and the expressions of everyone in the Su family, in addition to surprise, were more filled with relief and peace of mind. Mo Xuanxing looked a little melancholy, as if blaming herself for not protecting Sumu well. In addition, she was in poor condition and her face was pale, making her look quite pitiful. Sumu walked up to him, held his hand, patted it gently, and handed him a bottle of healing medicine. What's wrong? No, I'm fine. As if she was not used to such intimate actions in public, Mo Xuanxing blushed slightly and looked a little uncomfortable. After all, to outsiders, the relationship between the two is still that of master and disciple. Sumu didn't care at all. The other person is already his woman, why should he hide it? Moreover, those present are all his own people. Sumu spoke softly, while holding on to the other person's hand as he tried to break free. I know what you are worried about, but that is all in the past, and everything will pass. As for our relationship, it will be made public sooner or later. Mo Xuanxing suddenly became even more shy, and with a hint of annoyance, she secretly glanced at Sumu. She always felt that the other party did it on purpose, just to see her being shy in front of others. Sumu smiled slightly. He just took the strange looks from people around him indifferently. So what if they were master and disciple? So what if they were thousands of years apart? This is a world of cultivation. Anyway, everyone looks the same and young, so why should we consider so much? But there is one more thing. Sumu turned and looked at Chojo. To be honest, up to now, he still hasn't figured out the identity of this person, and why he has been helping him all the time. The group was rushing towards the next node, but they still had some time on the road. Senior. Sumu was very polite and bowed. May I ask where you are from, Senior? Why are you helping us? He, cough cough. Jojo quickly coughed and put away his signature smile, so as not to scare the lover of his beloved disciple, otherwise he would probably be criticized when he returned. I am Miss Shin's master. As for where I came from, well, it's just an ordinary secret force that does things related to money. Take money from people and then kill them. It seems that there is nothing wrong with saying this. An ordinary secret force. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. Which ordinary secret force had a cultivator at the 8th level of the Immortal King realm? If one could take this a step further, it would basically be the highest level of cultivation in the entire continent. However, it seems that the other party has not made his thoughts clear at the moment. Sumu didn't force it. After all, the other party had just helped him, and it would be somewhat embarrassing for him to be too aggressive. However, Sumu did not expect that the other party was actually Shinjoi's master. In his memory of Shinjoi still remains in his childhood. The two people were true childhood sweethearts and grew up together. Then about 10 years ago, the other party suddenly disappeared, only to suddenly reappear recently. If this incident had not happened this time, Sumu probably would not have thought that the other party actually had the cultivation level of a celestial being. It has been hidden so well and has never been exposed. Sumu decided to go back and interrogate him thoroughly. Everyone quickly arrived at the next node, and this time there were no abnormal situations, so the group passed through easily. The scenery in front of them blurred and became clear again, and everyone had appeared in the Su family's territory. Sumu. Suddenly, a soft cry came from my ears, and a soft figure immediately threw itself into my arms. Sumu subconsciously hugged the other person tightly, feeling that it was a very familiar voice. Nangon Lu? How do you know I'm here? Nangon Lu's eyes were slightly red. He thought that something was going to happen to the other party again and was worried for a while. It wasn't until I saw him with my own eyes that I finally felt relieved. I knew you would appear here, so I came here to wait for you. Nangon Lu casually passed over the topic. Naturally, she would not say that she got the inside information from her sister, and her sister learned it from Jiang Haining. As the agent of the Su family in handling various affairs, Jiang Haining naturally knew where the nodes of the clan protection formation would be located. This slight information gap can be used to provide convenience for allies. For example, let the other party get in touch with Sumu first. Nangon Lu's face turned slightly red, and he couldn't help feeling a little shy for a moment when he thought about what his sister had told him before coming here. But when he thought about the fact that someone had already gotten there first, he had no time to hesitate and could only go ahead with it. What about the others? Sumu couldn't help but feel a little confused. The head outside was about to be blown off, but why was there no movement inside? And what about Meng Xiaoxiao, Yi Yan, and the others? When I was attaining enlightenment, although my whole body and mind were in a strange space, I still had some perception of the outside world. The other person seemed to have appeared beside him. Moreover, so much time has passed, Sumu also wants to test what they are thinking so as to decide his future response strategy. Especially at this critical moment. They probably went out to do something busy. I don't know why they didn't come, but I've been waiting for you here. Nangon Lu's cheeks turned slightly red and he spoke quickly. Is that so? Sumu lowered his head and pondered, as if considering the motives behind these people's behavior, or his own attitude in the future. The state of the first meeting can often reflect a person's mood. It seems that their thoughts about me are somewhat different from what I imagined, but this is also good. Sumu nodded slightly, then looked at the girl beside him with a smile. Thank you very much. Everything is fine outside. Now. Sumu. Nangon Lu suddenly spoke with a red face. I have prepared a welcoming banquet for you in my courtyard. Can you come? As a distinguished guest, Nangon Lu can certainly have his own courtyard. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Good. It just so happened that he needed some time alone and didn't understand the attitude of the girl in front of him. Although the other party confessed to me a long time ago, the times are different now and I should be honest with him. After waving goodbye to the others, Sumu followed Nangon Lu and walked towards the distance. Without noticing that just now in the square, Mo Shuangxing pouted slightly, looking a little unhappy. After walking along the way, the two soon arrived at an elegant courtyard. There are several peach trees planted in the courtyard, and their pink and white petals are in full bloom. In the center of the peach tree, there is a small stone table with some simple meals prepared on it. Are you really preparing a banquet? Sumu raised his brows slightly. Chapter 191 Yin Yang 7 in 1 Wine. Before they knew it, the two had already exchanged several rounds of drinks. Nangon Lu's already rosy complexion became even more obvious. It shouldn't be. Sumu's face changed strangely. After all, the other party was a cultivator in the earthly immortal realm. Even if he drank spiritual wine, it shouldn't be so obvious. Nangon Lu always kept his eyes on Sumu. Now that they were alone, the suppressed emotions in her heart were finally released gradually, especially under the effect of alcohol. At least that's what she thought. It's not the wine that makes people drunk, it's people who make themselves drunk. Nangon Lu let down his guard and sat directly next to Sumu, with the distance between them being at a very delicate level. Sumu, when did you come back? Why didn't you tell me? I've only been back for less than a month, and I've been busy, so I haven't had many opportunities. Sumu thought about it for a moment. Besides, the situation in the Su family is quite tense right now, and I can't spread the news that I'm back. Okay. Nangon Lu Bingxue was smart and naturally knew this truth, but he just felt unwilling to accept it. What if I'm the special one? What if Sumu wants to tell me after he comes back? What if he finally changes his mind? Sumu, actually, I want to tell you something. The girl spoke softly, and Sumu felt a little nervous for no reason. You say. I'm here at the Su family this time, and I don't plan to leave. Sumu instantly ruled out the idea that the other party wanted to eat at his home. The other party was from the Nangon family and might not be able to do this. What the other party meant was. You mean? Yeah, Nangon Lu lowered his head slightly, then laid his upper body on Sumu's legs, appearing extremely attached. I want to stay with you, just like now, and I never want to leave again. Sumu was silent for a moment. So what you said before, that you like me, was true? Of course it's true. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Nangon Lu straightened up all of a sudden. She could ignore other things, except this one. Every word she said to Sumu at that time was sincere, and she had never expressed such sincere emotions to anyone. Sumu, I love you, so let me stay with you, okay? No matter what form it takes, no matter what it looks like. Please don't leave me again, okay? Don't leave me behind again. I really don't want to leave you anymore. I love you. I want to marry you. As she was talking, the girl suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and couldn't stop them. Sumu, even if I can't be your wife, I am willing to stay by your side, regardless of the specific form. I gave you my whole heart, please don't leave me. Sumu was silent. To be honest, he actually doesn't like facing such overly sentimental scenes, especially when a girl reveals her true feelings in front of you without any defense and shows you the softest part of her heart. And she was crying loudly. Sumu sighed slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then took the other person into his arms, then raised his hand to wipe away the other person's tears. I see. In that case, then stay at the Su family, but I can't promise you anything else for now. After all, even Sumu himself doesn't know what will happen in the future. He has a new mission and it is not certain whether he will stay in the Su family in the future. He really doesn't want to go back to Blue Star now, but he has a new ideal, he wants to practice cultivation. So if possible, he actually doesn't want to delay others. The second-generation dandy is just his disguise. After all, he is a young man who has received a good education on Blue Star. Can't say anything to scumbag. That's enough. After hearing Su Mu's words, Nangong Lu did not show any dissatisfaction or frustration, but suddenly laughed. Even if she only got a simple promise, that is, allowing her to stay with the other person. But that's enough. Nangong Lu never desired much. So she slowly took Su Mu's hand and whispered softly. Do you remember? When we first met, I held your hand like this and walked past countless people. Nangong Lu seemed to recall something and kept groping Su Mu's fingers. I held your hand with you at that time. Later, you insisted on staying in the prison of the law enforcement hall and refused to come out. I also held your hand and brought you out. Even later. Nangong Lu's face suddenly turned red. When I went to your courtyard to look for you, you also used this hand. Su Mu quickly raised his hand to stop the other person. Stop. Okay, I remember. Even Su Mu, who had a thick skin, felt a little embarrassed when faced with such a topic. He really didn't mean it at the time, he really didn't expect his hand to. It was actually an accident. Yeah. Nangong showed a look of obvious disbelief, then shook his head gently. That's not important. At least what's important is that you're back. After the girl said this, she looked up at Su Mu and suddenly kissed him. At the same time, a breeze blew through the yard, blowing up pink and white petals all over the sky. Su Mu's eyes paused slightly, and then he closed his eyes. There is a warm feeling between the lips and teeth, and then gradually arouses the heat in the body. Su Mu suddenly opened his eyes. Wrong. Something's wrong. Is the feeling so strong? Just as he was wondering, the feeling of heat in his body became stronger and stronger, and he could not suppress it no matter what. I am a celestial cultivator, how could this happen? Su Mu was extremely confused, and then met Nangong Lu's eyes with a hint of smile. The other person poured himself another glass of wine and drank it directly. Su Mu, I really don't want you to leave me, so this is the only solution. This is Yin Yang 7 combinations wine. If I must say, this is actually a treasure at the level of a half-step immortal venerable. I took it out from my family's treasury. When you only drink your own portion, nothing unusual will happen, but when the two come into contact, it will turn into a prairie fire. Nangong Lu himself was obviously affected as well. He was now breathing heavily, his face was flushed, and the clarity in his eyes was becoming increasingly dim. I really love you, Su Mu, so I don't want to fall behind in this kind of thing. You are mine, and I am yours. At least that's the case today. After she finished speaking, Nangong Lu finally couldn't control herself anymore and pounced on her, even though she had no intention of restraining herself in the first place. It was already difficult for Su Mu to resist, and now under this stimulation, he immediately lost consciousness. The peach blossoms are swaying and the branches are shaking. Chapter 192 Dramatic Changes. The clouds have cleared and the rain has stopped. As expected, Su Mu discovered that his cultivation had made another breakthrough. The 5th level of the celestial realm. He had a strange smile on his face and really didn't know what to say. I wanted to practice on my own, but I don't have the conditions. Su Mu looked inward at his own fairyland. There were changes in the pure white space again. The golden sun hanging high in the sky, the swaying old tree in the center, and the golden pagoda in the corner. Now there are new residents. This time it turned out to be a golden river, originating from the foot of the big tree, and then branching out into countless tributaries, covering most of the fairyland. It's getting more and more lively. Staring silently at the gurgling water in the golden river, Su Mu lowered his head in thought, and other thoughts inevitably came to his mind. I wonder if this place will become more and more lively in the future. To reach the heavenly fairyland one must comprehend the 9 wonders, but no one can tell for sure what the final appearance will be like. If this trend continues, will this place evolve into a world of its own? Su Mu's thoughts were scattered, but he still noticed something special. Even though there are many things in his fairyland, the only living thing there is currently that big tree. Every time his cultivation level improved, Su Mu felt a wonderful feeling. It's not just a greater sense of power, but also an understanding of this world, as if we are getting closer to each other. As for the physical, it feels like your body is hollowed out? Sumu opened his eyes at this moment and looked at the girl beside him. At some point, the two of them had entered the room, and Nangon Lu was still sleeping soundly beside him. The delicate cheeks had a slight blush that had not yet faded. I don't know if it's because of the alcohol. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect that he was actually tricked. Why bother applying medicine? We can actually have a good time. Sumu was also quite helpless. He always felt that the other party was very impatient and was even willing to use such unconventional means. He did not disturb the other person, but stood up alone and walked out of the house. Only now did he realize that the reason why he met Nangon Lu first was probably not a coincidence. I'm not married yet, so why do I feel like I'm starting a harem? It's really weird. Sumu couldn't help but reveal a puzzled look on his face. He looked up at the sky, which was still filled with stars, with a flash of white light appearing from time to time. If nothing unexpected happens, that ray of white light is the battlefield where Sumu's father Suningye is. It is such a gorgeous light that it makes people fascinated. Sumu kept looking at the ray of light, gradually becoming intoxicated by it, and always felt that the light there was getting brighter and brighter. Is it an illusion? Wrong. Sumu woke up instantly. The white light was getting brighter and brighter, to the point where it was hard to accept. In an instant, half of the sky was illuminated as bright as day. Countless monks looked up at this terrifying fluctuation, their faces showing horror. A sudden pressure covered half of the continent, and all eyes were focused on the sky. In the extreme white, there seemed to be two tiny black dots gradually emerging, and then becoming clearer and clearer. Su Ningye. The immortal Gangjiao's head was covered in dancing silver hair, his robes were tattered, his body was soaked in blood, and his body was covered in many cracks, but he was still in high spirits. Even I have to admit that if we only talk about talent, I am no match for you. It's a pity you were born in the wrong era, and the time is too short. At least this time, I won. As he spoke, the shadow of a dragon rose again from the body of Gangjiao Immortal Venerable, and then rushed downwards with his movements, with unstoppable momentum. Just below it, Su Ningye looked up with an expressionless face, his black hair blowing in the wind. He didn't say much, but just took out a formation plate and activated it with all his strength. The two collided in an instant. Boom! A dull sound echoed in everyone's heart, and some monks even turned pale and spit out a mouthful of blood. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this battle, which had lasted for several months, was finally coming to a conclusion. The power of one strike can destroy the world. Sumu even saw several stars being directly extinguished and no longer emitting any light. The destruction on the ground was even more thorough, directly shattering the mountains and rivers for thousands of miles, and countless lives died in the aftermath of the battle. It's the last gasp of a dying force. The monks with higher cultivation levels could see the signs of a battle and sighed softly. For cultivators of the level of Su Ningye and Gangjiao Xianzuan, it is very easy for them to control their strength, and such a serious leakage is impossible. This only means that both of them have reached their limit. The aftermath of the battle did not stop for a long time. Sumu's heart couldn't help but tighten, and then his eyes suddenly widened. In the blazing white light, there was a figure of a middle-aged man falling straight down. The formation plate he had previously sacrificed had already shattered into pieces, and his body was covered in blood. That's Su Ningye. Master. Many Su family cultivators cried out in pain immediately, and some even wanted to rush towards the direction where the other party fell without stopping. Sumu also started moving immediately, there was no need to hesitate at all. In the distance, everyone in the Chen family widened their eyes, with expressions of surprise on their faces. This is the scene. This is where we encountered it. Su Ningye is dead. The Su family is finished too. We have been preparing for so long, and now is the time to go all out. The time is now. Ha ha ha. Not only the Chen family, but also the top leaders of the Qian and Wang families finally breathed a sigh of relief. They finally saw hope. During this period of time, they have mostly suffered losses in the battles with the Su family, and at the same time they are worried about the situation on the sky battlefield, which puts them in a dilemma. But now it's different. The high-level monks have decided the winner. Let's get started. We've been waiting for so long, let's not wait any longer. Good. The top leaders of the three major families reached a consensus in an instant, communicated with each other, and countless monks flew out from their own bases. The target is clear, it is the Su family. When Sumu wanted to go out, he was stopped. Get out of the way. Sumu's face darkened slightly as he looked at the people blocking his way. Young master. You can't leave at this time. The family still needs you. An old man trembled and gave an earnest advice. The head of the family is in danger now. If you go out again and something happens to you, the Su family will be extinct. Sumu still had no expression on his face. In this world, in 2 lifetimes, there is only one person whose attitude towards him has never changed. That was his father, Su Ningye. The other party gave him everything, even at the cost of sacrificing his own path. Sumu couldn't just watch the other person die. He closed his eyes slightly, then opened them again, more determined than before. I'm only saying this for the last time. Get out of the way. Chapter 193. Please give birth to another child. Sumu was determined to leave, but he was not reckless because he had his own trump card. No matter who tries to stop him today, it will be useless. On the battlefield high in the sky, for some unknown reason, after the immortal Gainjiao knocked Su Ningye down with one blow, he disappeared without a trace and now there is no sign of life at all. Some even speculated whether the two died together. However, the actions of the three major families shocked the others. They organized a large army in an instant and marched towards the Su family. It was obvious that this had been planned for a long time and they had been waiting for this moment. Doesn't the Chen family care about their ancestors? No. The other party's behavior just shows that they may have used some method to confirm the safety of their ancestor, and are sure that they have the advantage. Otherwise it wouldn't be such a big deal. Dad, you bastard. Sumu couldn't laugh at all now. Although he had said this many times a long time ago, the emotion this time was obviously different. The other party has always been his shelter, but one day, the umbrella of protection will fall down. Sumu felt mixed emotions. I have made up my mind. I will definitely get out. Get out of my way. Young master. A group of old men knelt down at his feet, trembling, and refused to get up no matter what. Some of them even hugged his thighs and cried. Young master. I have watched you grow up since you were a child. I can't watch you die. If anything happens to you, how will I explain this to my ancestors? How will I explain this to my ancestors? Sumu took a deep breath and was thinking about what to say. Another group of people rushed here. Sumu. The first person to speak was Zhang Haining. Her face was pale at the moment, showing that she was not calm inside. Sumu, don't worry, I already have a plan. Sumu was slightly stunned. So your plan is for me to take a small team out to search for Dad? Yes. Inside the hall, the group of people calmed down at this moment and began to discuss the matter seriously. Su Ningye's life should not be in danger because the other party's soul lamp has not been extinguished, but I don't know what the current situation is. It is impossible for the Su family to just sit there and do nothing. Zhang Haining has immediately taken 2 measures. First, they sent people to the family ancestral hall and used special secret methods to awaken an immortal ancestor to deal with the upcoming crisis. However, it takes a lot of time for the immortal monk to fully wake up from seclusion. Even at the fastest, it would take 3 months. They have to get through this time. Second, someone must be sent to find Su Ningye, or at least bring him back. Even if the worst happens, the head of the family cannot be left to rot in the wilderness. The candidates for this plan have now been decided. Sumu leads the team. Zhang Haining's tone left no room for doubt. The elders immediately glared and shouted in opposition. No! How can we let the young master go out and put himself in danger? I don't agree. Bullshit. How can you let the direct descendants of the master family go out to take risks? Are there so many people under you just eating and drinking? This is just bullshit. It was rare for a group of people to reach a consensus. The look they gave Jiang Haining was no longer the respect they used to have, but more of anger. In response, Jiang Han said calmly, "It's not too late to talk after you listen to my explanation. I did this for a reason. This battle will definitely not end in a short time. It is unrealistic to let Sumu stay in the family all the time, not to mention that he is still in the stage of rapid progress in cultivation." After not seeing each other for one night, Sumu made another breakthrough. The old men were silent upon seeing this. What he said did make sense, but it was not enough. If people are gone, what's the point of practicing? Repair the shit. In addition, Sumu and the patriarch have a direct blood relationship. I took out the mysterious compass from the family treasury and gave it to Sumu to use. This will help him find his father as quickly as possible. Jiang Han spoke in a steady and calm tone. The more critical the moment, the more she would remind herself to stay calm. No more expressing emotions, but purely thinking about solutions. It was the other party's calm attitude that infected Sumu. Sumu couldn't help but marvel at her. She was indeed the career-oriented heroine in the original plot. She was very capable in handling such messy matters. But even so, we can't risk extinction of the Su family's bloodline. There are still people who express opposition, and their attitude is very firm. The Su family is special among the 10 major families. Unlike other families, the bloodline of the main family has always been weak. Even when there were the most people, there were only 3 brothers and sisters. By the time of the young master, it has already been the 7th generation of single-line inheritance. If something happens to the young master, will you go to the ancestral hall and ask the old ancestor to come out and give birth to another child? Anyway, I will never agree to it. As soon as this was said, others echoed it. This was exactly what they were most worried about. Although Jiang Haining gave many reasons later, he was unable to convince these stubborn old men. Sumu was silent for a moment. He knew that the reason why Jiang Haining was so persistent was actually largely for Sumu. It was precisely because she understood Sumu that she made such a contradictory move. He was not only Sumu's father, but also her father. In fact, the risk of this plan is not as high as imagined. As long as Sumu doesn't reveal his identity and has a few capable helpers around him, he won't be noticed. By then, the main forces of the Su family's enemies will be on the family's side, and no one will even care about him. At most, he will encounter some small fry. But there are still potential risks, and no one is willing to take the risk. This is also the reason why these family elders are reluctant to make concessions. Although the young master has now reached the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm, we can also send some capable subordinates to him, but how can we ensure his safety in dangerous situations? Will you guarantee it with your life? Some elders were already very impolite in their words, sometimes even full of aggression. The hall became increasingly noisy, and Jiang Haining's expression became visibly uglier. Every time they argue here, Su Ningye will be in more danger. We can't wait any longer. You don't have to worry about my safety. At the critical moment, Sumu stood up again. Everyone immediately stopped talking and looked over. Aren't you just worried that I won't be able to protect myself after I get out? That's great, as long as I prove that I have the ability to protect myself, isn't that enough? Young Master Yu. An elder of the family was hesitant to speak. Although the young master has changed a lot recently, the previous stereotype still exists. It's just to save face for Sumu. Sumu also knew what these people were thinking, so he spoke directly and decisively. I said I have this ability, so I won't lie to you. You will know if it is true or not after trying it, right? How? Finally, someone let go and frowned. Sumu smiled slightly. Easy, just compete. Chapter 194, Tasty Talent Play. A competition. The other elders present were slightly stunned, and then soon a thoughtful look appeared on their faces, and they realized what Sumu meant. They were just too worried about Sumu. They were not stupid and could not react to the situation outside. As long as they start fighting here, the enemy Sumu will encounter will be at most at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. As long as they drag it out long enough, they will rarely encounter Su Mutian's fairyland. Therefore, you just need to ensure that Su Mu can escape unscathed when facing enemies of the same level. This is also their minimum requirement. Su Mu fought against an enemy of the same level. It seemed that there was a similar result not long ago. Thinking of this, the expressions of all the elders became a little strange. Suddenly someone coughed lightly. "Young master, we understand what you mean. We also know that you are no longer the same as before. Among the immortal cultivators, at least those at a similar level as you, there are very few rivals. But there are always better things, and we have to make more guarantees. So?" The old man bowed his head and pondered, and kept exchanging glances with the other old men around him, and finally came up with a more suitable condition. "So, we will arrange a fight for you. As long as you can defeat your opponent, we will agree to your going out. There's more to it than that. Even after you win the duel, you need to put more thought into your disguise and bring more people with you." "Good." Su Mu agreed to everything. These old guys were just a little nagging, they didn't mean to harm him, and there was no harm in making some more preparations. Even if there was a system that could be restarted, Su Mu didn't dare to believe in this unreliable thing. As for the sorrow in my mind. Su Mu felt that when he was really in danger, the other party would definitely take action. But I always feel like something is wrong, so it would be best if I could rely on my own strength. Everything was kept simple, and because the situation was urgent, everything was arranged for Su Mu in a short time. 3 battles will be held in the family's arena. As long as Su Mu wins 2, he can go out. It was also here that Su Mu saw many faces that were both unexpected and reasonable. Meng Xiaoxiao, Yi Yan, Yin Yanxiu, and the 3 sisters Mei, Zhu and Zhu did not see Xilan. Mo Xuanxing's face was pale as he stood in the audience. It was obvious that his internal injuries had not healed yet. Nangong Lu and her sister Nangong Shi stood together. Their faces were no longer as rosy as before, but were filled with worry. As the two looked at each other, Nangong Lu looked a little strange, as if he hadn't figured out how to face Su Mu yet, and now the other party was leaving again. I don't know why, Nangong Lu know not only her, but all these heroines feel this way. They always felt that, without realizing it, Su Mu was no longer the same person he used to be. He has become taller, has his own ideals, beliefs, and ambitions, and although he is still as warm as before, he is more like a man. The responsibilities assumed are also increasing. Are we drifting apart? The women couldn't help but have such worries in their hearts. Call. Su Mu let out a sigh of relief. He also saw Qin Jingru in the audience. She had the most special expression among everyone. There was no excessive worry or emotion, but there was determination in his eyes, as if he was not worried about Su Mu's departure. All right. Young master. An elder flew into the ring with a serious look on his face. Young master, the opponents I arranged for you are all carefully prepared. You must win at least 2 of them. Su Mu nodded lightly, took out his golden halberd, and activated the magical power White Skyflame puppet in his mind. After breaking through to the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm, he had a deeper understanding of this magical skill. With a wave of his hand, the white flames condensed into several human figures, which scattered around Su Mu and protected him. At this time, his first opponent finally appeared. It turned out to be a young woman. Young master. The young woman bowed slightly, then swung the spear in her hand, looking very heroic. Su Daika, a member of the Su family's side branch, is a cultivator at the 9th level of the celestial immortal realm, and the path she practices is 100 weapons. Su Mu vaguely remembered this person. He seemed to be a genius in the family. Unlike the playboy he used to be, he was a real elite of the family. If we have to consider their relationship, Su Mu should call her aunt. Wow, is the first opponent so valuable? These old guys really don't want me to go out. Su Mu's mouth twitched. Start. Following the order from the patriarch, Su Daika on the opposite side took the lead and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Su Mu's eyes widened instantly. At this moment, 2 fire puppets in front of him disappeared. Su Daika appeared there, And the spear in her hand had turned into 2 daggers at some point. Good job! Sumu shouted loudly and rushed forward without dodging. At the same time, a blazing white flame ignited on his body and instantly turned into armor. More flames burst out in all directions, leaving a small spark on the ground. The halberd smashed down fiercely, and a light flashed in Sudaika's hand. The Liang Bing's short sword turned into a long whip again, which directly entangled Sumu's weapon, and then immediately got close to him and attacked with a palm. Bump! A loud collision sound was heard, and many people's faces changed suddenly, including Sudaika herself. Sumu laughed loudly, held his breath and pushed hard, and the opponent's body flew backwards involuntarily. What a strong defense! Sudaika finally said the second sentence, with a moving expression on her face. It has to be said that she underestimated this young master who had suddenly changed his character. He was truly a prodigal son who turned over a new leaf, which could be seen from his cultivation. Even though he was 4 small realms higher than the opponent, and they were 4 realms of natural advancement, the opponent's expression did not change at all after this palm strike. Continue. The halberd in Sumu's hand turned quietly, and he threw the opponent's whip directly out, then rushed forward immediately, obviously not wanting to give the opponent a chance to breathe. Sudaika's eyes flickered slightly, and the whip in her hand changed again, turning into a halberd. The two of them started a head-on collision. Bang! There was a deafening gust of air, followed by a series of metal clashing sounds, and the elder who was presiding over the battle couldn't help but change color slightly. Young master's combat experience seems to be richer than I thought. No. This is not combat experience. The old man's face changed again. This is pure fighting talent. It's a way of fighting without thinking at all. So amazing. Sumu's current playing style has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it is difficult to understand and extremely flexible. The downside is that it requires a lot of talent. But unfortunately, after solving his physical problems, what Sumu lacked the least was talent. Come again. He had an eager smile on his face and was already having fun. Chapter 195 Su Huijin. Boom! 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 The collision between the two was so fast that it even exceeded the visual limits of most of the spectators present. Many people could only see afterimages and could not judge the situation on the battlefield at all. For the fight between 2 celestial immortal realm monks, the arena had to be reinforced, and the pressure exerted on all sides was unimaginable. So fast. The faces of many young men of the Su family changed. They are all young members of the tribe, most of them are under 100 years old. If you have to say, they are actually of the same generation as Sumu. But now, they couldn't even see the aftermath of the fight between the two opponents. When did such a big gap appear? Some people also had doubts in their hearts, as if not long ago, Sumu was just a mortal who had forced himself to reach the Tianyuan realm? It doesn't seem like it's been that long. By the time they reacted, they realized that they had been left behind by Sumu without realizing it. And they are far behind. On the battlefield. Sumu's eyes became brighter and brighter. To be honest, he had begun to understand the opponent's playing pattern. Although the weapons in Sudaika's hands are varied and each one can be used quite skillfully, her fighting style is flexible and it is difficult to find flaws. But Sumu still caught a little chance. The opponent can't fight me at the moment he switches weapons. Although this time is very short, it is indeed a flaw. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately came up with a solution. That's attack. Attack with all your might, faster. 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 So fast that the opponent can't react, so fast that the opponent can't switch weapons, so you can seize that fleeting flaw. Sumu's hands did exactly that. The figure that was originally an afterimage has now completely disappeared, not because he has become invisible, but because it is too fast. The dull collision sounds became more frequent. Sudaika groaned, and the weapon in her hand turned into a long sword, and she blocked the attacks repeatedly. The force on her hand was so strong that she involuntarily took a step back and stepped on a cluster of white flames. Bang! The white flames made tiny explosions, causing her body to tilt and look a little embarrassed. This is... Sudaika's face suddenly turned ugly. It was only then that she realized that the entire venue had been filled with white flames without her noticing. These pure white flames are not only on the ground, but can even be directly suspended in the void. They were fighting in a ring match, so the space Sudek could move in was inevitably compressed, until she was finally forced into a corner. Although Sumu couldn't defeat her for a while, she actually knew that she had already lost. "I give up." Sudaika shouted out clearly and crisply. "There is no need to waste time anymore. We are all celestial beings. If we really want to fight to the death, it will take at least a few days. There is not so much time now. Besides, this is just a test." "Young master." Sudaika clasped her hands and bowed slightly. "You win." "Thank you." Sumu smiled lightly, bowed to the other party, then quickly turned his head to look at the patriarch who was presiding over the competition. "Let's start the next one." The elder had a complicated look on his face, nodded and said, "Okay." Following the sound of crisp footsteps, a tall figure walked in slowly. This is a young man. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and an upright posture. Although he was wearing a loose robe, it still could not hide his amazing physique. The outline of the muscles is faintly visible. "Young master." Su Huijin bowed and walked directly into the ring, even ignoring the white flames that had not yet completely dissipated. Sumu raised his eyebrows slightly. He seemed to know this person. Su Huijin, the 8th level of the heavenly immortal realm, although his cultivation is lower than the previous person, his fame is much greater than the other person. The other party was practicing an ancient lost secret technique, which is not the mainstream method of practice today. If you have to put it bluntly, it is a bit like training the physical body horizontally and breaking all methods with one force. "Is your magic resistance maxed out?" Sumu was a little excited. He liked this kind of head-on opponent the most. "Let's get started without further ado." "Good." As the two men nodded at the same time, the fight on the ring broke out again. This time, there were not as many fancy moves as before, and both of them used the most primitive methods. That is the collision of fists and feet, and the collision of bodies. Bang bang bang. The moment their bodies collided, a dull sound was heard immediately, and then the next attack came, and the sound continued. Sumu felt a dull pain in his hands and feet. But he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he moved more vigorously and went straight forward. The momentum of the white flames on his body weakened a bit, but it was not dispersed. Instead, Sumu took the initiative to restrain it. Of course he likes direct collisions, this kind of fighting style is fierce enough. It is also what he admires most. But, after all, Sumu himself was not training his physical body. This is the only way to increase body strength and support continuous collisions. The battle became more intense, and the two men's attack methods became more bizarre. Su Huijin couldn't help but look solemn. "I didn't expect that the young master could actually fight me head-on with fists and feet. What a high level of physical strength." In order to develop his current physique, Su Huijin has suffered countless hardships over the past few hundred years. Climbing mountains of swords and diving into seas of fire were all easy for him. He even went deep into forbidden areas several times just to hone himself. The moment his divine body was perfected, he truly became one of the top fighters in the Su family. Even many 9th-level celestial immortals would show an expression of extreme headache in front of him. If you want to defeat him, you must destroy his physical body, otherwise any means of attack will be greatly reduced. I don't know if Sumu accidentally chose to fight against Su Huijin's strongest part, which is also his only weakness. The battle intensified. In the end, only one person can walk out of here standing. Sumu became more and more excited. Limit of the 9 skies had been activated the moment he entered the battle, which gave him combat power far exceeding that of cultivators of the same level. His instinct allowed him to capture the opponent's battle trajectory, and the Bai Shao flame puppet gave him the highest tolerance. These white flames can be molded into almost any shape and used in almost any way. And the effects are not weak. Bang! Su Huijin finally exerted his strength again and punched Sumu directly into the sky, barely able to stabilize his body. But there was no unhappiness on Sumu's face, instead he laughed out loud. "Ah, good job. Try this one of mine." Sumu raised his hand and pointed, and the white flames all around began to condense into human shapes and swarm towards the other party. Okay, the warm-up part is over. Next comes the key part of the battle. 10 white flame puppets appeared on the battlefield, and then turned to look at Su Huijin at the same time. Su Huijin's face froze. After a long fight, it turns out that the opponent is a summoner? Chapter 196 Jiang Heining's Strength. After Sumu tested the opponent's strength, he unceremoniously used his strongest means at the moment. That is, some of the application techniques of Baishao Flame Puppet. Not just covering yourself up to protect yourself, but releasing them all to kill others. Wearing armor is to protect yourself, and killing the enemy is also to protect yourself. For Sumu, there is no essential difference between the two methods. Su Huijin didn't think so. When he saw the 9 white flame puppets, a few black lines crawled across his delicate face. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Before he could say anything, a puppet rushed up to him, surrounded him, and started punching and kicking him without saying a word. Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Immediately, there came a sound of collision that was even more frequent than before. Sumu quietly hung in the air, holding his golden halberd in one hand, watching the show leisurely. Etc. A loud shout suddenly came from the middle of a group of puppets. "I give up." As soon as the words fell, the puppets around him dispersed, and Su Huijin's face turned grim. He finally understood what a big man with a full head of steel meant. Those 9 puppets really didn't hold back and pinned him to the ground and beat him to death. Even though his body is very strong, he can't stand being teased like this, right? This is just a test, not a life-threatening situation. There is no need to continue. Sumu won 2 games in a row. There was an uproar all around. Wow! Although everyone had some guesses in their minds before, they were inevitably surprised when they saw the result. Sumu was really completely different from before. He has grown up and truly become the young master of the Su family. Su Dek and Su Huijin, who fought with him, were both well-known figures among the celestial cultivators, and were considered the backbone of the family. But now, both of them have admitted defeat. Thank you. Sumu had a faint smile on his face, as if this result was not beyond his expectations, and he didn't take it too seriously. Can I go out now? Can. A familiar soft voice suddenly came from the side. Sumu turned around and looked back, stunned for a moment. Sister Han Ingyu. Su Haining has changed out of the dress she had been wearing recently and put on her old armor again. The whole person looks heroic and shining with dazzling brilliance. Su Haining drew out the long sword from his waist, and a faint wave immediately spread out. Sacred weapon, the 9th level of Heavenly Realm Peak Cultivation. Sumu's pupils shrank. Although the rules required 2 wins out of 3 games, he could leave now. There was no way the opponent would make a random move at this time. Sumu, although I was the one who fought for you to get out. But I am also the one who was most worried about your safety. Jiang Haining spoke softly, turned the sword tip and pointed it at Sumu from a distance. Although it was a best-of-3 game, I was still worried, so I changed the rules temporarily. Compete with me. The other party's voice was firm and resolute, revealing an unshakable determination. As long as you can convince me of your strength, I won't stop you anymore. If you lose, then someone else will do it. If you win. The other party's words paused, then instantly softened, with a hint of sadness. Remember, you must bring your father back. Sumu also put away his playful smile, put on a formal look, and nodded slightly. Okay, I promise. Finally, Sumu turned to look at the patriarch standing beside him and signaled to him. Ahem. The old man coughed. In that case, the last match will be handled by Miss Haning herself. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square fell into silence. Do you really want Miss Haning to come in person? Some people looked reluctant. It looks like you're serious. If we do this. Young master, can't you get out? After Jiang Hanying changed her surname back to her own, everyone still called her Miss Hanying. In the years before, the other party has always been the undisputed first genius of the Su family. He has only been practicing for 300 years, but he has already achieved what his predecessors did thousands of years ago, the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Not only his realm, his combat capability is also among the best in the same level. Before returning to his family, he had been training in the battlefield of the wilderness. That was truly fighting his way out of a sea of blood and corpses. It was even rumored that Jiang Hanying had once defeated an immortal king cultivator, although he was only an immortal king of the first level who had just broken through. But he is also an immortal king. Once one breaks through to the immortal king realm, he will no longer be an unknown cultivator. Everyone will give him honorific titles and will continue to praise his deeds. Call. Sumu exhaled lightly, feeling that his body was still in good condition, and a strong desire to fight was revealed in his eyes. Okay. Since you want to fight, come on. I will show you my determination through my actions, and I will also let you truly know that I am no longer the same as I was before. Sumu's eyes became more and more focused, and following the order from the patriarch, he actually took the lead in attacking. He still started with white flames, which instantly covered his entire body and the halberd in his hand, leaving only a gap for the eyes to observe. White flames instantly burst out in all directions, and while maintaining his armor, he suddenly summoned 5 puppets and rushed forward together. Then Sumu used a method that he had never used before. There was a flash of purple in his eyes. Jiang Hanying suddenly looked dazed and couldn't help but recall everything that happened between them, even the embarrassing details. This is? Marriage is like a dream. Jiang Hanying's face turned slightly red and she reacted instantly. In her previous life, she had also seen this fragment of destiny, but she had never experienced it in battle. Still tastes like this. Jiang Hanying did not take it lightly and went straight forward to meet him. The long sword in her hand instantly transformed, and countless sword-shaped phantoms flew out from behind her. Each sword carried an extremely sharp power, and one could even see clear electric currents. Spirit Sword Thousand Thunders. Countless long swords instantly crossed the void and headed straight for Sumu's face. Spirit Sword Thousand Thunders, the third-grade magical power within the Su family, requires the user to master both lightning and sword at the same time. This is generally an attack that only immortal king cultivators can perform. But the opponents started with this move. Sumu had no intention of dodging at all, but the flame on his mask became more active, as if it was burning fiercely. Boom! The halberd collided instantly when it was swung, and the huge force made Sumu's palm hurt, but he did not stop, but instead increased his speed. In fact, from the moment he used the marriage like a dream, there would be no other ending to this battle. As long as Sumu is willing, it can directly make the opponent lose his combat ability. But I'll prove it to you. Sumu's eyes were determined, completely different from the playboy he used to be. Chapter 197. Isn't it boring? The sunlight is dappled. Sumu chuckled and stood on the stage. Not far in front of him, the sword in Jiang Hanying's hand had broken. Although it was repaired again in an instant, everyone would never forget what had just happened. So strong. Some people murmured softly, and couldn't even believe what they had just seen. Faced with an extremely powerful magical power, Spirit Sword Thousand Thunders, Sumu actually endured it with his physical body, and continuously used the weapon in his hand to knock back the opponent's attacks. In the fierce attacks like a storm again and again, he actually chopped the opponent's sword directly and broke it into 2 halves. The golden halberd in his hand trembled slightly, but the holy weapon also responded to his will and cheered for its master. Young master! So strong! Some people's eyes lit up. Although neither of the 2 players on the field used their full strength, it was clear from here that Sumu had really grown up. Even caught up with the former number 1 genius. You win. Jiang Hanying spoke calmly, expressionless, with an indescribable look in her eyes. She thought that she could protect him for a while longer and create a better future in life for him. It turns out that unknowingly, the other party has already grown into a true eagle soaring in the blue sky, and the only thing missing is a chance to fly away from the nest. And now, this opportunity was delivered to the other party by Jiang Haining herself. Su Mu. Jiang Haining slowly approached Su Mu, and in public, raised her hand and stroked the other's cheek. You must come back safely, and don't disappear again. Certainly. The boy's smile was exceptionally bright, revealing a row of neatly white teeth that made people feel at ease. Not only will I come back safe and sound, I'll bring Dad with me. Don't worry. The rest went smoothly. There is no doubt that Su Mu has won 3 games in a row and he has proved that he is qualified to go out. The person who would accompany him on the trip was quickly decided. Puff. Su Mu almost spit out his tea and looked at the names on the list with a look of surprise. Shinjiaoi? Why is she on the list? Is it strange? Jiang Haining had a gentle expression and slowly leaned against Su Mu, like a virtuous wife. The war will get intense in a while. The celestial beings in the family can't spare many manpower, and it's impossible for you to take the immortal king away, so we can only rely on some external forces. Don't worry, I have watched Shinjiaoi grow up since she was a child, don't worry. Su Mu's mouth twitched. I'm not worried about safety. He tapped his finger on the list and ticked off a few more names. What's going on with these people? Yi Yan, Yin Yanqiu, Meng Xiaoxiao, and Liang Zhiju? Is this Xiaoju? Why should I take them with me? Su Mu looked strange. Yin Yanqiu is my good sister. You can also call her sister. She is also a cultivator in the heavenly immortal realm, and she practices the way of music. She can help you a lot on the road. After all, she is my good sister, and I can't let her fall too far behind. Jiang Haining didn't say the last sentence. It's better for him to know about this kind of thing himself. Meng Xiaoxiao practices the way of dreams, and the effect is the most unpredictable. It will definitely be useful if you keep it with you. In addition, when you go out this time, I want you to go to the Chun family. There will be a mission. The other party talked on and on for a long time, and the expression on Su Mu's face was extremely wonderful. It's too much fun. Can you come up with such a cool move? It's really awesome. Then what about the rest of the people? Where's Yi Yan? Ahem. Jiang Haining looked strange and coughed lightly. Actually, this is purely a coincidence. Yi Yan took the initiative to tell me that she was born in a forbidden area when she was a child. And coincidentally, the direction where her father fell should be the forbidden area where she was when she was a child. For your safety, I think it's better to take her with you. Su Mu's face turned even darker when he heard that. What about the last person? Why should I bring Xiaoju with me? Isn't this Yin Yanqiu's maid? No. Jiang Haining shook her head slightly and pointed at Su Mu. She is yours now, and the 4 sisters will all be yours from now on. Nianqiu also agreed to this matter. And don't underestimate her because she is just a maid. She is actually a celestial being and can help you a lot. Su Mu was silent, then expressionless. Help? What kind of team have you put together for me? Yi Yan, Meng Xiaoxiao, Yin Yanqiu, and Xiaoju. With 4 women walking with him, Su Mu could tell with his feet that the journey would definitely not be peaceful.